Gonna be one of those nights. So, what's up, guys? We're back up out here. We're back out here. They're turning up. All right, here we go.
He's calling for you, Daddy.
So we came back out here because apparently there's been some police calls and the police done been out here a bunch of times. Okay, we're back. We're getting a little bit of buffering. I'm going to try to get Nick closer to my hot spot in just a second. But if you're just tuning in, like the video, okay?
Here we go. Quinton, thank you.
What's up, guys?
Nanny, help me.
Yes, I am back. Okay? All I got to do is get my hot spot.
Awful recording. It gets better, but that's Dolly. That's Dolly outside Quinton's home with the night crew, causing havoc. It's a party, a riot, not a protest. Listen to the music. You just took a shower. Yeah, you know what, I've been up since like 4 a.m. because I went to bed immediately after my live yesterday. I took a shower, everybody was sleeping, it was really dark, and I didn't feel like changing my clothes, and I've been busy getting the granddaughter off to school this morning, and had cuddle time with the babies, and I just ain't had time to change yet. It's only 9:30 in the fucking morning here, and I ain't feel like changing yet. You guys might see me change my clothes in the middle of my live today, but yeah, I'm wearing the same thing. Get over it. I'm a dirtball today. They ain't dirty. I ain't going nowhere. Okay.
All you see is the light.
Nanny! Quinton needs your help, Nanny!
The Turtle King. They here. They here. You know, we ain't gonna miss the party. Well, you know, earlier today, they were all outside hanging out, things of that nature. But they don't, it's like I said, late at night, the night crew comes out. They ain't hanging out for that night crew, okay? They'll fight with me and Buddy a little bit. They don't mess with these people. They don't mess with the locals people. Do you have the hotspot with you or is it in the car?
No, I got it with me.
Oh, okay, because I was wondering because I had a bad
Jennifer
signal.
was in my chair.
I'm going to walk over here closest to my... Okay, did that boost my signal? Thank you guys for super chat.
Yeah, we were hearing that.
All right. Thank you. Let's see who this is.
Yeah.
They're telling people to slow down on the road. We got a super chat. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. What's up, Denise?
So I'm just gonna stand for a little bit. It seems like the crowd is not as it has been in the but they are displaying music and stuff like that out here. So
They're getting a dance on now. I guess they just figure they got to spend their Friday night out here. They might as well make the best of it, I guess. TY, thank you so much. We got a super chat. Oh, a super sticker. Thank you. Thank you for hanging with the turtles.
what did you guys think about?
Thank you so much for your super stickers. So, I told you, like, I knew earlier that it was going to get crazy out here tonight, especially when they came outside and they sat in the front yard. All the haters, thank y'all for making that happen, okay? Hating on us got them people out the house. So they hated us so much that they came outside, which is exactly what we want them to do. Thank you, haters. Y'all are the best, all right? But the people of Savannah are growing out on these streets and numbers. Every time I come out here at night, there's more people. Each night, it grows. More and more people in Savannah are seeing this, they're hearing this, and they don't want to stand for this. So they're coming out here and they're going the hell off, okay? So, anything pops off, we're going to show it to you. Maybe we see some ghosts tonight, okay? Oh, yeah, and I got a hot date with Leilani tomorrow, okay? So, like I said, I got to speak to her a little bit today. I think she likes turtles. I think she likes turtles, okay? Back at the house, yes. I'm back at the house. Technically, I'm right here back by McFry's. Christine, thank you for your super sticker. Yeah, I'm back out here. We back up in the cut. Oh. Uh-oh, people popping off now. Let's turn this baby. Oh, wait. So, I mean, they literally are waiting for someone to be killed out here. All right, they're getting turned. I think people drinking tonight. They're not arresting them. These people are out here demonstrating, and they have a right to do so. But the lawlessness here in this county is something I've never seen in my life. Yeah, you can kill people in Georgia. They don't put you in jail. You can steal. I think all criminals should move to Georgia. All right. But they have to protect people. They just can't arrest people walking down the road and not arrest people that are physically assaulting people. Nobody cares about that lady. I got your message, but nobody cares. You know what's good for the gander? Do they realize that how many people are out here? It ain't us. Us YouTubers. You got to worry about. It's the locals in Savannah, okay? So come out here willy-nilly if you want. You hear them? That ain't us. That ain't me making all that noise. Come out here and counter protest these people if you want to. Good luck. You better bring a pocket full of cornbread, motherfuckers.
Very respectful, very docile. And then you have so much like Officer Perry, new to the police department that just had to get his first handcuff by violating, falsely arresting somebody and violating their rights. It's just
yeah, it's the locals you gotta worry about. Somebody said terrorists. Give me jams and everyone. Make sure y'all like the video if you're just tuning in.
So Betty was in the background doing a news, which she thought was some sort of news broadcast with her. There was some sort of even discrepancy with her tripod. She had to hold her fucking phone on while she's talking with the lights blaring. So you hear Betty in the background. I have that as well. Actually, I've had enough of Dolly. I don't know. Let's see. I thought maybe this was the twerking video where the girl went and twerked. My dog's crying. Hold on, guys. Earl! Can you let him in? Here, let's go here. But the turtle mask, like, this is a party. He even said I didn't want to miss the party, right?
Hold on. I think just them coming outside today, the chaos of all that, I don't know. I think it riled the crowd up because a lot of these people are more of the night crew. They come out here at night, you know. Thank you, Lex. So I was planning on going home. Well, I wasn't going to tell nobody, but I was going to dip out. But then I was going to leave, and then all this stuff broke out today. Right, so now I'm kind of like, do I leave? Everything's kind of going crazy. Leilani's saying she wants to protest the police, and I'm just like, I'm kind of in limbo. I kind of want to be home, but there's just so much going down. I'm hearing rumors coming from the landfill, and I just don't know what to do. Okay, I got back to the hotel as soon as I got to get ready to sit down. They're like, "Yo, Fry Guy's going to jail. There's people out there trying to run people over." And I was like, "Well, shit, man, I got to go back out there." So I am wore out. Okay, I'm absolutely wore out. I've been out here all day, all that fighting and that stress done wore me out. Okay, I'm tired. So, but like I said, I don't like to act like that. That ain't the way I am for the most part. But you know, like I said, the emotions of this little baby being in a landfill, and you got a crackhead woman screaming about my dead mama and things like that. And I lost my temper. And once I got to sit down and calm down, I was like, man, I don't usually get that mad, right?
Feel better.
So, you know, one up to you. You got me mad. But don't mean nothing. The cause is still the same. To make sure there's justice for this little baby. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to try my best, guys, not to lose my cool out here. I've tried and tried, but dealing with some of these people out here, OMG. Right, I am the most chill, stoner, laid back dude in the world. Okay, so for me to be out here acting like that, and these people, this crackhead woman, to get me to act like that, it's I don't know. Time I sat down and thought about it, I was just like, you know, but you can't take things back. But I probably should have handled it better. And in the future, I hope to handle situations like that better. I know there's people out there that hate me, and I probably should just get used to it, right? All they're doing is hating the success, you know, and I got to understand that. I get it, you know. But there's going to be certain things that, you know, I'm a person you ain't going to say to me, especially coming out here disrespecting my mother and things of that nature.
So bad.
Them are things I will go to jail for. You know, I will serve that time in jail, and I'll sit there, and I won't feel too bad about it. You know what I'm saying? But that ain't who I am. I should have just muted her, walked away from her.
Woman to pause and take the times. Diamond Eyes is a longtime sub of mine. Everybody send prayers for her. Biopsies hurt, man. It's gastro. Ugh, that's even worse. Prayers, honey. I hope you feel better. Don't worry about chatting. You lay back, relax, get well. Okay? I know you're here.
And ended it right there. Okay? But she was such a clown. I just wanted to show it. And I lost my character a little bit in that, and I snapped out. You know? But, like I said, I'm dealing with some of the worst people on the planet. Okay? Not only here, but on YouTube. Okay? It's just like, it's honestly roaches. Okay? That's what people are roaches. Right? We got roaches on the YouTube street, and they think they're roach Jersey. You know what I'm saying? And
all right, bedbug. You want to call the YouTube people roaches? You're a bedbug. How about that?
Care what I said to that lady. I'm not apologizing to her in no way, shape, or form. I'm just apologizing to you guys because you guys had to hear that. Okay? Sorry I put y'all through that, but I ain't apologizing to that lady. That's for sure. Or none of her people that are roaches. They're horrible people, and I guess there's a place for everybody on that, even the horrible people. So it is what it is.
I called him the other day. He never called me back. I don't know if he addressed me in his live.
He said it don't even matter if you move. Holy shit. Okay, hold on, guys.
I thought this was the one where she twerked. Wasn't this the same night?
So look, this is the funny thing. They don't put people in jail for trying to run you over. They don't put people in jail for murder here. They don't put people in jail for stealing, okay? But you think they're going to come out here?
So for during lunch break, I said yesterday that I would, or even morning break, we could start, that I would go over the court documents that I had. I did find one of the evictions. To be honest with you, there might be more there. I found a lot of stuff. I just posted them in the, if you look, I don't want to hit nothing because I don't want to lose my place. But if you, I got court documents. Oh yeah, here's the fight between Leilani, the police report from Leilani and Billy Joe's fight. So I put a bunch of court documents on here, and then I went on to put Chatham County's Twitters and Facebook posts about the protesters and what harm they were causing to the investigation in their community. I saved a bunch of them. Some of these might be doubles because, like I said, I just hurried up and put them on there, but they're news releases, and then I went on to put this, and we'll listen to this, and I got a couple videos here, just a few. This one with Dolly, which we're only going to watch a little more of. Ah, shit. I hit it. I knew I would. We'll move on to the next one. If you guys want to see more of that later, we could put that later. The next one is after Dolly's arrest.
No.
Oh, shit. Hold on.
No. Can we just really give a quick thing? Listen, people, stop freaking out. There's nothing to freak out over. Dolly walked out of jail.
I want them to hear the story.
Yeah, okay, let's hear this. Awesome. Yeah, Dolly, come on, just give us the story.
Okay, so look, they lock me up.
September.
They take me to jail. They tell me they're going to hold me till tomorrow because I have court the following day because they don't give me a bond.
Right.
Okay, they take me in, they dress me out, they put me in their Chatham County jail.
No, they did not. You liar,
Yeah, it's green.
liar,
It's green.
liar.
Yeah, I looked like a real turtle. It was a green. It was a turtle suit.
It was green.
I'm such a fan.
Yeah, I didn't follow Delphi a whole
So they had
lot.
green, white little
I wish
jumpers
I
on me,
would
you know what I'm
have.
saying?
I mean,
So
I
was a
know
Ninja
about
Turtle.
the case, but I didn't.
Then they put me in a pod with a couple dudes, and they were on the
My next
phone.
trial will be
And
Evelyn.
then they come back and they take my picture and they said, "You do got a bond." And I was like, "Huh?" He's like, "Yeah, your bond is $2,950." And then they walk me into the next room,
Oh,
and that's when the guy
happened?
goes,
It's a long time ago.
the captain or whoever, the sergeant, wants you to go ahead and process him. The lady goes, "Well, he has two
She's
people
a
in
little
front of him."
mess.
And the guy goes, "No, the sergeant wants him done now and up out of here."
It's like-
And then as soon as that guy walks off, the lady looks at me and goes, "Who do you know?" And then they got me, they took my fingerprints, they walked me back to the cell, handed me my clothes back, and then walked me out to you guys.
And guess what? The bail bondsman, which was a lovely lady, was an angel. No, she gave us. She gave us her info. She just wanted a hug. She wanted a hug. She's been following. She's been following. Yes.
That's all she wants is a hug.
Yes, she's been following it.
She can have all the hugs she wants.
That's what she told me. She said that she's been watching.
Yeah, we need to go over there and thank her personally.
Absolutely. No, she was
It
great.
takes people like
What's
that
the
that allow us.
She kept coming back.
They don't know how to make a.
She has nothing to fear, right?
I see you. I see you. The monster with the sign. The one who wasn't there, who didn't stomp a sign on somebody's car. I see you. You got a good name. We playing Where's Waldo? You see her? Yep. Lots of deception in that case. That guy's like, wasn't he like, is that the same case? The guy was responsible for the neighbor too, and there might be more charges and more cases coming. Everybody say, I see you to ICU. Yes, that's ICU, Running Bear. Look, I'll show you a better picture. There she is. She was actually holding, wait, in my community post. Oh, I thought I had the sign. I showed her the other day with the sign. I see you. Remember when she was in my chat, Running Bear, talking about, I wasn't there. I didn't do that. Everybody say hi. Let's make sure everyone knows that she's out there alive and well. All right. I had enough fun with that. I'm just an asshole like that. Sorry. When I want the trial to start, what time is it? We got 9 minutes. No, 38 minutes it's saying. 10:30. Didn't they say 10 yesterday? They changed it? Sad, huh, Lorianne? Miss Righteous. Oh, I wanted to remind people, you know who else has been really, really quiet and hasn't covered Quinton's case? And I'm shocked. since she's the one that brought the whole case to YouTube with Diana McCarta, who remembers who interviewed Diana McCarta first? Ziggy, why aren't you covering Quinton's case? Y'all are only out there when the drama's going on, but when the facts are coming out and everything's happening, you disappear. You don't care about these babies. Okay, let's go find something. Let's go put this back on until they start. We got 37 minutes. They changed the time. I swear it was 10 o'clock. I should have waited a half hour to go live. I'm pissed now. Okay. Let's put something. You know what? I'll just go. Oh, yeah, here. Here we go.
Jonathan Lee Riches investigates. Media is reporting that Daniel Youngkin was the last person to see 20-month-old Quinton Simon. A news reporter actually claims they went to Daniel Youngkin's house in Dunn, North Carolina, looking for him, but he wasn't there. Check it out. So Daniel Youngkin, I called his mom. I called Daniel's mom at her job, Hampton Inn, Dunn, North Carolina. Her name is Lisa. I called her to ask her about the Quinton Simon case. Here is the conversation I had with Daniel's mother. Check it out.
Thank you for calling the Hampton Inn Dunn, where free Wi-Fi, free hot breakfast, and our clean and fresh Hampton bed are waiting for you. For new reservations, please press 1. For sales, press 2.
You are being transferred to the operator.
Good morning. Thank you for choosing the Hampton Inn by Hilton in Dunn, North Carolina. This is Lisa. How may I help you?
Hi, Lisa. How are you? My name is Jonathan Riches. I'm an investigative reporter looking into the disappearance of Quinton Simon. I understand that you are related to your son, Daniel.
I have no comment.
Do you know where Quinton is?
I have no comment.
Your son was the last person to see.
Have a great day.
Your son was the last person to see Quinton alive. She hung up. So she had no comment, didn't seem concerned. What's going on here? Is Daniel involved with this case in any way?
Her job. He called her job. I believe I think, don't quote me, but I think she's the manager to her job. She has much more important things to be doing there. And then he went on to harass the shit out of her. He was threatening to come to her home. How is he going to get on her and say she doesn't care? You know what I did, Jonathan? I wrote her. I believe I wrote her after you had made this phone call. She was being attacked by lots of creators, writing her, people writing her, commenting on her pictures, harassment. How dare you call her job and then say she doesn't care? When I wrote her, she wasn't very welcoming because she was being harassed. I apologized for all of you to her. I told her I understood and she didn't have to talk to me And then I went on and gave her a list of names of people to look for. This is one of the worst things. This is what causes people their jobs, their livelihood. And then to get on here and say that she doesn't care. You know nothing about that woman. You know nothing about them kids living with her. You know nothing about the way she loves her son. You know nothing about the way she loves her job and her cats. There's no need for an attack or even to have put that on there. If you wanted her attention, you could have apologized to her for calling her job and asked if you guys could speak in the future and talk to her like a normal human. These people ain't monsters. They're human. That was uncalled for, and that's the shit that happens here on YouTube that needs to freaking stop. It's disgusting. Leave the people alone. Idiots. Okay, now what? Let me go pull some more. Let's see what other tragedy pimp shit we can find. Police lights. Let's try this one. Hold on, I'm going to turn the background black. I'm telling you, man, these people are gross. What they do is gross, in my opinion. It's gross. Leave them alone. Leave everybody alone with every case. Leave them alone. You cause enough fucking problems.
That's their pizza. That's their pizza I told y'all about. That's their meat lovers pizza. Cher ordered it for him. That's their meat lover pizza they ordered.
I would have got that dog if you didn't have it on the train.
He's gonna get stuck. That pizza man was the fuck out of here.
How much money did you get on that tip, DoorDash?
That's that pizza I told y'all about.
They can't go no. They got a whole house to cook in.
That's that meat lovers pizza.
They got their meat lovers pizza.
It's full of spit.
Baby killer supporter.
That pizza's full of spit. Y'all be dumb to eat that pizza.
Girl, I need a fucking I need a shit. I broke my feet under this bitch.
I can't control what people do. Y'all leave them alone. They're fine.
Blow your hose to the baby!
You forcing them now?
Y'all worried about the wrong thing. Y'all need to be worried about this bitch that didn't killed her kid. Ben, you have to reset your phone. This is all I can do, y'all. I told y'all I dropped my phone yesterday. I mean, heck, I didn't know this was turning all this shit. I don't have to get a new phone.
My buddy's name was Austin Lowe, the French fry guy. The French fry guy's name is Austin Lowe, y'all. Austin Lowe.
I have him on my Facebook, but I can't remember his name. He has meth charges.
Yeah, he has meth charges.
He's on probation now for it.
Really?
It's frozen now. Oh, the next door neighbor.
Here's just poke me.
It's gonna be me, motherfucker. Nobody else gonna poke you.
It's frozen, y'all.
I don't know. We might be.
It's working.
You got are the cops coming?
Are the cops still coming?
You know I love it when the police show up.
Is the cops still coming? The pizza did show up, yes.
Yeah, the pizza got here.
It got here. But are the cops still coming or not? Everybody's, I don't know. Maybe they're not coming no more. What night is it? They probably got another more important call. They tried to get them here. They watched my live. They heard us say get out the road, so.
I left it at you. Well, I might have left it at the end of your driveway for you, but I sure wouldn't have pulled up on your property.
Y'all can't see none of that.
Right? There it comes. There it comes.
Is that the cops?
Get out the road.
Is that the cops? Are the cops here?
They are here.
Yeah, the cops are here, y'all. Thanks. The cops are here. She said the scanner's going crazy for the cops being called. I told y'all their scanners are going crazy. People keep calling them.
Oh, there they are. Oh, it's him again.
I don't know what they call for. Huh?
Put your park lights on there and show your headlights. You're blinding people, they can't see coming down.
Oh, the kids asked me to do that. I'm sorry.
Your park lights on.
My parking lights. Okay, baby. Ow.
Just leave your park lights on so people can see your car.
Okay, love.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome, baby. I had my lights on for the kids, and people are finding a reason to call the cops, so they called because I was blinding the kids, I guess.
Ma'am, hey, I can't say nothing about that because, like I told them,
Where's Wanda?
Y'all got plenty of it, don't you? I thought y'all had plenty of evidence. How much more you need? Well, then why y'all keep arresting us?
Somebody called us.
Why they keep calling y'all for stupid stuff?
They walked through the woods.
Baby,
They ain't no special officer. They ain't no detective.
we did not call y'all. Why would we call the police? Well, we look stupid. Baby, just go.
We don't know.
I'm keeping everybody in line.
Come on here. Come on, one.
Hey, officer, my friend, officer. Hey, you see nobody's got horns? Hey, you see nobody's got horns?
Is that normal protocol for Chatham County Police?
Do y'all need them?
Where their cars are.
Do we need them? Let them go home. They thought we called them.
No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. That officer Jew?
When you gonna arrest that baby killer?
Come on. My badge number 500. Be killed out. Come on, 0709. Come on.
Yeah, they leave.
I swear to God, that's what I was just thinking. What is she doing?
Why is she following them? Let them fucking leave.
That's 3 of them?
Yeah, he's cool with me. He knows me. He calls me the orange toenails.
Just let him go.
I know. Who stands there and prolongs them?
That's awesome. That's all it is. And I don't touch off the tail out all the time. Had his mouth with a few cups too. Opposite K is the one.
Y'all just help me keep all the trash picked up. Please. Hey, who'd I give all those candles to?
The last one you gave me, we lit up, remember?
No, just now. I just gave somebody a whole bunch of tiki candles.
Fuck your candles. Fuck your balloons, too.
3 packs of them.
As soon as I saw the lights, I said, here they come. And then you could see them walk.
Hey, who's got the tiki candles? Who's got the tiki candles?
I don't know, but I called that officer Uncle Tom.
Oh.
Like 7 different times. He asked me, what am I doing out here? You violated my...
Do y'all know who got the tiki candles? Who I handed them to?
No justice! No peace! No justice!
Hey!
No peace!
Hey, who's got a tiki candle? God dang it, y'all. Sorry, y'all.
I'm so worried. Where's Saint? Where did he go? I see where the house is at.
The police did come, but they gone.
No.
Hey, who did I give them candles to? Did I give you the candles? Okay.
I put them in, they all blew out. So.
They all went out?
They blew out.
Really?
Yeah, I'll go through them again, but they'll probably blow out again.
Those aren't the ones I usually buy because those don't stay lit very well. Where did you put them along the whole line? And they all blew out?
Except like one like fairly in a pack.
Damn it. It's windy tonight. Mary, what lady? What's going on? Who's arguing? Y'all, I'm trying to find the candles he lit on the wind blew them out. That's why I appreciate dropping off the candles, but you gotta get the tea light ones, but they're cheap, but they're made a little. They're still cheap, but they're made a little better. And they stay lit. These keep going out now. It is windy tonight, and it could be that. And then, like I said, I usually keep mine in the freezer. Are you fucking kidding me? Do they just gotta find something to do? Is he in the road? He left. He just told me he's got to have his car more off the road. They gotta fix it. They're fixing it.
No.
Look, you got kids yelling, Layla, Lonnie, where's Quinton?
Police in and out another night. I believe this is the night that the Garrett guy got arrested or something. His son, they were doing handstands. I might be wrong. I have all kinds of videos of them doing this stupid shit. It might actually be the night that I think Fry Guy had a heart attack or parents did or something. It might be that night too.
Y'all get along. Come on now. It don't matter, y'all. Come on now. I know it's sensitive and all, but we don't need to argue over his gainer now. I can't believe all my flashlights have went missing. I can't keep a flashlight.
What did police officers keep on saying to you guys?
All he said to me was turn my brakes off.
What the call was about there.
They fucking walk. They park down there and they walk through these people's yards trying to sneak up on people.
Of course they did. That's what I said. They said, get out.
Why?
Y'all in the road. Y'all can't fucking make us get off the road. Y'all in the road. What's wrong with you people?
Y'all, leave people alone. If they have kids want to be here, they can be here. Come on now. The kids are fine. They're bundled up.
Come out here
They're
and tell
on
me my kids can't
blankets.
be here.
Hey, you notice that motherfucker didn't do that one thing or two
They
things
got
tonight.
them kids are fine. They got snacks, candy, drinks, and they want to be here. And on their own, they're yelling justice. I mean, Leilani.
My kids are teenagers. They ain't got to be in school tomorrow.
Y'all worried about the wrong stuff. I mean, hell, you can't turn nothing on TV without hearing stuff. They're not kids. I try to shelter mine too. You cannot shelter them but so much. They need to know. That's the problem. People, they need to know about stuff like this so they don't grow up to be this type of person. They need to see this kind of stuff. I mean, there's nothing gory going on out here.
All right, I saw the house.
There's nothing wrong with these kids being out here. Like I said, I've got all their own like little covers, and I bought pillows and just like little sleeping bag things, and they're warm. That's why I had my headlights on for them. They're sitting right in front of my car, so they're fine.
They said they're doing foot patrol. That's what they saw.
I mean, believe me, they don't bring their kids every night. That's why a lot of people can't show up, or they don't bring their husbands or wives because they're at home watching their kids. But if their kids don't want to be here, they wouldn't be here. Your drink's right here. And in a thing like this, you would bring a kid because this is about a baby, you know? And so kids need to be here.
Yeah, give me share.
Oh, it's the tow truck.
19 whole minutes to comment on that bitch's shit.
Yes, we all are kids' futures, and the kids need to know about. That's the thing. There's so many people that are so close-minded that just are so that don't care or just don't even act like that kind of stuff don't happen.
So I have to do it. I don't care. What's your number? 912-704. You can have my number.
704-05. They've been out all day. They were sitting in the front yard all day. Leilani too. We're here for now because we're here. Yeah, I'm banned on Facebook, but not on live. Again, for something so stupid. That's coming next, but we need more people. We can't do it all. Yeah, there's too much hate against children because all my life growing up, it was just pushed under the rug, and nobody wanted to talk about it or do shit about it. And then you can't make everybody happy. But kids need to know about this shit. Like I said, that's half the issue. They're not taught about this kind of stuff. And
Is it running or no? I'm not sure.
I think she's yelling shit. I'm gonna have to get out there in a minute. I want to. Let me see. Ooh, I can't. It's probably gonna hang up. I can try. Let it charge for about 10.
Whew, sorry guys. The baby needed change, so he was changing his diaper, and I helped them make a bowl of oatmeal cereal and pull the other high chair in there so they could watch TV together because he didn't want to lay in his playpen. That's what the problem was. Husbands don't know that. Her and two others helped that dang woman. Yeah. I missed what they were saying. Did anything happen? Were the police there? I can't remember all this stuff. When's this trial starting? Who do you think will... 8 minutes. Who do you think will testify today? I think it's going to stay on the officers for a little bit. We got to get into all the investigations. I don't see them They seem to be sticking with one, like they're still on Chatham County. That lady's still up, right? The officer that I like, the one that questioned Leilani, and yeah, I think they're going to be there for a while too, Mama. I think that's going to be mainly this week, and I think we'll come back. I think it's going to be a 2-week trial. That's my prediction. I think this week it'll be law enforcement. My nose is itchy. Sorry. And then I think next week we'll see more, or maybe even they'll end this week with like some testimony. They really seem to be focused. I want to watch some news clips today too. Hopefully I'll be able to stay on for a while. I'm feeling better today a little bit. I still feel congested, but I slept and I feel better because I slept, I think. It bothers you. I don't think she'll take the stand, though. I don't know. She might. Her attorneys suck, in my opinion. Bow tie. That's what I call him. Wonder what color bow tie he'll have today. I hope it's yellow. Yeah, I just needed some sleep. I get that. I get those lung infections. They're normal for me. It's just normal every day. If I get real sick, I got to watch with the COVID. I got to watch with the kids. Like my granddaughter goes to school and she comes back and I'm a mess. And speaking here, let me vent a little bit. I got to vent. Let me tell you what I did today. I woke up at 4 a.m., right? I wake my husband up at 6 because I didn't see him the 2 days he was off this week. And I'm like, let's spend some time together. So as soon as he gets up, the baby gets up and starts crying. Not a big deal. But I say to him, look, we need a sitter today. Let's call the other grandma and see if she'll watch the 2 boys while Maury's in school. And you could pick them up and have a couple hours to like have a cup of coffee or something, while I'm doing this trial. The lady says, okay, yeah, I'll take them. I don't know why you don't call us. She gives my husband this big splue, the other grandma. I'm bitching. I don't care. I got a vent. So she says, yeah, I'll take them. I'll watch them all. I don't know why you don't call us. My son's out Ubering. He went early in the morning today. He calls me and he says, Mom, I don't know why you called her. He said, I told you I'm going to take the kids today. He's supposed to come get them in a little bit. So my husband hopefully will still get a little bit of respite time, So I said, what do you mean you don't know why I would call her? Like, the kids are missing their mom. The 2-year-old woke up last night crying for his mom, right? My husband told me. I didn't hear it, but that was the first thing he told me this morning. So I called grandma, like, let's get their family involved, right? She says, Lily has pink eye and ain't going to school, so she can't take them now. Now, why didn't she call us and say that? And why did she just say she would take them? It's crazy. I'm pissed off. Sorry, I vented a little bit about my life. I was mad this morning. Dolly, woman talk, she got arrested. Mary didn't get arrested. The girl that twerked got arrested. The one that did the handstand, and then his parents, they got arrested. Dolly got arrested. I got a news clip. Here, let's go do that. I got a news clip where they say who all got arrested. Let's see if I can find it. Jesus, they're not labeled. Oh, here's the eviction news clip. Yeah, I got those court papers out for later, too.
The next day, September 8th, Layla.
I have that. It wasn't done. October 13th, 2022 is the date of this news clip.
The next day, September 8th, Leilani's mother filed paperwork to evict her and her boyfriend. She says her daughter got that paperwork 2 weeks later, around September 26th. And on Wednesday, September 28th, Chatham County Judge Lisa Colbert ordered Leilani to start paying child support for Quinton and his older sibling. Quinton's grandmother had sole custody of both children. That order came exactly a week before Quinton vanished. Finally, on October 5th, Leilani reported her 1-year-old son missing. She told police her boyfriend was the last one to see him around 6 a.m. that morning. 1 week later, police named Leilani as the lone suspect.
All right, so that's one news clip. I'm not looking at chat right now, guys. I'm going to go through and, well, first let me check the timing on court. They took it should be starting soon. Here's what they did. He's crying again.
I don't know. A thing.
Huh?
So I'm going to give him one of this stuff.
Oh, yeah, he'll like that. Did you put it in a diaper bag?
No, not yet.
Okay, there's 2 on that table right there. Yeah, it's not starting yet, but they took the timer off. So it's going to be starting soon. So let me go to here. I want to find that where they... name all the people who were arrested.
Named the boy's mother, Leilani Simmons, as the prime suspect.
And tonight we begin with breaking news, sad news. Chatham County Police and the FBI have notified Quinton Simmons' family that they...
I thought I had this news clip. I'll find it and share it today. Looks like they're about to start, so we'll just come back. I don't want to miss the beginning. I don't know. Her attorney sucks. She might get on her like, I want to tell my son. She also looks very medicated to me. I feel like they're keeping her medicated for the courtroom. Pretty much. Oh, hurry back, Mama Bear. Or be safe while you're going. Take your time. Yep. It's sad. I think she would have faced charges already. I don't see her facing any charges, and I think she should as well. But everybody leave her alone. Did you guys see? Oh, something else I want to go over. Remind me, please, because I always forget. This morning, I only watched a few minutes. WJOC, is that the name of it? I forget the news channel. WTOC. They posted just the interrogation they showed yesterday. And something I didn't catch yesterday again, like the day before, that I caught this morning, was she said, I've had a rough life too. It's documented. My mother overdosed in front of me. It's hard to hear what she's saying, but we need to listen to what she's saying.
An exposure report scans the web for companies.
There's your hard life. She provided her children a hard life. Call and ask. Hold on. Who, Billy did? I haven't been paying attention to her. I haven't been watching Queen. I barely check on voices. I went and checked the community posts today because she was supposed to go live last night. I actually did want to watch and see how she would cover Quinton's trial, but she canceled her live and then made a community post about leave Billy alone. Listen, I feel bad for Billy. I do. But at the same time, she put herself in this situation. It's because she wasn't a good mother that her children weren't good people. I'm not the perfect mother. I fuck up. Look, I'm smoking cigarettes. I got the husband in there. My life is chaotic. Your circumstances are your circumstances, but you don't see me out there using drugs and being that type of role model for my children, right? And then picking greed over the babies that you chose to support and that you even wanted to evict. We're going to go over, I gotta read that eviction paper. Hold on. I'm going to go look at that real quick because I got it up. Watch, they're going to start. Okay, order for paternity and child support. I don't want to go over this yet. Let's wait. Because then I'll have nothing to go over on lunch like yesterday. Yes. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to understand. How does that happen? And that's why she should get charges, because she was proving she didn't want them children. My poor baby, he's teething. He's grumpy this morning. He was happy earlier. We were all laying in the bed, cuddling, watching Baby Shark. He fell asleep on me. I had to get up, move him to his playpen, and then he woke up, and then he was grumpy because he didn't get enough sleep. You hear Earl, here. Is there any carrots left from the thing the other day, Earl? Hold on, guys. Let me mute a minute. He really likes them. Mash him up a little bit. He likes to squeeze them and make a mess. Oh. Yeah. And my son will get his shit together. He's just driving me nuts right now. He don't know what to do. I just hope he's not making bad choices. He doesn't tell me anything, and it's hard because they're adults. What do you do? It's a struggle, you know? He still lives here. He's just been like staying away and staying with his friend who's a girl. And I'm just not, I don't know. It's a whole lot. 25 minutes. We got 25 minutes left. Is that what you're saying? They were supposed to start 5 minutes ago. They were supposed to start 30 minutes ago. I don't understand why a grandmother wouldn't want to help the kids more. Like, I understand you have your job and stuff, but you should have had better. I don't think Diana would have had any problem just keeping the kids. Leilani should have never been left in charge of picking those children up. But it's hard because I get it too. Hold on. That you have your life to live too. And it makes things difficult. That's how I feel in my situation a little bit. However, I don't mind doing this because it's what I'm used to. It's what I've always done. You know what I mean? But I do have my days. Like this morning, I'm really pissed off that like the other grandma wouldn't take the kids for a few hours. It was only till 2. He wasn't going to drop them off till 10:30. Whatever, yo. Well, she preaches over there that she's a good grandma. That lady, let me tell you, when my son graduated high school, this is why I don't get along with her. I'll give you all the gossip, okay? When my son graduated high school, I had a struggle with him because he was my son that had like bipolar and anger issues, and we had to do a lot of work with him, and we still do, which is why I take the kids, because I know that your kids. You know what I mean? Like, I knew when he had kids, I knew this was what I was going to be doing. If the girl wasn't efficient, and this bitch ain't. But anyways, so he graduates high school. It was a struggle. I had a hard time getting him to graduate real high school. We put him through a program, phase 4. So he gets his diploma, right? And I'm excited. Like, let's have a graduation party. Let's do this. Let's do that. Well, him and the girlfriend, they graduated together. So mom was like, no, I'm going to throw a graduation party for Bailey. And my son was like totally against me at the time because I didn't like that he was with a girl that was pregnant. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, no, fuck this. So he wanted me to let her throw this graduation party, right? We're getting closer and closer and closer and closer to the graduation party. And she's going to say, oh, I don't have the money. We can't have it. What? She canceled it. It started a big war, and my kid never got a graduation party. Fucking family, dude. My kid's grandmother was that way, their dad's side. Yeah. It's just crazy to me. Like, why don't you want to? And then she has another daughter that lives with her that just had a baby, and she like caters to that baby, and that baby got its dad, and they all live. They're just slobs, in my opinion. Let me make sure I say that with maybe speculation. Assholes. I got the babies. Y'all do what you're gonna do. And I'm just gonna sit here and vent and use this as my outlet because you all piss me off. I'm gonna take them to the zoo. But it's getting cold. We were trying to plan to go to the zoo and take the kids. We have the science center. I'm going to take them to the science center, I think. After this trial, I'm going to take a couple days just to chill and go do fun stuff. It's Halloween time. He already took them to the hayride and pumpkin patch. I wanted to do that. I'm pissed off he did it. We might go again. We'll go to a different one. Triple B Farms is really good. Yeah, they are the parents, though. You're right. And that's what my son and I are fighting about right now. Like, you need to be here. It's almost like, I don't know if it's because he's sad because of her or what it is. When he comes here, he looks at the kids, he cries, and then he leaves. Like, dude, you got to get over it. That's life. You knew she was trash when you got with her. It's hard to be a boy mom. That's what I was saying yesterday. It's hard. And then when they're adults, you have no control. He's a good dad. I've seen him with his kids. He does more than she does. You know what I mean? Like, she'd sleep all day and he'd be up doing everything. But like I said, he got some issues too himself that we deal with. And it all stems from his childhood, his dad walking out and committing unaliving. And we've had it rough. And now we're growing. Like, I try to teach him best. My other 2 kids ain't like him. They were straight A students, went to school, loved school. Never got in trouble. This kid was always in trouble. He's my heart attack. When he was little, the camera moved. I'm hoping they're coming on. When he was little, he'd climb the swing set down the street at the park and do backflips off the swing set. I used to die. Please stop. Either way, I love him, though, and that's what makes him unique and different from my other children. Everybody's different. No matter what you do, each child is different from the other, 100%. I wish this trial would start. I can put more news clips on. Oh, I got this. We can read this real quick. 3 teenagers have been charged with murdering a 27-year-old Pooler man last week. 2 16-year-old boys were charged Thursday with the murder of Tommy Moore, who was found dead September 6th in woods just west of Garden Acres Mobile Home Park, located on South Rogers Street near Tooten Drive. Nathan Quinton Betterton, 17, was charged with murder on Monday. All 3 men also have been charged with armed robbery. Betterton is being held at the Chatham County Jail without bond. The 16-year-olds are being held at Savannah Regional Youth Detention Center. Pooler Police Chief Mark Revenue said police won't release the names of the 16-year-olds until they are indicted. He expects them to be charged as adults. Revenue also isn't releasing any information on motive for the crime, but said the 3 teens knew Moore, whom police believe was shot to death about dusk September 5th. This wasn't a random crime, Revenue said. I need to make this bigger. I'm blind. There's no reason for people to feel unsafe. Moore lived in a home next to Garden Acres, Revenue said, and Betterton lives in the trailer park. Jessica Hobby, 27-year-old Garden Acres resident, found Moore's body as she was walking in the woods with her sister, Catherine Limbeth, 29. The woman had brought their sons, ages 1 and 3, on a walk down a nature trail, searching for bugs and spiders, things little boys like. When Hobby spotted the body, the sisters scooped up their sons and ran, afraid. Whoever killed Moore was still in the woods. He'd been dead for several hours. Hobby said she's relieved arrests were made in the case, but still is unsettled. So are other families. She said neighborhood kids have forts and tree houses in the woods and used to play there every day after school. Since it happened, it's been eerily quiet. Hobby said no one wants to let their kids out of sight anymore. Hobby and Limbeth said the idea that the boys so young, at just 16 and 17, could murder someone is frightening and sad. But they hope Moore's family gets justice. Nobody needs to die in the woods by themselves, Lambeth said. That's Billy's oldest child. This was from SavannahNowNews.com. Be safe driving. Up, court.
Good morning, everyone. Let's see. I'm almost ready. You don't have the cameras on me yet. I've got to get situated. Mr. Dean's favorite lamp. Okay.
I guess I'll sit here and talk while they're rummaging around the courtroom. When it comes on and they get going, I'm going to turn that speaker up and go try to calm the baby a little bit. My poor hubby's having a rough time with his little teething butt. I'm going to go do Orajel and Tylenol and rub his little back till he falls asleep. Yeah, she is sharp. The one that's on the stand, is that what you're talking about, or the judge? Oh, he got quiet. He's grumpy today. Poor guy. Yeah, the blonde. You okay?
Yeah. He's sick.
He's sick?
Yeah.
No, he ain't.
Look at him.
He caught my cold.
I think so.
You want me to hold him?
I got him.
I think it's because he's teething. The volume's on. They're talking, but not. Hold on, guys. Let me mute. He's saying the baby got a cold. Hold on.
Are we ready to take our places? Please bring out Ms. Simon.
Man, poor baby. He looks awful. His little eyes are all puffy. I told my husband to call his dad and get him up to the doctor's. She's right up the street. There's no excuse. Okay.
All right, good morning, everyone. We are on the record for the state of Georgia versus Leilani Marie Simon, SBCR 22-03364J6. Let the record reflect that counsel are present for the state. AUSA Tim Dean is present, ADA Jenny Parker, and Detective Lemons, and that Ms. Simon is present with her counsel, and she's seated between her counsel, Robert Purse, and Martin Hilliard. Is the state ready to proceed?
The state is ready, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
We are, Judge, but we may need to take up something.
Mr.
I'm paying attention this time. I turned it on. We may need to take up something outside the presence of the jury, Judge. And again, we can do it later this morning at lunchtime. It doesn't matter. But there's some evidence that we expect the state to try and get into this morning or early this afternoon. And we just need to deal with that before we get to it. So other than that, that's all we have to deal with today, Judge.
So, Mr. Dean.
I think now would be a good time to take it up.
That was my thought too. I want to let the jury know what we're doing. That we just have some matters that have to be taken up outside their presence, and then we'll go ahead and dig in. Bring the jurors in, please.
jury is not entering. That's everyone, Judge.
Thank you, Birch. Good morning. Please have a seat. Good to see you. Everyone else, please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a good evening. Thank you for being here on time and ready to go. I have to ask you these questions. Has everyone been able to comply with my instructions not to discuss the case or do any research?
Yes, sir.
And that's a yes from everyone. And so while we are ready to get started right now, there are some matters that have to be taken up outside the presence of the jury. That will happen occasionally. I think it may have already happened some. So I wanted you to be brought in so that you would know we're not out here just twiddling our thumbs. So I'm going to have to ask you to step back to the deliberations room so we can deal with those legal matters.
Jury's exiting.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Hilliard, I'll turn to you.
Your Honor, the state's put me on notice that they're going to attempt to get into some text messaging. It looks like beginning on or around September 25th of 2022 up to, and I don't want to put words in Mr. Dean's mouth, but it looks like through maybe the day of October 4th, 2022, of an alleged affair between Miss Simon and an unknown subject by the name of Craig. And the text messages were provided in discovery, and they were part of the phone extraction, and they were done pursuant to the search warrant. If I'm making a statement, let me know, Tim. However, the main thing is the motion in limine I'm making is this to exclude these text messages as they're more prejudicial than probative, number one. Number two, they don't relate to any material allegation in the indictment. None of the false statements accounts are in relation to these text messages. Number two and number three, I don't think that they do anything other than attempt to introduce her character into evidence and interject her character improperly. So for those reasons, I make a motion only to exclude any testimony regarding these text messages back and forth between the unknown subject, Craig. So I think that's short, succinct, and to the point. So.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hilliard. Mr. Dean?
The court will remember that our motion pertaining to intrinsic evidence that we intended to introduce listed as one of those categories, evidence of tension, unhappiness between the defendant and her boyfriend. And that has now been ruled admissible. This specific aspect of that, I think, is, I don't know that we explicitly addressed this on this past Thursday. But the original motion, part of it was, and this is in there, the court can look back, and things were so bad between the two of them that it pushed the defendant to commence a sexual relationship with a drug dealer as a form of solace in the weeks leading up to Quinton's disappearance. And this would be evidence of that. As Mr. Hilliard said, these text messages extend from September 25th to October 4th, so they're tightly connected in time to the day of the crime. And I'll talk just briefly about what they show. I have, as a matter of fact, I'll approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 83.
All right.
I have a copy of it as well.
Thank you.
Here's how it comes up naturally in this portion of Detective Lemon's investigation. At this point, we've just seen this interview, these interviews yesterday, where she identified the drug dealer whom she saw that night as Red. Okay, she calls him Red. Sometime after that, but still, this is the night of October 5th, early morning hours of October 6th. They go through her phone in some more detail, and they find a bunch of text messages between her and a contact saved as Craig. And they ask her who Craig is, and she says Craig and Red are the same person. So she's identifying Craig now as her drug dealer, and not just any drug dealer, but the ones that she ran off to that night after getting into an argument with the defendant about about his lack of sexual desire for her. Okay, so this is the person that she's going to in response to that incident between her and Mr. Youngkin. And now, after opening statement and some of the evidence, I expect the court to be a little more familiar with our theory of the case and how what was going on with the Danny defendant relationship, how it plays into what happened that night. In these messages, one, they make out a recent sexual relationship, and I'll just draw the court to a couple messages in particular, so you don't have to read them all. On page 9, so page 9 of the document, starting at line 123. This is an incoming message from Craig to the defendant on October 1, in which he says, "That was good as fuck. I'll take that anytime. Friday. No, I made you come for long. Be down to do that again anytime." And then she sends another response at line 125. "And yes, you did for a good ass minute." All right, so that's thing number one. They clearly make out a sexual relationship. Thing number two is that there's some indications in here that there is a connection to Danny. On page 2 of the document, line 13, at the top, the defendant sends a message to Craig. Starting at line 12, Craig sends a message to her saying, you okay today? Your man here?" And she responds in the next line, "Yeah, I'm okay. He's on his BS today, and I don't feel like arguing." So there's some of that in here that they're talking about Danny, and she's talking about him in kind of a frustrated tone. So we do think that these messages and the fact of this relationship are part and parcel of the Danny defendant status of the relationship kind of subject matter that has already been ruled admissible. They're sort of intertwined with that. And it's further intrinsic to that night because that's the guy who she was going to see and whose house she was at for 10 minutes. evidence. This is not just character assassination. It really does help tell the story. Okay. The other thing, and this is similar to the argument that I made for some of the Stingrays stuff the other day on Thursday, is that they in the interview that comes next, they've seen these messages, and so they ask her who's Craig, and she says, "Oh, that's Red, same guy. That's a drug dealer. This guy I saw that night." And they ask her point blank, "Is there anything going on between the two of you? Is there a sexual relationship?" And she tells them no. Right, so she denies it. Again, even if she hadn't denied it, even if she had said, yeah, I think it's still admissible for the reasons that I've articulated to this point. But then the fact that she denies it makes it further relevant because she's charged with making numerous other false statements in the same interview. We have to prove that those statements were knowingly false. And part of that involves proving that that she was lying up and down about basically everything she talked about that day. So that's why we think this evidence ought to come in. I understand that there is some prejudicial effect to it. However, the test is not whether there's some prejudicial effect. The test is whether the probative value of the evidence is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. And I just think that's a very difficult thing to say. You know, the rules are supposed to be rules of inclusion. Exclusion based on 403 grounds is characterized in the case law as an extraordinary remedy. And given that he was the guy that she went and saw that night after this fight, and part of our case is saying that she was in this fraught emotional state, I just don't see how the court could say the probative value of this evidence is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. I mean, these are the facts of the case. These are the facts of that night. So that's our position on this evidence, Your Honor.
Mr. Hilliard.
Your Honor, 24403 states specifically, relevant evidence may be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, misleading the jury, or by considerations of undue delay, waste of time, or needless presentation of cumulative evidence. Whether or not she had this affair, or whether or not she was having sex with this person named Craig, bears no relevance to any of the issues in the case. I understand Mr. Dean wants it to be, but his argument that he just made was, well, she's charged with other false statements in the indictment, so the fact that she made false statements about having an affair means that she might make these other, that's propensity to commit a crime. Okay? It's exactly one of the reasons to exclude prejudicial evidence. So I understand why Mr. Dean wants it, I understand why he's asking for it, but that's the main reason to exclude it, not include it. So that's why we're making the motion in limine, Judge, and we leave it with the court.
All right. I'm going to take a moment to consider what you've both just presented. So let's take about a 15-minute break. We're in recess.
This is the one thing I don't like. They keep taking all these breaks so quick. It's going to be a long day. I don't understand if the guy she's texting is the drug dealer that she went to see that night, why that would even be a thought. Isn't that what they said? Do you guys want to go back and listen to it again? What time is it? 11:07. How long did that go on for? We'll watch it again.
And that Ms. Simon. All right, good morning, everyone. We are on the record for the state of Georgia versus Leilani Marie Simon, SPCR 22-03364J6. Let the record reflect that counsel are present for the state. AUSA Tim Dean is present, ADA Jenny Parker, and Detective Lemons, and that Ms. Simon is present with her counsel, and she's seated between her counsel, Robert Purse and Martin Hilliard. Is the state ready to proceed?
The state is ready, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
We are, Judge, but we may need to take up something.
Mr.
I'm paying attention this time. I turned it on. We may need to take up something outside the presence of the jury, Judge. And again, we can do it later this morning at lunchtime. It doesn't matter. But there's some evidence that we expect the state to try and get into this morning or early this afternoon. And we just need to deal with that before we get to it. So other than that, that's all we have to deal with today, Judge.
So, Mr. Dean.
I think now would be a good time to take it up.
That was my thought too. I want to let the jury know what we're doing. That we just have some matters that have to be taken up outside their presence, and then we'll go ahead and dig in. Bring the jurors in, please.
Jury is not entering. That's everyone, Judge.
Thank you, Bert. Good morning. Please have a seat. Good to see you. Everyone else, please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a good evening. Thank you for being here on time and ready to go. I have to ask you these questions. Has everyone been able to comply with my instructions not to discuss the case or do any research?
Yes, sir.
And that's a yes from everyone. And so while we are ready to get started right now, there are some matters that have to be taken up outside the presence of the jury. That will happen occasionally. I think it may have already happened some. So I wanted you to be brought in so that you would know we're not out here just twiddling our thumbs. So I'm going to have to ask you to step back to the deliberations room so we can deal with those legal matters.
Jury's exiting.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Hilliard, I'll turn to you.
Your Honor, the state's put me on notice that they're going to attempt to get into some text messaging. It looks like beginning on or around September 25th of 2022. up to, and I don't want to put words in Mr. Dean's mouth, but it looks like through maybe the day of October 4th, 2022, of an alleged affair between Miss Simon and an unknown subject by the name of Craig. And the text messages were provided in discovery, and they were part of the phone extraction, and they were done pursuant to the search warrant. If I'm making a statement, let me know, Tim. However, the main thing is the motion in limine I'm making is to exclude these text messages as they're more prejudicial than probative, number one. Number two, they don't relate to any material allegation in the indictment. None of the false statements accounts are in relation to these text messages. Number two and number three, I don't think that they do anything other than attempt to introduce her character into evidence and interject her character improperly. So for those reasons, I make a motion to exclude any testimony regarding these text messages back and forth between the unknown subject, Craig. So I think that's short and succinct to the point.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hilliard. Mr. Dean?
The court will remember that our motion pertaining to intrinsic evidence that we intended to introduce listed as one of those categories, evidence of tension, unhappiness between the defendant and her boyfriend. And that has now been ruled admissible. This specific aspect of that, I think, is, I don't know that we explicitly addressed this on this past Thursday, but the original motion, part of it was, and this is in there, the court can look back, and things were so bad between the two of them that it pushed the defendant to commence a sexual relationship with her drug dealer as a form of solace in the weeks leading up to Quinton's disappearance. And this would be evidence of that. As Mr. Hilliard said, these text messages extend from September 25th to October 4th, so they're tightly connected in time to the day of the crime. And I'll talk just briefly about what they show. I have, as a matter of fact, I'll approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 83.
All right.
I have a copy of it as well.
Thank you.
Here's how it comes up naturally in this portion of Detective Lemon's investigation. At this point, we've just seen this interview, these interviews yesterday, where she identified the drug dealer whom she saw that night as Red. Okay, she calls him Red. Sometime after that, but still, this is the night of October 5th, early morning hours of October 6th. They go through her phone in some more detail, and they find a bunch of text messages between her and a contact saved as Craig. And they ask her who Craig is, and she says Craig and Red are the same person. So she's identifying Craig now as her drug dealer, and not just any drug dealer, but the ones that she ran off to that night after getting into an argument with the defendant about about his lack of sexual desire for her.
Yep, that's exactly what he said. It's the same dealer. That's important. It's important to know that Leilani was messing around with that dude. The judge is going to rule for that to be in. I can't wait to hear it. You hear it, Cher? You want to say hello? You want to say hi? My poor little guy. Look how puffy his eye is from this cold. Yeah, I'm live. The baby's on live with me. Did you get in touch with the doctor?
No, I got questions for you real quick.
Okay, hold on, guys. I'm going to put this back on.
Okay. So this is the person that she's going to in response to that incident between her and Mr. Youngkin. And now, after an opening statement and some of the evidence, I expect the court to be a little more familiar with our theory of the case and how the what was going on with the Danny defendant relationship, how it plays into what happened that night. In these messages, one, they make out a recent sexual relationship, and I'll just draw the court to a couple messages in particular, so you don't have to read them all. On page 9, so page 9 of the document, starting at line 123. This is an incoming message from Craig to the defendant on October 1, in which he says, "That was good as fuck. I'll take that anytime. Friday. No, I made you come for a long time." And she responds on line 124, "I would be down to do that again anytime." And then she sends another response at line 125. "And yes, you did for a good ass minute." All right, so that's thing number one. They clearly make out a sexual relationship. Thing number two is that there's some indications in here that there is a connection to Danny. On page 2 of the document, line 13, at the top, the defendant sends a message to Craig. Starting at line 12, Craig sends a message to her saying, you okay today? Your man here?" And she responds in the next line, "Yeah, I'm okay. He's on his BS today, and I don't feel like arguing." So there's some of that in here that they're talking about Danny, and she's talking about him in kind of a frustrated tone. So we do think that these messages and the fact that this relationship are part and parcel of
The doctor doesn't open until 2 today. Here, she's at another office. Dr. Chen, she has a weird schedule, so he couldn't get in touch with them. That's why he didn't make an appointment. But he's ridiculous. This baby is 10 months old. Did you give him peanut butter? Did you give him peanuts? Yeah, I'm sitting here feeding the baby steak. Do you want... Ridiculous. I didn't give your baby peanut butter, Bailey. I'm 47 years old. I know how to mother. I raised you. You're still alive. Okay, let me put this back on. Thank you for bearing with me, guys.
Of the Danny defendant status of the relationship kind of subject matter that has already been ruled admissible. They're sort of intertwined with that. And it's further intrinsic to that night because that's the guy who she was going to see and whose house she was at for 10 minutes. This is not just character assassination. It really does help tell the story. Okay. The other thing, and this is similar to the argument that I made for some of the Stingrays stuff the other day on Thursday, is that they in the interview that comes next, they've seen these messages. And so they ask her, "Who's Craig?" And she says, "Oh, that's Red, same guy. That's a drug dealer. This guy I saw that night." And they ask her point blank, "Is there anything going on between the two of you? Is there a sexual relationship?" And she tells them no. Right? So she denies it. Again, even if she hadn't denied it, even if she had said, yeah, I think it's still admissible for the reasons that I've articulated to this point. But then the fact that she denies it makes it further relevant because she's charged with making numerous other false statements in the same interview. We have to prove that those statements were knowingly false. And part of that involves proving that that she was lying up and down about basically everything she talked about that day. So that's why we think this evidence ought to come in. I understand that there is some prejudicial effect to it. However, the test is not whether there's some prejudicial effect. The test is whether the probative value of the evidence is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. And I just think that's a very difficult thing to say. You know, the rules are supposed to be rules of inclusion. Exclusion based on 403 grounds is characterized in the case law as an extraordinary remedy. And given that he was the guy that she went and saw that night after this fight, and part of our case is saying that she was in this fraught emotional state, I just don't see how the court could say the probative value of this evidence is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. I mean, these are the facts of the case. These are the facts of that night. So that's our position on this evidence, Your Honor.
Mr. Hilliard.
Your Honor, 24403 states specifically, relevant evidence may be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, misleading the jury, or by considerations of undue delay, waste of time, or needless presentation of cumulative evidence. Whether or not she had this affair, whether or not she was having sex with this person named Craig, bears no relevance to any of the issues in the case. I understand Mr. Dean wants it to be, but his argument that he just made was, well, she's charged with other false statements in the indictment, so the fact that she made false statements about having an affair means that she might make these other, that's propensity to commit a crime. Okay? It's exactly one of the reasons to exclude prejudicial evidence. So I understand why Mr. Dean wants it, I understand why he's asking for it, but that's the main reason to exclude it, not include it. So that's why we're making the motion in limine, Judge, and we leave it with the court.
All right. I'm going to take a moment to consider what you've both just presented. So let's take about a 15-minute break. We're in recess.
I forgot we were on break till she said that again. My kid's driving me crazy. No, it's the same one, Diamond Eyes. We went back and rewatched it. Well, you guys rewatched it. I didn't get to because I'm dealing with my hypochondriac son who thinks I gave his 10-month-old peanut butter. Are you serious? Poor baby just got a really bad cold. His nose is running. He just wants me to hold him. Hubby got him now for him, and he's trying to calm him. It's about time for him to eat. I don't think my husband knows that. We'll let him deal with him cry for a minute. Freaking ridiculous. I've been trying to get a Band-Aid off my grandson's head for a week. The Band-Aid's still there. He got a bath last night, and it was like, leave the Band-Aid on. He's teaching them to be big babies. He better stop that shit. It makes me angry when they act like you don't know that how to parent, like how to take care of babies. It pisses me off. He does it all the time. Sitting there yelling at me. I need to know what he ate. I gave him whiskey, Bailey. What the fuck? All right. Let's see. They're still on break. The court thing changed, so maybe they'll be coming back soon. That was too early for a break. Oh. We can go watch some more Tragedy Pimp. Some news clips. How about if we go to YouTube? Hold on. I seen some news clips. Let's go put a news clip on. That's a trial. Let's see. This poor baby. He's so miserable.
Testimony continues over evidence collected at the home of Leilani Simon, the latest on the murder trial in Chatham County.
Plus, early voting began in Georgia today. We'll have an update from election workers about how the first day is going.
And the South Carolina Department of Education is rating schools. We're going to take a look at how districts are doing across the state and in our area. Well, thank you for joining us here on The News at 6. I'm Mike Sula.
And I'm Dawn Baker. Day 2 of testimony in the Leilani Simon murder trial.
The Chatham County mom charged with killing her 20-month-old son and discarding his body in a dumpster. WTOC's Flynn Snyder is live at the Chatham County Courthouse where he has been all day. Flynn, the case's lead detective taking the stand today.
Yeah, Mike, Dawn, good evening. Court wrapping up just moments ago. For hours today, the case's lead detective was on the stand, walking jurors through some of the first interviews that Simon had with investigators on the day her son Quinton was reported missing. Hysterical yelling rants. That's how the Leilani Simon case's lead investigator characterized interviews with the mom soon after her toddler Quinton was reported missing.
Sometimes when it kind of questioned her statement or her timeline, it would start to escalate into this.
After pulling Simon's phone records, Detective Marion Lemon said she became skeptical of the mother's story about a trip to pick up mouth medication from a friend on the night Quinton died.
Did you see any record of those phone calls in her phone?
No.
Detective Lemon's also revealing text messages that she says showed Simon made an undisclosed trip to a drug dealer that night.
Headed to 204 was the text, and that meant that she was going to the drug dealer's house or their location to meet up to pay off a drug front.
Prosecutors aiming to show what they say are Simon's devolving lies to investigators about her drug use and whereabouts on October 4th and 5th, 2022. Also on the stand Tuesday, a Chatham County police officer showed jurors photos of inside Simon's home. He talked about apparent vomit found on Quinton's pillow and told jurors that there were no signs of forced entry on Simon's front door. Now, late today, prosecutors played another police-recorded interview that they say shows Simon admitting to further drug use and deteriorating mindset, two things that prosecutors say are central to why they believe the mother killed her own toddler. Cross-examination of Detective Lemons is expected to start tomorrow when court picks up at 10 a.m. Reporting in Savannah, Flynn Snyder, WTOC News.
All right. He's Jesus. Hold on.
Hi, this is Jake from Optry. Optry is a...
Here's another
Like
one.
in this case, if something
Oh, they did. The camera view changed on the courtroom, so I'm paying attention.
happening, a detective will respond out.
Today, the lead detective in a closely watched case in Chatham County taking the stand, day 2 of testimony in the Leilani Simon trial. Thank you for joining us here on The News at 4. I'm Mike Sela. Leilani Simon, the Chatham County mom charged with killing her 20-month-old toddler Quinton, then discarding his body in a dumpster 2 years ago. Our Flynn Snyder is live at the Chatham County Courthouse, and Flynn, prosecutors are playing some of Simon's first interviews that she had with investigators.
Yeah, Mike, that's right. Good afternoon. The lead detective in this case took the stand for hours today. She was walking jurors through some of the first interviews she had with Simon on the day the mother reported her toddler Quinton missing. Now, in that first interview, Simon is heard telling investigators that she went to a nearby gas station close to where prosecutors say she dumped Quinton's body to get mouth medication from a friend. The lead detective testified that after searching Simon's phone, she quickly found no evidence to back up Simon's story. The detective also said she found text messages showing the mom made a previously undisclosed stop to a drug dealer hours before prosecutors say she killed Quinton.
Did you see any record of those phone calls in her phone?
No. She said that she headed to 204 was the text, and that meant that she was going to the drug dealer's house or their location to meet up to pay off a drug front.
Now, in their opening statements yesterday, prosecutors said Simon made up a series of devolving lies to investigators about her drug use and whereabouts in the hours leading up to 20-month-old Quinton's death back in October 2022. Simon has pleaded not guilty to these charges. Testimony is continuing this afternoon here at the Chatham County Courthouse with 2 FBI agents who were involved in this investigation. We'll continue to watch that testimony, bring you any updates as they happen. We're live in Savannah this afternoon. Flint Snyder, WTOC News.
That's why it's important. It's the same dealer she went to that night when she said she was going to get Orajel. She was going to see her booty call. It's a lot to unpack. All that stuff was rumored. There was a friend of hers that was coming out and stating that she was cheating on Danny with the drug dealer. So I guess that's true, right? I've already been live for 2 hours and we've spent 5 minutes in the courtroom. Let's go see if there's any more news clips. Or maybe what other people were saying. Hey, did you all that follow Summer see the Kraken cases? Did a live? I didn't watch it yet. Does anybody know what it was about? Oh, Dippy's covering it. Let's go say hi to Dippy. Oh. Let's see if she'll see it. Hey, Dippy, brought my chat over live to say hey. That's what I wrote. Willing to go any length. All right, I guess Dippy ain't. She must have taken a break. She must be stretching her legs. All day 420 said, hey, Crystal. No, I don't want to report or block. Okay, let's go back. We can watch Jody Sue for a minute. Uh-oh. About fed up with most of y'all here, let's go talk about Cher. What else is on her wall? I can't believe she's not covering this. Unreal, dude. She's such a troublemaker. I don't know if you guys are chatting or what. You're just with me surfing. Very Savannah. Wonder if they're talking about the trial. Let's see.
What do you see?
A planet surrounded by stars and asteroids in the wondrous
Pizza? Whatever you
2.5 minutes left.
Okay. So I'm definitely getting strawberry, some sort of fried dough of some degree.
Okay.
Maybe
You alluded to a fritter of some sort.
Yeah, beignet.
No, they're eating. They're not even covering it. What the hell, dude? I don't want to go through everything I put for. I can't stand them. We're not going there. Oh, look, here's Justin, the troublemaker. What the fuck's he saying? Let's go see. Nothing. They're all. I can't even chat in there. I'm not subbed. Clutch your pearls, old lady. He doesn't even dress up as like a cool woman. He dresses up like an old lady. Mrs. Doubtfire and shit. It's dark outside, Diamond Eyes. It's light here. It looks sunny. I got all my curtains closed. I need to open them. It's been so cold. I'm just trying to keep all the heat in. I don't even know what the temperature is here today. Let's go see. 47. Yesterday it was 44 and got up to a high of 48. Let's see if we beat it today. I'm going to light a cigarette. I've been trying to time myself in between them. This is so boring. I want them to come back. Everybody else just ain't even talking. I'm shocked like the news stations aren't doing coverage in between. Oh shit. Holler Girls bringing out Jaguar rights stuff. She's good. You see her? You've been paying attention to her. She was saying something about Will Smith was selling Jaden to Diddy. You saw the groundhog go down its hole for 6 months. I hope these damn skunks and raccoons in the back of my house disappear. That's all I'm waiting for. And Halloween, I still haven't decorated. We'll be decorating a day of. What is today? The 16th? Oh my God. I'm usually decorated by September 15th. That's usually the day I start. I just haven't been feeling it. It's quiet. Everybody's in the other room. You guys think I can hit the bull? You think they'll come running in? I don't. I think the baby fell asleep. You was listening. This is boring, Lorianne. I don't know what to do. If I play all my material that I have for later, you know what I mean? Like I wanted to go over news clips later and I got all the court documents I wanted to go through during lunch. This is a very long morning. It's already 11:41. They were supposed to start at 10. They didn't come on till after 10:30. They were late. Then they went in the courtroom for a whole 3 to 5 minutes. And now we're on break again. We can't help it. I'm sure they have a reason for it, right? It just seems like yesterday was like that too. A whole lot of breaks. I hope after this they don't take no more breaks today. I want to push through. Where's my stuff? I told you guys I only have a little bit left. I've been trying to make it last till tomorrow. I can't. I'm smoking one. I guess smoke sesh. Everybody else just left their live stream. You went to Lily Dill? I never heard of that. What is that? Tell me, I'm interested. You'll be going to the Boswell? All right. I'll stream you if you allow me. No, the 2-year-old's coughing. Oh boy. Here we go. We are October 16th. Sixth season begins. I need a bubble. I need a bubble for the kids so nobody gets sick. I hate winter in Pennsylvania. However, I love winter in Pennsylvania because the one thing I got to give my state is we don't get too many disasters. The worst we get is snow. We get some tornadoes here and there, but it's not Florida. We don't have hurricanes. It's not like big time tornadoes because we have all the hills and you might get one. Like I think the last big one we had was in 1998. And the one before that was in the 60s. We get little ones here and there. Yeah, let's smoke, Lorraine. Lorianne. I keep calling you Lorraine. I'm sorry. Full of spirits. Apparently, my friend had a cabin there, famous. If they will allow me, I will allow you. Awesome. I'm excited for Boswell's Trail. She's another one, just like Leilani. Very similar. Casey Anthony, similar. Look, I'm running out of weed because this court wants to take all damn day. I didn't want to roll one. I wanted to smoke the bowl, but let's do that. Let's be wise. New York State. Oh, that's where it is. I'll have to look it up. That's cool as heck. What is it, like a Halloween town? They have a Halloween town somewhere. I love crafting for Halloween and making my own Halloween decorations. I've done nothing this year. It's horrible. No real reason not to do it neither. Just I haven't felt like it. I think it's just because our house has been busy and my daughter's waking up. It'll probably get loud here. She's the big mouth. I hear her upstairs walking around. Salem, Massachusetts. Yeah, that's where Lizzie Borden. I sort of have an obsession with Lizzie Borden because of my husband's ancestry. I want to visit Salem. Black Hat Mama. I've been saying that. I want to go visit Stephen King's house too. Go see the gates outside. That's up in that area. Nah. Maine. He's in Maine. I haven't watched no scary movies. Look, I'm just going to make this small. A bunch fell out. Across the bridge from you? Oh, you're lucky. You got pictures? Post some if you have a community post. I'll check them out. I'm going to look it up. My PCA just said he needs to wrap me in bubble wrap. You live in Massachusetts, but never been? You've never been to Stephen King's house? Oh my God. My husband would die. He loves him. Him, James Patterson. We have a little theater. Oh, they're coming back when I was getting ready to tell you something cool.
Okay, so we are now
Let's
back
go
on
watch.
the record in FPCR 22033664J6. There was a motion in limine by, oh, that's right. We need Miss Simon. We can bring Miss Simon out. That was a little bit more of a break. Let the record reflect that Ms. Simon has joined both of her attorneys at counsel's table. The attorneys for the state are present as well. We've taken a break on the defense motion in limine with regards to text messages that the state intends to present and admit into evidence. I've heard and considered the arguments for both. At this time, the court does find that the unredacted version of the text messages is inadmissible. I went through and read all of the text messages. The sexual and salacious nature of some of the text messages in exhibit are not relevant to the charged conduct. Now, after applying the balancing test, 403 balancing test, court finds that the probative value is that the prejudicial matters outweigh at this time the probative value. So they're not going to come in at this time. Now, if things change, the court will consider it, but at this time, that's court ruling. Madam Clerk, I'm going to pass down State's Exhibit 83.
So just to be clear, is it just the exhibit, or is it any testimony about from Detective Lemons about what they saw in the phone and what seemed to be going on with the defendant and Craig, and asking her about it and her answering? Is it just that the specific language in the messages is a 403 problem, or is it the subject matter in general?
The language is a 403 problem. Mr. Hilliard, do you object to the detectives just testifying about the information with the defendant and Craig/Red?
Well, my motion had to do with the prejudicial effect of. My motion had to do with the prejudicial effect of this affair, Judge. It has to do with the sexual nature of it, which has nothing to do with the charged conduct, the reason we're here, or anything to do with the indictment itself. So my motion had to do with any reference to the affair, the language, or anything like that. So I don't know how you can parse it out. I mean, we know that she went and met Red, but I don't think that there's any reason to get into the sexual nature of these text messages, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. And actually, I know how I see it in terms of parsing it out. The text messages don't come in, or at least the unredacted text messages do not come in as they stand right now. The fact that she met with Red has already been some of the testimony and some of the evidence. I do find her meeting with Red is intrinsic. How far should the court go? How far should the evidence go in the sexual relationship? You know, at this point, I'm going to find that the sexual relationship with Red is inadmissible at this time as well.
I understand, Your Honor.
Okay.
I just wanted to be clear that it was, and the only reason I ask is the court initially referenced the unredacted text messages, which suggested to me that perhaps there was, in the court's view, some way of sanitizing it or sort of softening the evidence that would make it admissible. But I understand the court's ruling. Of course, we accept it and we're ready to move on.
All right. I thank you for your clarifying question.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Hilliard. Okay. All right. Is there anything else that we need to take up before we bring the jury out?
No, Your Honor.
And I take it that we're going to pick up with Detective Lemons?
Yes.
Okay. And let's bring in the jury, please.
Jury's not entered. That's everyone, Judge.
Thank you. All right, you may all have a seat. Thank you. And the question is, have you been able to comply with the court's instructions? Have you discussed the case with anyone? No research done? All right, thank you very much. We will now resume. Mr. Dean, you may call your witness.
Marion Lemons. I think when we left off, we had just finished the interview that ended right about 10:30 at night.
It's game day at Raising Cane's. We've got tailgates of hand-battered, cooked-to-order chicken.
Again in the interview room.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I will publish from State's Exhibit 3 a file bearing the file name Interview Room 2355 to 0038.
Give me 1 second, Judge. I just want to make sure. No, Mr. Dean, not discussed, Judge. There'll be a little bit added at the end, but other than that, no objection.
Thank you, Mr. Hilliard. Mr. Dean, you may proceed.
I may proceed. We'll see whether I can. All right.
Come back to you. Help them. Like we've come in here several times and told you. It's like I've been open about everything that I could, and whatever I didn't clarify or say right, whenever I'm clarified, I would never be the reason for something happened to my baby. You can understand that. I'm so serious. Well, they always say that. Just relax. Just relax. It's hard to relax. And not only have I lost my son this morning when I woke up, he's not there. But by the end of the night, I'm sitting there being told that everything looks like it's my fault. It's my fault because I put my son to bed last night and woke up to him being gone. That's my fault. What happened? There's so many inconsistencies in your story. How? I've even sat there and got on like 360 for help, pulled up anything that I could to show tell that this is what happened. This is where I went. This is what I did. Here's the proof that this is where I went. Every time I leave my house, you can ask Sammy, you can ask everybody that them babies were all in that room. Every single one was in that room. When I went to bed, every single one was in that room. And yes, they were perfectly fine. Yes, they were breathing. Yes, he moved when I touched him. Yes, they were all in there. And they were perfectly okay. Okay? And then I got up, he was gone. You want to talk about a mother's worst nightmare? A mother's worst nightmare is not knowing dang well at all if her child is even okay or not. A mother's worst nightmare is not knowing if you were ever going to even know what actually happened to your baby. It's not sitting there wondering if he's going to get a proper funeral. He's wondering if he's ever going to get one at all. He's wondering if you're ever going to know what happened to him.
Let's just say he's not going to until you let us know the accident that happened.
There's nothing that happened. And I'm gonna say that there's no accident. There's no inconsistency. But because I forgot to say something about my hand back in front, and then I came out clear and true about it. Told you about it. No, I did not. I did not take a Percocet right now. I'm gonna go piss in the cup for you right now.
What did you do?
Right now. It was the Oreo. There's even Oreo in that freaking bathroom thing. There's one that's empty, which is the one that I ran out of when I called to ask to see if I had more. To see if they had more. No. So I got the one from her. Now there's one in there that's empty and there's one that's not. You'll see that in that bathroom. It's in the mirror. Okay.
Do you recall exactly when you left and where you met?
Yes. Misty.
Okay.
Exactly where I met her at. Right there. Like where those mailboxes and stuff you got.
What's Misty's last name?
I can't recall. I worked with her over before Sky was born. Before Sky was born.
We've got to talk to Misty right now. How do you get hold of her?
My phone is, I had her number in there. That's what I called her. I downloaded text now and tried to call that, and I called it and got through to her. So I asked her to straight up said, "You still have this mouth problems you got going on?" She said, "Big old thing right here. I can give you where she works at. I can at least give you that. She works at Bojangles. Bojangles on 17. On Ogeechee and 17. I can give you that. I don't know her last name.
A white lady or black lady?
White lady. White lady? 4'11" maybe. 4'12".
How old is she?
40s. Late 30s, early 40s.
What kind of car does she drive?
She walks, which is why I had a couple of boys for her.
What shift does she work at Bojangles?
I can't tell you that no more. They were not even open up for dinner when I was there and when I was working there, and they are now. So I can't tell you what shift she's working.
What kind of car was she driving when you met her at Bojangles?
She lives over there by Chevron or whatever. So she walked up and met me at the front of her neighborhood and gave it to me.
What other cars were there when you met her?
There was a tan older car, almost like a cop car Ford something, or whatever, tan sitting in her driveway.
In her driveway or the driveway or at the Chevron?
No, like when I pulled up, I could see like where she lived at. You could see her walk out of her driveway and walk up, and I'm pretty sure that was in her driveway of the tan car. So, but I've never seen her drive a car at all. Ever. She's always walked to work and walked home, to the point that I was giving her rides because it was too hot at one point to do that. So,
and when did the cereal spill in the back of the car?
That's been there, I won't lie. Even like over a month. My friend gave me a big old bag of a whole bunch of baby cereal that she didn't have anything to do with. I put it in the car.
What type of baby cereal? Like
first,
that you put, like it's almost like a rice consistency?
Rice or oatmeal is what it is. And
what type of container was it in?
The actual container itself that it comes in from the store.
What does that look like?
It's blue and it's about this big and it comes up like this, and there's a screw on top that pops open. Oh, whatever.
And what happened? How did it come?
2 of them that she gave me, she had just opened and she tried it with her baby, her 9-month-old baby, and it didn't work very well with him. So she gave me those and a whole bunch of the other ones that she bought. When I put it back in the car, got home, took it out, the bag ripped, it fell, it spilled. Got another bag, collected up what I could, and took it inside. I still have all that baby cereal from that day except for that one.
it's from Leaving Red.
I was leaving that, and that's when you went and you rubbed Quinton's hair.
I moved his hair out of his face and did this right here, and when I did, he said, and curled up. Exactly like that. Like, it was like touching me and curled up.
And then when you left again, when you left to go meet Missy,
It was like 1:13.
did you go by and check on Quinton as you walked out the door?
Yes. Yeah, and he was fine. He was still in the same position he was in when I moved his hair.
And what door did you walk out?
The back door.
The back door? At what time?
I can't remember exactly what time I walked out. I left the house like 1:13, so I probably walked out about 1:12, 1:11, and got in the car. And I went out the back door. That's where we park all the cars at. That's where we park them all at. So we always only use that back door. That front door is only ever used to set outside to smoke. Or let the kids play in the front yard.
Have you ever left your house without your phone before?
Without my phone? No, I always have my phone on me.
Everywhere you go?
Everywhere I go, work, home, even if it's dead, I have it on me. Always. You know, I do fail to charge it all the time, but I normally.
At any point last night, did your phone go dead and you didn't have a charge?
No. My phone was on at all times last night. It was even plugged in next to the bed when I did lay down. When I did get in the cars, the phone's at 2 or 3 or 4%, so I did plug it in. If it wasn't plugged in, it would have died, and my trips both times would have ended. You know, before I even got home, y'all would have seen the time that I arrived home if it didn't stay on.
Do you normally meet right out there at the Flacco's Tacos area?
In that general area, normally it's ride share that we got ride share across, but they have a lot of people there, and there was road work going to.
Where or who like coordinates with Brent?
What?
You or Danny? Like who talks to Brent?
Honestly, it's got multiple different numbers. So like we message or we call one, or I'll get in contact with like his cousin. His name's Craig or whatever, and ask. It's never like he never has the same.
You said Craig?
Yeah, I got in contact with Craig and I'll ask him, but that's just because they live at the same property.
Where do they live at?
For our street name is right after that ride share. It's like one of the first driveways after the ride share on the left hand side.
Okay.
One of the very first driveways.
Is it just Red and Craig there?
Yeah. And some older lady that lives in the back, but that's none of my business. That's the whole of the property.
Okay.
So.
Is it just you that kind of deals with them, or does Danny too?
And we both do.
Both do.
We both do. It's whoever decides to go, if we do decide to go.
Okay. They both deal the same thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
They both do the same thing. They don't even do nothing more than that. That's just what they do. They get hold of pills and get hold of weed.
How long a time, or minutes, seconds did you interact with Mitzi?
Missy, she walked up. I said, "Hey girl, how you doing?" She said, "I'm good." She was like, "How's your mouth?" I said, "Good, good." Was to take her out, but it's hurting like hell. And she's like, "Here you go." So that was literally like probably a 2-minute conversation, and then she went home and I got in the car and went off.
Did the ordeal give you any relief?
Enough relief to lay down long enough to fall asleep. When I woke up, my mouth was still hurting like hell, but it stayed down back here the way that I did it with a cotton ball and putting the orgeat on it, and then just kind of biting down on it. It stayed down long enough for me.
You found that the Percocets helped with that some?
I didn't take no Percocets back. No, I have to take Percocets.
Voting by mail is secure, and requesting a ballot is easy. Visit pa.gov/vote-by-mail to request your ballot today. You'll need a driver's license or PennDOT-issued photo ID. Apply for your ballot online or download a paper application and send it by mail.
All right, I've stopped the playback at 13 minutes and 47 seconds after midnight on October 6th of 2022. Now, you mentioned that you did go through the defendant's phone that day.
I did.
Manually, you talked about just thumbing through the actual phone itself.
Yes.
Did you look at the Cellbrite extraction that day, or was it just manual review?
For me, it was just manual.
Did you look in her text messages with Danny Youngkin?
Yes.
And in those text messages, did you see anything that was notable to you in terms of unsent messages?
I did.
Can you tell us about that?
There was a drafted message at the bottom that said getting Oragel,
When
or
you
headed to get Oragel.
Headed getting Oragel or headed to get Oragel?
Yes, sir.
Pardon me for interrupting. When you say a drafted text message at the bottom, can you just walk us through? I mean, I think everybody probably has cell phone.
Sure.
Can you walk us through very as clearly as you can what you mean?
Yeah, when you go to text somebody on your phone, you hit the little bubble at the bottom, type what you need to, but you have to send before it actually goes to that person. This was just the draft before she sent it to Daniel.
Just in the box where you type, but you're not hit send yet.
Yes.
Send yet. Okay. On this day, was the defendant kept in the room the entire time?
No.
Was she allowed to go out and smoke?
Yes.
Did that happen multiple times?
It did.
And in fact, on one occasion, did she just show herself out to smoke and walk out?
Yes.
Was she provided with food
Several times.
and water?
Yes.
Now, at what point in the day, I guess it's now we're on the morning of the 6th, right?
Yes.
At what point did y'all decide it was time to wrap up and get some sleep?
Well, we had finished at her residence, and shortly after this interview, we arranged transport for the whole family to return to the residence.
Okay, so did the three who were there in the police station that day go back to the house?
They did.
And did you stay there working, or did you go home and get some sleep, or what?
I stayed there for a little while and went home for a little while.
Now, I want to talk to you about the following days. Was there an effort made to follow up on the Misty Oragel story?
Yes.
And who was responsible for following up on the Misty aspect of that story?
Yes. For Misty, it was Special Agent Snyder.
And when did that happen? I mean, he'll testify about it, but when did it happen?
The following day.
Was there an effort to follow up on Danny's whereabouts on the morning of October 5th?
Yes.
And who was tasked with following up on that?
That was Detective Noble and Special Agent Solomon.
And was there some follow-up on Paul and when he had gotten home and so forth?
Yes.
And who was responsible for that?
Detective Noble and Agent Solomon.
Did they go out to the warehouse and get timesheets and some video?
Yes, the warehouse where everyone worked.
And there was some mention in these interviews of Henry Moss Jr.
Correct.
And we heard yesterday from 2 FBI agents that were involved in that follow-up
Yes.
from the Augusta FBI office.
Yes.
Now, at some point, did somebody obtain Henry Moss Jr.'s phone records?
Yes.
And who was that?
I believe we got the phone number from Special Agent Osden, and then we obtained the phone records afterwards.
And was that Detective Wilkins who got Henry Moss's phone records?
I believe so, yes.
And relayed them to you?
Yes.
Now, was there follow-up on the vehicle, the Dodge Journey?
There was.
And what did that involve?
A search warrant was applied for and executed on the vehicle, where we examined the inside, the outside, and then we also did what's called an infotainment search warrant.
And what is an infotainment search warrant?
So the electrical box that's in your vehicle, that stores data. So what we do, it's called an infotainment search, and we're just seeing what kind of data is stored in that electrical system.
And what kind of data can you get from those from some vehicles?
From some vehicles, you can get as meticulous as every time a door opened or a light turned on. Others, we don't get anything.
And you as the investigative team tried to do that in this case?
We did.
Was that effort successful?
It was not.
Why not?
That make and model did not have the data in that system.
Okay. But you tried.
We did.
Now, one thing on the vehicle I'd like to ask you about. We heard some testimony from Officer Schenker at cross-examination about a potential spot of blood on the driver's seat.
Yes.
And we also heard him testify that he provided all of his pictures that he took that day to you.
Yes, everyone was in constant contact with each other.
I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 84. And how many pages is that?
It is 2 pages and 4 photographs.
2 pages and 4 photographs? Yes. Front and back?
They are.
Um, 2 pages front and back.
Correct.
It's on page 1. It's the same picture on the front and back.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Same for page 2.
Yes,
Do you recognize those images?
I do.
What are they?
It is the front seat of the Dodge Journey, one with plain light and the second with the alternative light.
Is that the blue star that Officer Schenker was talking about?
Yes,
Where you can see the spots lighting up a little bit.
correct.
Okay. And is the first picture, can you see the little spots in there as well?
That may be the spots right in the center, but it's not like an apparent red or anything like that.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 84.
No objection, Your Honor.
84 is it next?
And I'll publish this in the journal. All right. On the screen here, are we seeing the first picture in that exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to zoom in here. What do you see there?
3 small dots.
Do they appear on their face to be blood to you?
No, they don't.
Can you tell whether they're fresh or old?
No, it's not. It doesn't look like fresh blood.
Moving to the next image. What are we looking at here?
It is those same 3 dots under the blue star.
Now, you were aware of this during the investigation?
I was.
Okay. Did you view it as significant?
No.
Is in an investigation, does every item that you collect or every observation that you or somebody on the team makes turn out to be important?
It does not.
Can you explain what you mean?
Especially in this type of investigation, but really any, you start as broad as possible, collect as much as possible, and look at every single thing you can. And then you start to realize what's important, what's not. And this is one of those that we did not deem important in our investigation.
Let me ask you a question, sort of for example, about electronic devices. How many phones are we going to be talking about in this case?
Of significance, 3.
Okay. How many electronics did y'all seize from the house in the course of the search warrant there?
Probably over 15.
Old computers, old phones, things
Thumb
like that?
drives, CDs.
And we have about like 37 people on our witness list.
Yes.
How many people were interviewed in the course of this investigation?
Well over 100.
And I think we introduced 100 some images that Officer Schenker took at the residence on
Yes.
September 5th. And how many did he take total?
I believe it was almost 400.
Were some of them in the RV under the carport?
Yeah.
Some of them in Billy Joe Howell and Thomas Howell's master bedroom?
Yes.
Any reason to think that that room has any relevance to the investigation?
No.
How long do you think it would take to try this case if we were to call every person that you all interviewed and introduce into evidence every picture and item that you all collected at the broad stage of the investigation early on?
Including the canvas that Special Agent Austin provided, months.
Thank you. Now, one more question in reference to the driver's seat and the little spots. I have to ask you this. On October 5th at headquarters, you interacted with the defendant a lot.
Yes.
Was she menstruating that day?
She mentioned that she was, yes.
And did she have to go to the bathroom a couple of times to apply feminine hygiene products?
Yes.
Thank you. Was there a follow-up with these 3 cell phones that you all had taken that day?
Specifically Leilani's.
Can you tell me about that?
So at Chatham County Police Department, our system's called Celebrite that does the forensic extraction we talked about. Savannah Police Department, though, has a system that can do a deeper dive into the phone. It's called Gray Key.
And what happened in reference to the defendant's phone?
Yeah, Detective Cox reached out to Savannah Police, and they did a Gray Key extraction of her cell phone.
And did that have something to do with the fact that it was an iPhone?
I believe so. iPhones like to be difficult.
Now, was there a follow-up done in reference to the Chevron/Azalea issue?
There was, yes.
Can you tell us, generally speaking, about that?
Yes, we went out and looked for video footage in that area. The Chevron gas station as well as Azalea Mobile Home Park both had cameras.
And when you say we went out, were you involved in that?
I was.
And what day was that?
That was on the 6th, the following day.
Okay. So you were involved in the video canvas in that area?
Correct.
Were you there when they collected the footage that day?
I was not.
And was there follow-up in reference to the dumpsters and garbage trucks and ultimately the landfill?
Yes.
And who was the point person for that?
That would be Detective Noble.
Now, we heard some testimony yesterday from Special Agent Austin about the involvement of the CARD team. Can you remind us of what that acronym stands for?
Yes, it's the Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team, and we asked him to come down and assist.
Now, were you the lead detective for the Chatham County Police Department at this point?
Yes.
And who was the lead for the FBI?
Agent Brad Snyder.
Did the two of you work directly with the CARD team?
We did.
And can you tell us about what that involved?
We wanted as much information and as many resources as the CARD team could give us. One of those things was a template for a canvas that our team did.
And what did the canvas operation look like? Where did y'all do those things?
So canvassing, easily broken down, was just knocking on every single person's door. We did Buckhalter Road, Garrard Avenue into Azalea, as well as I-95 and Highway 204 area.
And what was the manpower requirement involved in this thing, this canvas operation?
We broke out into 3 teams, those 3 separate locations. Each team probably had roughly 30 law enforcement officers.
And how many teams now?
3.
3 teams.
So around 90.
Okay. And how many days did this canvas operation take?
I believe it took 2 days.
And did each encounter involve filling out a questionnaire?
It did.
And those are questionnaires Special Agent Austin talked about?
Yes.
And did they help you tailor those for this case?
Yes, he did.
I'd like to approach with an object that I do not intend to introduce into evidence, but I would like to talk about it a little bit. And just to make the record clear on what this is, what is this here? What are we looking at?
This is binder 4 of my case file. It is the template canvas sheets that were filled out.
What size binder is that?
It is a 5-inch binder.
And roughly how many pages of interview form canvas questionnaires are in there?
700.
Did you guys also set up a tip line?
We did.
What is a tip line?
So we just used a extra cell phone, and we put up a voicemail advising people to call this number, or excuse me, we put about a notice advising people to call this number if they had any information on Quinton Simon's disappearance. And then a voicemail was set up asking whoever was calling to give us as much information, and we would call back if it was something to follow up on.
Was that something that was done on the advice of the CARD team?
Yes.
As part of the best practices in investigating a child disappearance?
Yes.
Possible abduction?
Yes.
Tell me about the manpower involved in responding to tip line calls.
One of the detectives at all times was assigned to the phone and to follow up on each one of the voicemails that was left, to review them to see whether or not they needed additional follow-up.
Does the Chatham County Police Department have a dive team?
We do, yes.
Was the dive team involved in on October 5th, 2022, or the days following?
Yes.
What is a dive team?
So it's, I think it's in connection with Marine Patrol, but it's scuba divers who have the proper qualifications and do search and rescue.
And did the dive team do anything in this investigation?
Yes, they did.
Can you tell us about those things?
Yes. Behind the residence is a in-ground pool that had a layer of algae on it, and standing above it, you aren't able to see inside. So the dive team went in and made sure there was nothing inside the pool. As well as during our canvas, there's several ponds in the area, and they made sure to look through those as well.
I think you've already said that you did receive the defendant's cell right extraction from Sergeant Coleman of the forensics unit.
Yes.
And did you review the extraction of her phone?
Yes.
And did you find any evidence in her phone revealing anything about the state of her relationship with Danny Youngkin in the days, weeks, months leading up to October 4th?
Yes.
Can you describe that to us in broad terms, please?
Through their text messages, it was pretty apparent what kind of relationship they had.
Anything other than text messages?
There was some concerning web searches as well.
Any videos?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
There was a clip that was recorded on August 6th of 2022 where Leilani was blaming Daniel basically for the suicide that she was about to go commit.
Now, have we prepared a couple of exhibits capturing the things that you just described.
Yes.
Do you see in front of you an exhibit marked as States 18?
I do.
Can you tell us what this is?
It is a series of text messages between Leilani and Daniel.
And were those pulled from the cell rat extraction performed by Sergeant Coleman?
They are, yes.
Do you see a disc marked as States Exhibit 19?
I do.
What is that?
I believe it is the suicide video.
The video that you just described?
Yes.
And do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 20?
I do.
And what is that?
It is a web search that was found on her cell phone.
You are out to introduce these items in as States 18, 19, and 20.
Any objections?
With regard to 18, Judge, no objection. Is there 19 or 20? No objection as to 19. No objection as to I think the photograph, and no objection as to number 20, which is.
Okay, so states exhibits 18, 19, and 20 are admitted without objection.
Your Honor, at this time I'll publish States Exhibit 18. And may I have a seat?
Yes.
Thank you. We have on the screen here slide 1 of States Exhibit 18. And what I'd like to do with this exhibit
So this was sent on 7/12/22. It says, I want to feel beautiful, not barely average. I want to feel loved, not just liked. I want to feel wanted, not just tolerated. I want to be able to look at you and know it's just me, not wondering how many others there are. I want to feel like my body is worth showing off, not like it's just been trashed from having 3 kids. I want to feel the way you made me feel in the beginning, like I'm treasured and safe, not like I'm just here because you really don't have a choice.
Slide 2.
Sent on 7/15/22. And I damn sure ain't the reason why you talk to other bitches in the first goddamn place or you put your dick in to begin with.
Slide 3.
On 8/6/22. Yeah, go get yourself some ass. I know mine is good enough. Never was, never will be.
Now, the video that's been introduced into evidence is States Exhibit 19. When was this video? Were you able to tell when the video was filmed?
Yes, we were.
Okay. What was the date that video was filmed?
On August 6th.
At this time, I will publish States Exhibit 19.
To Sky, Zane, and Quinton. Mama tried. you. I can't love myself. If I can love myself, how can I love y'all? I've tried over and over and over and I failed. I screamed for help and I don't get it. This guy, you are such a beautiful little girl. I wish I could watch you grow up. I wish I could hold you for your first heartbreak because my mama didn't. Sky, I love you, baby girl. And Zane, you were so handsome, so sweet, so protective. You were gonna be such a good man one day. Just a good man. I hope you grow up and you learn what loyalty is. And you learn how to treat a woman and how to love a woman. And Quinton, baby, you are a middle child. You're so happy all the time. You smile all the time. I wish I could see what kind of man you would be too. And Maggie, I loved you. I loved you with all of me, all of my heart. I loved you. I worshipped the ground you walked on. When we found each other, we were both in such fragile states. And I built you back up. I would do anything for you. But during this time that I was building you back up, you were doing things that would eventually tear me back down. And even now, after everything that I think has been brought to the light, hopefully it was everything, right? Even now, you look at me with the same look in your eyes that you have when you talk about Caitlin. I don't hear the love in your voice anymore. I don't feel the love in your touch anymore. And I definitely don't see the love in your eyes anymore. Like you truly loved me, like you claimed you wouldn't have done all that. Even when I was carrying your child and hating myself every fucking day, crying myself to sleep every fucking night because you did not want to have sex with me. You did not want to love me. You just did not want me. And I wanted you. I wanted you. I wanted you more than life itself. But you've proven that it was only one way. That feeling was only one way. That love, that loyalty, it was all one way. You take care of my kids. Okay? You couldn't take care of me. You couldn't love me. You couldn't do me right. So please, for the love of fucking God, do my kids right. And my kids are down at the river now. Bye, Daddy.
All right, moving back to State's Exhibit 18, slide 3. So is it the case that that message on slide 3 was sent the same day that video was filmed?
Yes.
Slide 4.
This is on August 22nd in 2022. There's no being past it when you have done nothing to make me feel better about myself, when you have done nothing to make me feel like you still want me like you did before, so stop.
Slide 5.
This is on September 9th. Hope you had fun with whatever bitch you met up with.
Slide 6.
Also September 9th. You can take everybody else's feelings into consideration, but you don't take mine. You can hang out with everybody else, but you don't want to hang out with me when I want you to.
Slide 7.
September 9th. I really fucking wish I never drove to North Carolina to meet you. That was the biggest mistake I could have ever made.
Slide 8.
September 9th. No matter how much I stress how I'm feeling, you don't give a shit. No matter how much I scream and cry, you don't change nothing. You say doing the same thing or being even more distant or hanging out with anybody but me.
Slide 9.
September 10th. You're the reason I'm angry every day. You're the reason I'm depressed, why I feel the way I do about myself.
Slide 10.
September 10th. When I was pregnant and moved down here for my kids, you chose other women or porn to satisfy you, not me.
Slide 11.
September 10th. When I need reassurance, you continue to change password, to hide phones, to have it on silent.
Slide 12.
These are both on September 17th, and they are requesting for Daniel to join Life 360.
So that text in the box, would that be text that she typed or more like a link that she sent to him?
A link.
Requesting that he do what now? Reading those first few words.
Join my Life 360 circle.
Can you tell us how far apart these two invitations were in time?
24 minutes.
Slide 13. This one is exceedingly difficult to make out on the screen. So can you walk us through what slide 13 is?
So these are both on 9/18. Excuse me, all four of these are on 9/18, and they're all the same hyperlink sent to Daniel.
Separately?
Yes.
Slide 14.
Sent on September 21st. I'm tired of begging for sexual attention.
Slide 15.
Sent on September 21st. I'm not good enough to fuck. Not good enough to even try to fuck.
Slide 16.
Both sent on September 21st. No, I don't feel amazing. I feel like I'm a girlfriend that you got to hide your shit around because you don't want me to know what the fuck you're up to. I feel like I'm just the person that you keep around because you're comfortable with me, not because you want me. I'm tired of feeling like I'm sexually worthless.
Slide 17.
On September 21st. No, I don't know you love me. I know you're comfortable with me. I know you're used to me. I know you don't want me to love anybody else, but I do not think you love me because you do not want to have sex with me. You do not want to spend time with me if you do not want to do anything with me anymore.
Now, slide 18, this one looks different from all the other ones, right?
Yes.
Was this one, in fact, taken from Danny's phone?
Yes.
But is it from the defendant?
It is.
And can we tell that because of the phone number and the way he has her saved?
Yes.
All right. And he had her saved as what?
Lonnie baby.
Okay. Now, can you read this message for us, please? Well, actually, let me ask you this. When was this one sent?
The day before Quinn's disappearance was reported.
Okay. What date and time specifically?
October 4th.
At what time of day? And look carefully before answering, please.
It's at 1:49 a.m.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and read it, please.
So I fell asleep on the couch for...
Designed by women, for women, that's Warner's. Celebrating women every day.
Les Mills is up before the alarm, sweating out Saturday on Sunday. Les Mills is worth knowing.
and it was Life 360 saying, ask Daniel to charge his phone. So when I opened the app and saw that your phone was at 1%, I won't lie, it made me start to think again. And there is a possibility that I'm just overthinking. But here are what my thoughts were. He knows we got to work in the morning. He was just on his phone literally right before he laid down. Why didn't he plug it in? Well, he said he wanted me to be nice, so I guess I'll plug it in for him. My dumbass literally grabbed the charger and then went to grab your phone. But guess what? What happened when I got to that point, Danny? I couldn't find your phone. I don't understand how you expect me to believe when you say I'm not doing anything wrong or I don't have anything to hide, when one, you never let me look at your phone without a fight, even when I offer mine in exchange. Two, you always 24/7 keep your phone on you when you're awake and hide it when you're asleep. And three, never leave it around me at all. SMH. Even when we have work, even when we have work and your phone is almost dead, when it's time to lay down, you still choose to risk it, possibly dying and us missing work. All because what? Because to me, it's because you have something to hide. Because why else would anyone do anything? Because why else would anyone do the things you do if they weren't hiding something?
Do you know what SMH means?
Shake my head.
And so this would have been in the middle of the night before the morning of the trip to the dentist.
Yes.
Was there an effort made to follow up on what exactly happened at the dentist?
Yes.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 21?
Yes.
What is that?
The top page is a certification of medical records from Aspen Dental. And then the following pages are the medical records from Leilani Simon's dental work.
Specifically the dental work on the morning of October 4th.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer these in the State's Exhibit 21.
No objection, Judge. It hasn't happened in the business record.
All right, and 21 is exhibited, is admitted without objection.
We don't need to belabor this, but do these records show that she did in fact have a tooth pulled that morning?
Yes.
Now, during this investigation, did you follow up with Michelle McCarty?
I did.
And did you conduct interviews with her?
Yes, I did.
Did you conduct an interview with her daughter, Talia McCarty?
Yes, I did.
And did you conduct some follow-up on Quinton himself?
Yes, I did.
Did you obtain his past medical records?
Yes,
And is this a normal step in a child death case?
it is.
Where did you yourself get medical records from?
The two search warrants I did were from the local pediatrics office. Well, locals in Georgia. But.
What was your goal in getting his medical records? To get some of them, to get all of them, what?
All of them.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 27?
Yes.
And do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is it?
It is a search warrant order for medical specialist in Waynesboro, Georgia.
What type of practice is that?
I believe it's a pediatric medical facility.
And how did you know to go there for Quinton's medical records?
I believe it was in interviews with Leilani, the family, as well as Billy Joe.
That's a past pediatrics clinic that he had been seen at?
Yes.
And did you send that search warrant to that practice?
Yes.
And did they turn around to you his pediatric records from there?
Yes, they did.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as States Exhibit 27.
No objection.
Admitted.
Now, what is States Exhibit 28?
It is a order, an additional search warrant for some more medical records.
From what practice?
It is the J.C. Lewis Primary Health Care here in Savannah.
I thought J.C. Lewis was a car dealership. Is that not the case? Or?
I guess they have several buildings.
Okay. So they have a pediatrics clinic or indigent care clinic or something? Like
Yes.
that? Okay. It was at Quinton's last pediatrician?
To my knowledge, yes.
Did you send them this search warrant?
I did.
And did they turn around his pediatrics records to you?
Yes, they did.
Your Honor, I would introduce this in State's Exhibit 28. Did any other detectives involved in this case get additional medical records for him at your direction?
Yes.
And who was that?
Detective Cox.
And did she provide the records that she obtained to you?
Yes, she did.
Did you incorporate all of the medical records you got into your case file?
Yes, I did.
And did you turn them over to our office?
Yes, I did.
So that they would be turned over to the defense as well?
Yes.
Now, do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 23?
Yes.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It is a search warrant sent to Verizon.
And what number is it for?
It is for 912-547-5275.
Whose phone number is that?
Leilani Simons.
Did you send that search warrant to Verizon?
Yes, I did.
This is a search warrant you prepared?
Yes.
And did Verizon turn responsive records around to you?
Yes.
They gave you her phone records?
Yes.
Do you see a disc labeled State's Exhibit 24?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It is the response I received from Verizon containing Leilani Simons' cell phone records.
Did Detective Cox also get some cell phone records in this case?
Yes.
Did she provide all the cell phone records that she got to you?
Yes, she did.
And did she obtain records from Life 360 directly?
Yes.
And did she provide those to you?
Yes, she did.
Were all of the phone records obtained in this case and the Life 360 records provided to the FBI for analysis?
Yes, they were.
And were the cell phone extractions, both the 3 cell right extractions and the 1 gray key extraction, were those provided to the FBI for analysis?
Yes.
I would introduce States 23 and 24 into evidence, Your Honor.
Your Honor, with regards to States 23, subject to the court's ruling regarding some of those text messages, we don't have any other objection other than that. What was 24 again? Let me reverse that. As to 23, no objection to the search warrant, Judge. As to 24, no objection, subject to the court's ruling on those text messages.
All right, thank you. 23 is admitted, 24 is admitted subject to the earlier ruling.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 25?
Yes.
What is that?
It is a emergency situation disclosure from Verizon. It's a form they had us fill out.
Okay. And what was that form for?
It is for cell phone records.
What's the area code that you are looking for records for?
It is 706 area code.
All right. And whose phone number is that?
Henry Moss.
All right. What's the full number?
It is 706-526-1978.
And who sent this to Verizon?
Detective Wilkins.
Okay. And did he receive responsive records and provide them to you?
Yes, he did.
Do you see in front of you a disc marked as States Exhibit 25? I'm sorry, 26.
Yes, 26.
If you don't, just tell me.
I have 26.
Okay. What is that?
It is a response from Verizon for that phone number.
Your Honor, I would offer 25 and 26 into evidence at this time.
No objection to 25 and 26, Judge.
Thank you. 25 and 26 are admitted.
Have I formally offered 28? No.
Madam Clerk, has,
Yes, ma'am. I just don't remember whether I actually offered it or not. It's been a minute. Thank you. Now, you testified about the fact that Special Agent Snyder went out and talked to Misty, right?
Yes.
And that you all did this video canvas at Chevron and Azalea, right?
Yes.
And I think you said that both of those things happened on the 6th or the 7th or something along those lines?
Yes.
On October 8th, did the defendant come to the FBI office in Savannah for an additional interview?
Yes, she did.
And who conducted this interview?
Bridget Brock.
Is she an FBI agent?
Yes, she is.
And did she come down from Quantico, Virginia for the purpose of interviewing the defendant?
Yes.
And were you present in the building for that interview?
Yes, I was.
And were you watching it in real time?
Yes.
Were you in the room?
I was not in the room.
How were you watching it in real time?
Through the security camera in the room. We put it up on the monitor and watched.
Okay, so you were watching on like a live feed from a different room?
Yes.
Do you know the video recording equipment in the interview room that the defendant was in to have been working during that time period?
Yes.
In fact, you yourself conducted interviews in that room with other people.
Yes.
And have you reviewed the videos from those interviews? States Exhibit 22.
I do. Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you know, I'm sorry, do you know what that is?
I believe it's the interview from the October 8th interview.
Now, has that one also, as with the October 5th interviews, been redacted to some degree to comply with orders of the court?
Yes, it has.
Does it otherwise fairly and accurately depict at least the relevant portion of Bridget Brock's interview with the defendant on October 8th?
Yes.
Now, did Bridget Brock confront the defendant in this interview with the fact that video footage showed her not stopping at the Chevron, but rather pulling into Azalea and remaining stationary at the dumpsters for 2 minutes?
Yes, she's directly confronted with that.
And what did the defendant have to say to that?
She says that that did not occur.
Did Bridget Brock tell her that Misty had been interviewed and had told the FBI that she hadn't seen the defendant that night?
Yes.
And what did the defendant have to say to that?
She says it did occur, that she did talk to Misty.
Did the earlier 204 trip also come up?
Yes.
And what did she say on the 8th about what the purpose of that trip was?
To pay off a drug front for marijuana.
And is that the same story she had told about it on the 5th?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm ready to publish this interview. It is, however, 12:25, and I will throw that out there before I do so.
How long approximately is the video?
I'd have to check.
Anyway, you expect it to take some time. So I'm going to turn to the jury. I know we started a little late this morning with taking evidence. Do you want to go through this at this point? We can go a while longer before we stop for lunch. That's what I'm thinking. All right. Why don't we continue on before we take a break? Does anyone need a comfort break at this time? I do. I was gonna say, I think I do too. So, let's break for about 15 minutes. I think we all need to stand up before we start up again. So, just again, remember, don't discuss the case and remember the court's instructions, okay? See you back in 15.
An hour and a half and she's already taken a break. How many breaks do they need? Stretch time. Yeah, why couldn't she just do stretch time like yesterday? What the heck? I feel like all we've been doing is breaking, and then she's going to go on a lunch break. So this is another break before the lunch break after they already took a break 5 minutes in and was an hour and a half late. Not really late, but Jesus. I don't know what to do now. You hear my 19-year-old fighting with the 2-year-old in the kitchen over food? Uh-oh, they're coming back in. Maybe a discrepancy.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's take a 15-minute break. It's about, it's almost 12:30. Let's just come back in and plan to get started up again 1:45. Thanks.
I think tomorrow morning what I'm going to do is come on an hour after the trial starts, maybe 30 minutes after the trial starts, so that I can fast forward through the breaks. If you guys want, let me know if you think that's a good idea in the comment section. I'll come on and just pause it. We'll do a morning routine or whatever. I'm impatient. I just want to watch the trial. Yeah, Leilani wants a cig. Leilani wants the chair. All right, let's go here. I guess we could go over some of the court papers. So I had read, there was more. I didn't even finish it, but we could do this again. This is Billy Joe's first son that went to jail for murdering somebody. Because you do know Leilani has a brother that's in prison. Billy Joe's, it's not the oldest son, I don't believe. She has another child that's older. Okay, 3 teenagers have been charged with murdering a 27-year-old Puller man last week. 2 16-year-old boys were charged Thursday with the murder of Timothy Moore, who was found dead September 6th in the woods just west of the Garden Acres mobile home park located at South Rogers Street near Tooten Drive. Nathaniel Quinton Betterton, 17, was charged with murder on Monday. Oh, this might be the oldest kid. Oh, Lord. Why is he screaming? Earl, did he eat all of his pancakes? Okay, well, it's 1. It's lunchtime. Okay, Nathaniel Quinton Betterton. Oh, yeah, and Quinton was named after him. Nathaniel Quinton Betterton, 17, was charged with murder on Monday. All 3 men also have been charged with armed robbery. Betterton is being held at the Chatham County Jail without bond. The 16-year-olds are being held at the Savannah Regional Youth Detention Center. Puller Police Chief Mark Revenue, I'm going to say Revenue, I don't know if I'm saying his name right, said police won't release the names of the 16-year-olds until they are indicted. He expects them to be charged as adults. Revenue also isn't releasing any information on motive for the crime, but said the 3 teens knew Moore, whom police believe was shot to death about dusk September 5th. This wasn't a random crime, Revenue said. There's no reason for people to feel unsafe. Moore lived in a home next to Garden Acres, Revenue said, and Betterton lives in a trailer park. Jessica Hobby, 27, of Garden Acres, resident found Moore's body as she was walking in the woods with her sister, Catherine Lambeth, 29. The women had brought their sons, ages 1 and 3, on a walk down the nature trail searching for bugs and spiders, things little boys like. When Hobby spotted the body, The sisters scooped up their sons and ran, afraid whoever killed Moore was still in the woods. He'd been dead for several hours. Hobby said he's relieved arrests were made in the case, but still is unsettled. So are other families. She said the neighborhood kids have forts and tree houses in those woods and used to play there every day after school since it happened. It's been eerily quiet, Hobby said. No one wants to let their kids out of their sight anymore. Hobby and Lambeth said the idea that boys so young, just 16 and 17, can murder someone is frightening and sad. But they hope Moore's family gets justice. Nobody needs to die in the woods by themselves, Lambeth said. This was posted by SavannahNow.com News. Let me come to chat a minute and see what you guys are saying. Nothing. Okay, I'll keep reading. Let's see. All right. Let's start here. Okay, State of Georgia. Georgia Department of Human Services, Quinton Simon, Zane Wharton plaintiff versus Leilani defendant, civil action number CS220118-J3. Let me make this bigger. Default order for paternity and child support. The above and foregone action have come before the court on the 21st day of September, 2022. Oh, hold on. And Leilani Simon, defendant, having been lawfully served and having not appeared, and the court having reviewed the pleadings. Defendant shall notify the IV-D agency, the Georgia Department of Human Services, Division of Child Support, hereinafter DCSS, within 7 days of any change of address, change of employment, receipt of unemployment or workman's compensation payments, and receipt of any income from any source, included but not limited to personal injury or other lawsuit proceeds, severance pay, retirement or pension payment, lottery or other winnings. Defendant is notified that DCSS will collect support and any arrears or fees owed by any and all lawful means, including administrative remedies, included but not limited to suspension of any and all licenses issued by the state and held by the defendant, including driver's licenses, seizures of any and all financial assets held by various sources, insurance of income deduction orders for collection of any amounts owed to the children or the state of Georgia, seizure of the state or federal income tax refunds. C. All payments received shall be applied to any current support obligations, then to all other amounts owed by the defendant and collected by DCSS in such a manner as set forth by the Code of Federal Regulations and as deemed appropriate by DCSS. Any amount owed that is not either current support or a cost assessed for the processing of a payment shall be deemed to be arrears. If the defendant owes any arrears at the time current support ends for a child or children by either emancipation or custody change, then the total amount of deduction listed in income deducted IDO shall continue unreduced until the arrears are paid in full. D. Defendant shall pay any applicable Family Support Registry FSR fee for each payment pursuant to OCGA 19-6-33.1J, as well as any other fees owed to the state by IDO, included but not limited to those fees under the Georgia law or applicable DHS rules and regulation pursuant to the Rule 290-7-1.05. E. The order is subject to the right to request in writing a review and modification by completing an application for review and modification through the local child support office, subject to the terms of OCGA 19-11-12 once every 36 months or less. If less than 36 months, providing proof of substantial changes in circumstances as required by the statute. F, defendant is notified that notwithstanding any provision in this order pertaining to the payment or collection of arrears, plaintiff retains the right under the law to intercept defendant's state and federal income tax refunds if any arrears or interest are owed. G. Holy cow. Hold on. Whenever in violation of terms of this order, there shall have been a failure to make the support payment due to hereunder, so that the amount unpaid is equal to or greater than the amount payable for 1 month. The payments required to be made may be collected by the process of continuing garnishment for. And I don't think this is the second page, but that has something to go with it. Let me come back and check chat. The same. Okay, hold on. So let me pull this one. To the forward. Let me make, damn it. Let me make this one small. I want to leave it up in case anybody wants to go over it again later. I should have just put these on different pages. Okay, this one says, sending a copy of the insurance card within 10 days of purchase. Failure to provide such coverage may result in direct enforcement of the order in accordance with the OCGA section 19-11-27. The said named defendant or IV agency shall, upon request, provide information to the insurer necessary to meet the ERISA requirements 29 U.S. Section 1169, defining a qualified medical support order. If the children are covered by insurance purchased by the custodial parent who receives an adjustment in the amount of child support, then the defendant shall have the right to have a review and modification if the insurance coverage purchased by the custodian ends for whatever reason. My son just came in, I guess, behind me. Past due child support. Defendant has arrears in an amount of 0. She didn't owe anything. You guys, let me go see what's going on with this doctor situation. I'm going to put a video on for you while we wait the rest of this breakout. We'll go over these at lunch. I'm assuming he's here to take his kid to the doctors, although I don't know if he got in touch with them. All right. We'll put this one on. Come on.
You something. I just want everyone to know, for anyone that's thinking that these neighbors here think that all of these protesters here that are on all of these corners going up and down these streets have a problem with these protesters, I would say no. They're saying that they like what we're doing. They say that they support what they're doing. They are fully aware that this is.
We just watched that one the other day. I want new ones today. Sorry.
Okay.
Nobody wants you to trash. Get on my face. Hey, Savage!
Yeah, that was something I recorded. Hold on. Here we go. We'll put this one on. Where is the sound? Did it not start with sound? I'm frustrated. Back. Thank God.
All right, Ms. Simon, come back in and join your attorneys at the table. And we're back on the record. Ms. Simon is with her attorneys. All counsel are present. So we're going to move into the video that you have. And is there anything that we need to do before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Please bring in the jury.
Jury is not entering. All clear, Judge.
Thank you, Birch. All right, and everyone please have a seat. And members of the jury, were you able to comply with instructions? No discussion about the case and no research? Okay, very good. Mr. Dean.
When we left off, I was asking you about State's Exhibit 22, which you identified as an October 8th, 2022 interview recording of the defendant's interview with FBI agent Bridget Rock, right?
Yes.
And that was conducted at the FBI office in Savannah.
Yes.
Did the defendant come in willingly and voluntarily to talk to Special Agent Rock?
Yes, she did.
How was it arranged with the defendant?
I believe it was a conversation that we had on October 5th to do an additional interview later on.
And she didn't have a problem with that?
She did not know.
How did she get to the FBI office on the 8th?
One of the investigators drove her.
And was that in part at least because the car was still being held in evidence?
Yes.
And then after the interview with Bridget Brock, where did she go? The defendant, I mean, not Bridget.
She returned to the hotel room she had been staying at.
How did she get there?
I drove her.
Your Honor, at this time I would introduce 22 into evidence.
No objection, subject to the redaction.
Thank you. Well, you may tender it.
Sure, 5G home internet sounds great, but those plans are based on your cell phone coverage. That means if you have no...
Earlier, and that's State's Exhibit 20. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
Remind us again of what that is.
It is a web search from Leilani's phone.
All right. Does this document tell you when this search was conducted?
Yes.
And when was it conducted?
October 1st of 2022 at 1:10 a.m.
And it says on here that the source is Safari.
Yes.
What is Safari?
An internet browser.
And can you read into the record the text of that search?
Yes. Is it common for a mother to have resentment or even anger towards her child because of the father or another reason?
Now that said, I will go back to State's Exhibit 22 and publish this.
Sometimes situations, listen to me, Leilani, sometimes situations happen and it's not meant, right? And people have situations they get in where they don't know what to do and they panic, right? And the night that before Quinton disappeared, right, you had a rough day, right? Yes, I had drugs and this I was living. So your mom was free, that's stressful, right? You had your wisdom teeth taken out, you're hurting in pain, right? You still gotta cook dinner for the kids. My understanding, you and Danny aren't getting along that night either, right? And sometimes people just get frustrated, right? And we do rash things, right? And things happen that we didn't mean to happen, right? And then we don't know how to deal with that, and we panic. And I know you know what happened. And I know you know where Quinton is. I don't know where he is. Right? I don't know where he is. And here's why I know, right? Because the story that you already told law enforcement, that you've got that story in your mind, and you've been rehearsing it quite a while. I mean, you were like spot on what you told the other people, right? And we've already analyzed that. 360, right? Your cell phone data, right? Where you've been, right? And there's inconsistencies who you talk to, right? Okay? Okay. All right, so we know you to go to the Chevron station. That was on the last 360. It shows where I pulled it around. No, you didn't. But But we know where you went. It shows our we know where you went because we have video surveillance. Yes, I understand that. Okay. And it's not where the Chevron is. It is. The Chevron is right next to it. Well, stop. I mean, seriously, the Chevron is right next to it. Stop. You've gone off this story for a while now. And I know it's not true. It is. Lonnie, we're not going to make any progress unless Jersey, I'm being truthful. This is Chevron. This is Zelia. That's where I pulled into. I turned around. I was going to control business. My baby was in that bed when I left that house. Lonnie, calm down. We're not getting anywhere, right? We're going to get to the bottom of this. Yes. Right? But you have to be honest. I'm being honest. We know through video surveillance you were not at that Chevron, but we do know where you were at. I pulled into the Zelia and stopped where I got to look at orange. We were pulling around and I told them that it was right next to Chevron, not at Chevron, right next to Chevron. So tell me that again. What did you just say?
She was making a reference there to what she had told you and Special Agent Snyder on the 5th, right?
Yes.
And what is she saying she had told you?
That it was right next to the Chevron.
The place that she met.
That she had went to. Yes.
Is that what she told you on the 5th?
It is not.
What did she tell you?
She told us that she met Misty at the Chevron, and she wrote it in her written statement.
More than once, right?
Yes.
And that was stopped at 3 minutes into the foul, which is 12:32:40 on the timestamp in the bottom left corner of the video.
Pulled in, I got the order, turned around and went back home.
And how did you turn around?
Pulled straight around the neighborhood.
What neighborhood?
The one right next to Chevron. It's Azalea. Right next to Azalea.
And what kind of neighborhood is that?
It's a trailer park.
It's a trailer park.
Yes.
Okay. And when you were in the trailer park, you pulled right back out.
Yes, I pulled it in and I pulled it out.
Okay. So why does video surveillance show you stopping?
Stopping to get the orange out.
Within the trailer park.
Getting the orange out.
You're not near the Chevron.
No, because she lives in the Chevron. Pulled in, I was Misty, the one who gave me, I gave her as much information.
Well, let's talk about that, okay? Because Misty hadn't talked to you.
Yeah, she has.
She hasn't talked to you in quite some time.
Yeah, she has.
She did not have a conversation with you about the origin.
Yes.
So in your mind, you've looked at all these timestamps and plausibly you came up with a story that is partly true.
No, that is
true. But there's very, very many missing pieces, right? And in your story, you haven't been completely honest about where you were at and why you were there.
I was 100% honest about where I was at. I showed the Life 360. I told them I even gave her the orange that she gave me.
Right, and that didn't happen. We've already interviewed this.
I got the orange that did happen. She had that low inside her mouth. That's the reason why I asked her for it.
You have to stop saying this. It did not happen.
Yes, it did.
Right? And Lonnie, right? To get through this, you're gonna have to talk about what happened.
I'm told everybody what happened.
And where you took Quinton.
I didn't take him anywhere.
Okay.
I didn't take him anywhere. He was at the house. He was in that bed. I was just here on the station where I'm in the bed. The only thing that I sit there and possibly made myself on is when I came back in after I smoked a cigarette and I may not have shut that door all the way. And that's how my baby made a box of clear. That's the only thing I've been questioning myself about. I was looking at drugs in my system. I couldn't even feel my mouth. So I don't know if I locked that door and pushed it all the way in and it was open when I got up. And I'm sticking to everything that I'm saying because I'm telling the truth. I questioned everything.
The door was closed.
No, that's what they say, but the door was open. And Danny said that when he left that the door that they said was open from 2:30 to 5:24 was shut when he left. I think my system was messed up. And that's what I told them because the door was open when I got up and my baby was lying in that bed.
Well, Lonnie, the door wasn't open.
Yes, it was.
And look.
Yes, it was. The door was open.
You said like you would never hurt or harm Quinton.
No, I wouldn't.
And in this circumstance, something happened.
No.
Right?
No. yourself this story over and over. We're done with that story, right? And you can keep trying to convince yourself, but the evidence does not point to that, right? You try to put a timeline together to cover up.
I didn't try to nothing good. I had
what happened that night, and you're the only one that can tell us what happened. And you said
I know, like I didn't even listen. He was shaking me.
Lonnie, listen to me. You told me how you felt when you and your mom were abandoned on the side of the road. Right?
It was devastating.
It was devastating, right? So as a mother, look, we just want to find Quinton.
Yes.
Right?
We do. We all do. I've been asking help, searching everything.
And they have been. They're still out there searching, right? But you can help us find him, right? I 100% believe that. You can help us find him.
He was in bed when I went to sleep.
So when you left and you drove through the trailer park and you stopped for a while.
I didn't stop for a while.
What was going through your mind?
It's going through my mind, get the seat, get the order jobs. I did speak to her and I did get order down.
So you did not talk to Missy?
Yes, I did.
We've already talked about that.
I spoke to Missy.
And until you start being 100% honest with me, you're going down the same road, okay? We're not getting anywhere. You said you wanted to be healthy.
I do. Right? That's why I've done everything I can, and I don't know where my baby is. Okay, I don't know.
Right. So
I did not hurt him, but I don't know where he's at. He was in that bed when I woke up.
So, what we do know is that when you pulled into the trailer park, you stopped. Right? I can't imagine what was going through your mind at that time, right? Where you were trying to make a decision.
No, I stopped for, I was gone from the house for a total of 12 minutes. I stopped for 2 minutes. I was getting the ordeals from her.
Right.
Pulled around, and there she was.
You didn't see Misty.
Yes, I did.
You stopped for 2 minutes, so in that 2 minutes, you weren't getting orange out for Misty.
Yes.
I know you were sitting there thinking about what you're going to do with Quinton.
No, I was not.
Something had already happened.
No, it was not. That baby was in that bed when I went to bed. Danny seen him when he left to go to work. Okay? So no, he was home. He was in that bed. He was asleep.
Right. And we both know that's not true.
He is true. He was home. He was even Danny. Even he said he seen him before he went to work. So I don't understand how that's not the truth. Or how I could have done something to him. When something in the morning? That's literally physically impossible when he was seen that morning.
I'm partnering with eBay Motors to give my SUV a facelift with this parts haul. I wanted to take my vehicles off.
So Danny told us that he can't 100% confirm that he actually saw Quinton in the crib that morning.
He told me that he 100% said he's seen him.
He's told us that he cannot say that. Right?
He was in that
bed. And that's different than the first night, right? No, you guys talked to the police because you put that in your statement.
Yeah, so that he told me 100% that he seen him that morning.
He cannot 100% say that he saw Quinton that morning. And so that leaves another hole in your story, right?
No, that's what he told me. That he got a phone call and screaming and yelling, "Where's my baby? Where's my baby?"
That's not the case. Because we know that you know what happened.
I do not know what happened.
You do.
I don't.
Right?
I don't know where he is. I don't know what happened to him. I don't know where the fuck he would be gone. He was in the bed when I went to sleep, and I went down to his side. I was freaking out, screaming, yelling, crying, calling the ambulance, sending him out.
As many times as you repeat that story, it doesn't make it true.
Right? It is true.
It's not true.
It is.
Right? And you just talk about how much you love your kids.
I do. I love them all, but that is true.
And you want to help us find Quinton.
Yes.
And you can do that.
And I'm trying.
Right?
I'm trying. Which is why I get my phone. Which is why I have enough property because I have been. I do not know where my baby is. And I wish I did because he'd be right here.
Right.
He really would.
And if you
I'm getting angry right now because I did not do anything with my child.
you really want to help us find Quinton, help me keep that promise from you. Tell us where he's at.
I've told y'all everything. Y'all
You
have
want to keep that promise?
Yes, I'm keeping it because I've told y'all everything. I even gave y'all the only thing
concerned about. Just my spouse. I did not do anything to that child. He was in that bed when I went to bed.
We're concerned about that night, okay? Because of inconsistency with your story and evidence that shows otherwise, including the interview with Misty. You can say you talked to her all day long, but that is not true.
It is.
It's true you went into the trailer park, so we had videos of that
It's
stuff.
true that I got the ordeal from her because I have the ordeal in the closet.
It's true that you parked in the trailer park.
I stopped for 2 seconds to get the ordeal.
You said 2 minutes.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
I was gone for a total of 12 minutes from the house.
Right, and you stopped in front of the dumpster.
No.
Yes.
Did everybody stop next to it?
No.
I had to stop in front of it. That was the front of the neighborhood. Right there is the front of the neighborhood.
Okay.
I don't know what my baby is.
Okay. So, we're putting together bits and pieces from what you originally told us with the evidence we've collected so far.
I don't know what it is.
You know where Quinton.
I do not.
You know what happened.
I do not. I do not. I really do not know what happened to him.
Right.
He was in that bed when I went to sleep. I woke up devastated and I had a child there. He's normally the first one standing up. He's normally the first one standing up looking at you smiling when you get up in the morning.
Look, Lonnie, I can't imagine how you felt that night, right? I'm not in your shoes of being frustrated, being a mom, 3 kids, running a household, right? You're in pain, you're in an argument with Danny, I haven't been in that situation, but I think you can help me understand what that was like and what kind of got you to the point of really what happened in that house that night.
Nothing happened.
But
Nothing happened.
Nobody thinks you're a horrible person.
Because I didn't do him. I didn't do anything. I didn't take him anywhere. That baby was at that house all night long. And I know.
But given circumstances, things happen, and we don't mean for them to. Okay? Doesn't make you a horrible person.
I understand that.
It makes you a human being.
I didn't do him, and I don't know where he's at, and I brought him home. I did not take him nowhere. The last time he was in my car was when I picked him up at 4:30 in the afternoon.
And as a mother, going through this, like I said, sometimes things happen and we don't mean for them to. It doesn't mean anything was done intentionally. But like I said, you were going through a lot that night.
I didn't hurt my baby.
Okay.
I don't know where he is.
And being in that situation, sometimes people panic.
That is my final answer to y'all's question. I did not hurt him. I do not know where he was. And the last person that told me that he 100% seen him in that bed when I called him and asked him where Quinton was Danny. That is my last thing I've got to say. Their story has not changed. I did everything that I could. I've gone through this over and over and over and over and over.
And I'm trying to explain to you that there's inconsistencies in your story.
But I've shown everything.
And
everything I could.
It doesn't add up. It really doesn't.
It's because there's a piece of the puzzle missing, but it's not me.
It's you.
It's not.
It's absolutely.
It is not me.
It is absolutely. No. And you can repeat that over and over and over again. It doesn't make it true.
It's not me. It's not me. I did not do anything to my baby. I put him in bed. I set out his clothes for the next morning. I didn't do anything to him.
I want to help tell your story. Like I said, you're a horrible person. You have 3 kids. You obviously love them. You talk about bathing them that night, playing with them, putting them to bed. That shows a caring mother.
I didn't do anything to my baby. And if I didn't, just like I told my mother, y'all would have already had him. And I would already be behind bars myself. But I didn't do anything to that child. I didn't be questioning. Are you sure that you shut that door? Are you sure that you shut it all the way? If you don't shut it all the way, the thing would just stop coming. Right? I don't know. You got to push it really hard. I was loopy on my medication. Loopy as hell. I had to use Life 360 just to make sure that my times were right about when I left the house and got home.
Right. And that helps out the timeline. But like I said, you're not being 100% completely honest with us. And I want to help Lonnie tell her story about what happened, right? When we have
circumstances like this, sometimes things happen. We don't mean them to. Doesn't make us a bad person. But this has been in the news a lot, right? It's been all over. It's. I've been harassed at the hospital about it. Got people under my face yelling at me. And what did they say at the hospital? They said, "You're not worthy of being a mother. If anything should have happened to anybody, it should have happened to you." Right. So I said, I agree. Let me tell you about. Let me go over that with you, okay? You have an opportunity to tell me what happened. Because that's how society's going to see you. It is Lonnie, this monster that deliberately did this, or was Lonnie just in a situation that got out of control, right? And it was out of control before she knew it, right? And there was no coming back from it. I'm not. That was supposed to understand. I was in my bed. Yeah, he said he shook me. He said he shook all the kids. He said he's seen them all. That's what he told me when I called him at 9-something, screaming that I couldn't find my baby. So here's your statement, Lonnie. I read through it. And it's like a note down here. It says, please do everything possible to bring our little man home, right? Well, I want to bring him home to me, please. And that's what we're trying to do, right? And you can keep denying all this and sticking to that story. But both you and I know that you can make that happen. If I could, I already would have. Right? You can make this happen. If I could, I already would have. You absolutely can make this happen. I can't. Because I don't know where he is, and I don't know what happened to him. Do I believe that something happened that night? Yes. Was it me? No. It was not. Okay, so let's talk about that. What was it? I don't know. He was asleep before I left the house at all after we picked him up. He was asleep in that playpen. Then you verify that too. Okay, so let's talk about that. So, okay, let's talk about that. Let me go grab that and I'll be right back, okay? Is that cool? Just, you brought it up, we'll talk about it, okay? Let me make sure they can look at this. Alright. So let's go over some things, okay? You keep saying when we're talking about Quinton, right? You keep talking about he was there the first time he came back. Yeah, he was there every time. Okay. Let's talk about the second time he came back. He was there when I started smoking cigarettes. Before I did, I checked on all the kids. Like moved his hair in his face. He would move the ground and blanket, put him up to it. And when I started smoking my cigarette, and when I started on the bed. And the timeline is showing that. So when you drive through the trailer park and you park, that's not in any of your statements. Your statements are you went to the Chevron. That's exactly. Okay. That's when I was so around. I didn't think I had to explain how I pulled it out and left. That's the only reason that was in there. I didn't think I had to explain how I pulled out and left. I just had to explain where I went. Right. Well, it's completely different, right? So let's go through when you got back. What did you do? Oh, I'm outside, smoked a cigarette, went to bed. That was after I checked on Ben, Ann's name, and Scott. All three. I checked on all three of them. Okay, so the second time he came back, Quinton was in his playpen. He was in his playpen. And he had his hair hanging out in front of his face right here. I knew it. His face said, okay, rolled over, and he grabbed one blanket and was asleep. Right. And you keep mentioning that you were loopy. Why were you loopy if you're on ibuprofen? Because they had ibuprofen. They injected my mouth with 3 different shots when they gave it to me. One was to kind of sedate me, one was to numb me. I don't know what the other one was. Okay. Well, those are all surface pain medicines, right?
Attention Pennsylvania voters. Millions of your fellow Pennsylvanians will cast their votes by mail this election.
Because I was still numb, it wasn't numb. So
we need to unmask what it is that happened, right? And we gotta get there. Yes. And you have to help me do that. I'm helping everything I can. I did not leave my baby. He was in my bed when I went to sleep, and when I got up, he was gone. When I called Daniel and asked him, is for some reason, did you just take the put him to the babysitters? Or what? Where's he at? Where's my baby? And he said, no, he was there when I left the house. I said, well, he's not here now. So he left work and called babysitter. Well, we've gone over that several times, right? And that's the story you keep repeating over and over and over. And the thing about 8 of 8:59 in the morning, yeah, you probably did have that conversation with him. But we're talking about the night of Quinton going missing, right? He was in that bed. And what truly happened. He was in that bed. In that house. He was in that bed when I went to sleep. When me and my mom were sitting here trying to discuss what happened between 2:30 and 5:44 when that back door was supposed to supposedly open. Let's talk about the back door, right? That's what I wanted. That's what me and her were confused about too. So you're talking about, going through the night, you left about 10:30 to go to 204 to get $20 or pay somebody $20. Okay. And who are you paying the $20 to? Red. And what for? For weed. For weed. Yeah, I would have $20. Okay. And then you return back home. Yes. Okay. So when you return back home, that's the first time you return back home that you're talking about. Yeah. And in that, laying on the bed watching TV, the kids were laying down, Zane had his tablet, Quinton was asleep, and Sky was fussy, but she was having fun. Okay. And then we talk about when we get into later on in the night, and you talk about your statement too. You talk about and I think you and Danny had an argument too at some point in time. It was because of the lack of sexual tension that I was getting frustrated with. That's the whole reason why I left anyways. Again, it was the reason we did. Okay. So you got back. So you got back with Danny, and then you got back up at some point. Yeah, because I couldn't get comfortable. You couldn't get comfortable. And when you got back, take me through, and in general, I don't need times or anything like that, just in general. I was uncomfortable. I was laying there for a little while. It was like almost 2 hours. I was laying there and I couldn't get to sleep. My ears just hurting. So I got contact with getting word now. At first I called Circle Pain. They didn't have any wardrobe. So that's why I got contact with her. Came out there, rode up the road, pulled in, put in the neighborhood, got it, put her down. Okay. And I went home. And I went home and went outside the front door, smoked a cigarette, shut the door, went to bed. Okay, so the second time you came home. And I did check on it before. I went outside all 3 of them because it's hard not to. The doors are here, here's Quinn, here's Scott, and here's Zane. So you're back home, and then after you got back home around 2 o'clock, the dining room door opened and closed again. Is that what you're talking about, the cigarette? No, my cigarettes, I got home at like 1:25. I was home before 2. I was laying down before 2 o'clock. Okay. So I went outside, smoked a cigarette, came back in, and I didn't know anything about that door. Danny didn't say anything about it either until the officers or whatever came. And they said that door was open from 2:30 in the morning to 5:44. I was asleep. And 5:44 was when Danny left the house for work. He said that the door wasn't even open when he left. Okay. So it says dining room sensor left open. Yeah. Okay. That could mean the door's not completely just shut off. It's not that it's wide open, it's just that it's not locked. He said that it was locked. It was locked. Like, he didn't show it. It wasn't open. Okay. So the second time you came back, you saw Quinton. Yes. He was laying there. Describe Quinton for me. He was laying there. At first it was like this. Because hair, he's got curly hair, paint all over his eyes. So when I moved that his leg, he had to roll it over, grab his leg, and went to sleep. Right back to sleep. And you talked a couple times about the color of his skin. Yes, his little cheeks, they're red, like a pink red. Pink? Yeah. Are they normally pink? Yeah, normally. He normally has some type of color to him. Normally, he's just an active child. The way he was sleeping, or whatever, the playpen on his face, maybe it was pushing up against his cheeks. But he was fine. He was moving, breathing, he rolled over. His little cheeks, it's just like he was sleeping good, you know? He was just fine. Woke up.
He wasn't there.
And you talked about how you could see like something can happen like this. Why would you think that? Like sometimes in these situations, people blame themselves, right?
I blame myself because what if I didn't shut that door off?
Right. I'm not talking about the door, I'm talking about Quinton, right?
Yeah.
Something happened to Quinton.
But I didn't do it.
Right. But you agree something happened.
Everybody agrees something happened.
And we have to
figure out what, and I'm not the one who is what.
You are part of it.
I know I'm part of it, but I'm not the one who did anything to him.
Right.
I did not take him anywhere.
Right.
I didn't do anything. And then it was
Listen, I understand the emotional. When we start talking about getting down to really what happened, when you start getting really, really emotional, I get it, right? There's a lot of Lonnie you're holding on to, and that's got to be hard.
I'm not
right?
holding anything.
But Lonnie, you're holding on to so much right now.
I'm not holding anything. I've been open about everything.
You're holding on to so much right now, and I don't know how you're doing that. Like I said, I want you to help me understand where you were at that night, right? And how we got to this point, right? And
I said everything I said. I cannot tell you what happened while I was asleep. I don't know.
This didn't happen while you were asleep.
It has to. You was there when I went to bed.
You can't get loopy off ibuprofen.
That wasn't the ibuprofen. It's whatever they injected my mouth with.
Okay.
It's whatever that was. It wasn't the ibuprofen. It's whatever they injected my mouth with. Okay? Which is why I couldn't even drive home from getting it removed. I was allowed to drive. Danny had to drive me.
Okay. And so we're talking about that was like 4:30 in the afternoon?
Yeah.
And so now we're talking about
it's later at night. I'm tired. I'm getting sore.
Hours later, right?
I'm tired. I'm getting sore now.
Has worn off, and
I go to lay down. I was tired too. The night before, I was up all night. Went to the hospital because of pain. Yeah. Before I went and got tooth removed.
so in these situations, and I already told you this, people get in these situations and they don't make good things happen, but sometimes it does. Bad things do happen. And sometimes sometimes that are the sweetest and nicest people, right?
I didn't do anything to cause my baby to go missing.
Right. And you keep saying that over and over and over, and I get as a human being, right, that we don't want to be responsible for something.
I'm not responsible for what happened.
Especially for our own child, right? But if we can't protect them then, right, we got to protect them now. Like I said, I want to keep your promise. You said, you want to find them. Right? Help me help you.
I'm helping.
Like, help me help you keep that promise.
I'm giving everything that I can, everything that I'm recalling, everything. I'm giving you what I can. I was even the last one. He said to me, he was the last one to see him. Which is why I was 100% certain that he was there when he left. And when I got up at 9, that's why I kept thinking something happened between that 3-hour period.
And also, like, people convince themselves after they tell the story so many times, right? Because they don't want to feel the guilt. And look, I know you feel the guilt. Because every time we get close to talking about that timeline where you were at, that's where you get the most emotional.
It's not.
And that's where
that's being accused of doing something to my own child. That's the emotion.
Right.
I didn't do anything to my own baby.
Now, did that interview come to an end shortly after what we just watched there?
Yes, it did.
Thank you. I have some more questions, but maybe this would be a good stopping point.
We'll stop here. I know we have a ways to go as far as the testimony. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's stop here. We're going to break for lunch. I'm going to remind you once again Do not discuss the case. Do not do any research. Do not consume any media, watch any stories. Do not allow anyone to talk with you about the case. We're going to break now, and it's 1:20. I know y'all have a very short walk. We're going to be ready to go at 2:30. Right? You're excused.
Jury's exiting.
All right, thank you, Deputy Birch. All right, so let's take a break. We'll be back at 2:30, ready to start again. We're in recess.
All right. So what do you guys think? That FBI agent was not playing with her. What did she say? I put it in chat. Hold on.
Underage drinking can lead to other serious issues. Stop it before it starts. Know when, know how.
Not everyone's life runs in straight lines. At Sophia, we get that. Our flexible.
Well, I don't want to pause it. She said, "It's you." She said, so, yeah, I'd say about 3. But that FBI agent, she was like, Leilani was like, "We just got to find the missing piece. It's not me." And that lady said, "It's you." She told her. Yeah. And I can't click off because my StreamYard needs paid. I'm going to pay it tonight after my husband gets paid. But if I click off, I'm not getting back on. So I'm just going to stay. What? It's my husband and son. Not me. Hold on, guys. I got to tell my husband something. My son's trying to explain something to him. 1 sec. All right. He has his friend at the WIC office that he drove, and he only has 1 car seat in the car. He's picking the kids up. He's calling the doctor now because it's 2. So hopefully the doctor will see the baby. But we all agree, I don't even think the baby needs a doctor. He just has a cold. He needed some Tylenol. He's better now that he's had a little bit of Tylenol. Yeah, the detective does it. Well, yeah, I think she did because you seen a different attitude out of Leilani between the 2 detectives because they were being nice, the first 2, right, in Chatham County. Then she gets down to the FBI, and the FBI is like, "Look, I know it's you. We're done. That's it. Why do you have all these lies?" And that's what we're gonna go read now. Hold on, let me start my cam a minute. I had an embarrassing itch. Okay, let's go. Now we can show my lunch hour stuff, right? Give me a minute.
There you
Oh, thank you. Did you do tea instead of coffee? You rock.
Yes, and I cleaned it bigger.
Oh, my husband wanted to. I said yesterday we were going to react to the Wade thing. So if you guys want to do that when we're done with the court documents and we still have time, we can. You're going to have to tell Malaya to come down and sit with them till Bailey gets back or until we're done reacting to it.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
Not yet. I'm going over these court papers. You have a little bit. Thank you, BB. You okay? You're tired, huh? Okay. So the one people was asking for yesterday, well, the couple of them. Here's one. On Wednesday, 9/7/2022, at approximately 16:07 hours, I responded to a call for a domestic dispute at 535 Buckhalter Road. Please excuse me, I still have this cold. Upon arrival, I made contact with the complainant, identified as Leilani Simon. Now remember, when Billy Joe and Leilani had that fight, that it was Leilani that called the police. Leilani said her and her mother had an altercation regarding some clothes that were in the wash. Leilani said she removed her clothes so that her mother could use the washer. Leilani said they had a disagreement verbally about how things were, and she said her mother got in her face and shoved her. Leilani said she hit a wall and felt that her elbow was red from the wall. Leilani said her two kids were around and said she called to put a stop to the issues between her and her mom, as she said she did not want the kids around that. There is more to this. I'm going to have to find it because I'm missing a piece. Leilani's elbow was red. However, there was no signs of bruising. I made contact with the mother, identified as Billy Howe. Ms. Howe said she was having issues with her daughter, as she said she wanted to use her washer and it was in use. Ms. Howe said she was frustrated as she takes care of the household and pays all the bills. That's the job of a mother. That's the job of a grandmother that takes custody of grandchildren. You signed up for that job the minute you spread your legs, woman. Okay? So keep being frustrated. Lots of people suffer daily, but they take care of their children. They don't OD in front of them. They don't take custody of grandchildren and then take off. Ooh. Okay, where was I? I made contact with the mother, identified as Billy Howe. Miss Howe said she was having issues with her daughter as she wanted to use her washer and it was in use. Miss Howe said she was frustrated as she takes care of the household and pays all the bills. Miss Howe said her daughter lives there too. 2 kids and the daughter's boyfriend. You're complaining about children that I don't want to lose my space again. You're complaining about children that you told the court you were going to take care of. You told the world. You took custody of them. You're complaining about paying for them when you made a promise to the state to take care of those children. Cher, leave Billy alone. Ooh. And their daughter's boyfriend. Miss Howe said she got in an argument with her daughter, Leilani, and said after her daughter screamed at the top of her lungs in her face, she shoved her. I believe Leilani did that. We see the way she's talking with that cop. She's doing all that. Leilani said she was on probation and did not want the conflict to escalate and said that was why she called. Leilani said she did not want her mother to face charges. Leilani was advised she could go to the courthouse and attempt to get warrants. Oh yeah, the part I wanted to read is in here. Wanted to get warrants taken out if she'd wish. Leilani said she understood. Listen to this, guys. Did she take the kids with her? That's my question. This was police reported, and it should have been reported to DCSS, in my opinion. Miss Howe's son came to pick her up to remove her from the situation. Miss Howe agreed to separate from the situation for some time to avoid conflict. Miss Howe said she may have to evict them. Miss Howe's son advised that his mother was tired, as he said the daughter has a history of stealing from the mother and buying drugs with that money, and says the problem goes way back far. Miss Howe left the scene with her son for at least a few days. Was the babysitter paid? He's laughing. Do you guys see this? So Billy Joe has a habit of leaving them kids and not being there for them. She left them babies with Leilani for days to go stay with another child because they had a fight. It's my opinion the police said that they would not make Leilani leave because you have to evict them. And that's why Billy Joe was mad and went to evict them. Now, the date on this, let me go see if it's at the top, because there's another paper to this, I think. Nine 7/2022. So a month before Quinton was reported missing. Less than a month. 29 days. Right? All right, let's move on. What else do I have here? We want to find the eviction ones, right? Oh, this is... Okay, we'll get into child support in a minute here. What the hell is going on? Where's the paper? Hold on, I gotta refresh. What page am I on? 8. This was demanding her to come in for child support. The news showed this. This was battery and family violence. Billy Joe Howe. This was for that. For what I just read you guys. That's the actual police report. That's the other page I was looking for. Were children involved? No. This is from the news station, guys. I apologize. But that's from the same 9/7/2022. It's 16:07. So what hour in the night was that even? Okay. Next page. That's something else. I just read that. Plaintiff's name, Billy Joe Howe. Oh, okay, here we go. This is the eviction. This is not. Let me get rid of that. A dispository warrant information sheet. Plaintiff's name, Billy Joe Howe, Buckhalter Road. Defendant's name. If this is company, give the correct legal business name. To find out this company is incorporated, call the Georgia Secretary of State at 404-656-2817. You will need to know who the registered agent is of the company. If the company is not incorporated, call the Chatham County Business License. Defendant's name, Leilani and Daniel Youngkin, Buckhalter Road. Okay, down here. Not looking to be compensated, just want them to move out as quick as possible. Leilani Simon is my daughter, 22 years old, with her boyfriend and 3 kids. They have damaged my property, and at this point, no one is living peacefully. Not looking to be compensated, just want them to move out as quick as possible. Billy Joe Howe. She was evicting the grandbabies she had custody of. No, Running Bear, it wasn't the day of. She was evicting. Let me see if I can get that bigger for you guys. I know I can. I'll even zoom it in. She was complaining about the grandbabies ruining her house, that she was never home where she should have been taking care of the house and them babies. But Cher, let's leave Billy Joe alone while she goes on to try to ruin other people's lives, right? Not looking to be compensated, just want them to move out as quick as possible. Leilani Simon is my daughter, 22 years old, with her boyfriend and 3 kids. They have damaged my property at this point. No one is living in peace. Not looking to be compensated, just want them to move out as quick as possible. Billy Joe Howe. Danny had no choice but to leave. And then Cher gets on her panel and starts yapping. Danny just took off. He had 2 days to be out of that home legally, directed by the courts. She had custody of the children. She's accusing of destroying her home. She's evicting children she had custody of. Danny, Leilani, and their 3 children are destroying my home. I just want them to move out as quickly as possible. It was filed September 8th at 10:49 a.m. She was there the day before. So this went out on the 8th. Oh, it was put out, Lori Ann Benoit, but just not the dates and not the truth. Cher put it out. She talked about it. Billy talked about it. They didn't include the children and what the eviction notice said. Well, they went over there and trashed Danny for leaving and going back to his mother's in Atlanta with his friends. He didn't even leave the state at first. He stayed in Georgia. There it is, right in front of your face. The court documents. Do you see it? Sad Running Bear. Where I just highlighted it. And 3 kids. While y'all are over there sucking her ass. Poor Billy. Billy, who on September 7th and October 5th had custody of those children and was evicting them. She put stressors on Leilani that Leilani had a mental illness and she couldn't handle them. I don't mean to be an asshole. And I probably would feel different had she not gone out there and started pointing the finger at other people and never taking responsibility for her own fucking actions of being a shitty ass mother and grandmother, in my opinion. And I'm going to state my opinions. What y'all did to other people's disgusting. So that baby's 3 months old. Do the math. That baby's 3-month-old and 20-month-old. That's crazy. What did the 3-month-old do? Get up and throw a party? Are you fucking kidding me? I wish more would come over and watch it and see it. It's crazy that people didn't fact check as rumors were being spread out. I think it's disgusting what Cher did on her channel. Anywho, I'm going to smoke a cigarette. Damn, I'm almost out of weed. I wanted to smoke a bowl with you guys. I'm going to wait. I'm going to smoke my cigarette butt. Now I'm down to button them so I don't have so many. And then we're going to go on and read the indictments again. Actually, while I'm lighting my cigarette, here's a 10-second video from Leilani. More manipulation to people.
I'm sure most people would say the world would be a better place without me. I don't disagree. In fact, I've been trying to leave.
That ain't the whole video. I don't know where it is. I don't doubt that Leilani felt the way she did. I don't doubt that her feelings to her were valid. She should have been put on medication. She was underage when she started having children. Where the fuck was her mother then? That's what I want to know. It's sad. Leilani did this to that baby. But what's even more sad about it is you could see how it happened within that family. Let's go back to, let me go. Actually, did I do it again? I did. I got 2 lives up. Let's get rid of one. We were watching Court TV, right? That's how I got confused yesterday. All right, I'm going to go to my history. Give me 1 second here. Calm.
Every feasible possible angle. I know you talked a little bit about using drugs, using marijuana. So last night, was there any chance that you were having some issues with your wisdom teeth and needed to go get something to ease the pain last night?
I did. I went and met up and got Orajel. That was right up there. I met her like at the end of Colton Road, a friend of mine, because I don't have money to go and get some expensive over-the-counter. I don't have it.
I should have probably kept this where I had it. She's going to go into, this was yesterday's. We're not going to watch the whole thing. We're just going to go into the part where she talks about Billy Joe overdosing in front of her. And about Billy Joe and her family. Just pay attention because it's hard because she does that turkey talk, right? Like that. Blah, 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 blah.
And what time was that?
That was like, I got home at 1:25. And
1:25.
I was gone for 12 minutes. You all left for 16. We got it right there.
There's some text messages in your phone. You use consent with the phone.
Yeah.
To the phone. And there's a message in there. It's an outgoing message from you that says turning on 204. And that's at 10:40.
Yeah.
10:40 p.m.
Yeah.
We didn't talk about that before. So what? 10:40 p.m. Where were you at 10:40 p.m.?
If I was turning on 204, I was probably going to go pay back or something. Pay back front from him. To be honest with you, I was going to go pay back the $20 front for him.
For who?
For Danny. Daniel, that's who King is. That's Danny. He had $20 a week. I went and paid it back. Whatever. But he was awake at that time. He was up. He was awake at that time. Quinton had just went to sleep. He had stopped all the crying and all that stuff. And that's why I left, because he went to sleep at 10:30. And it only takes a time.
And if she'd had better attorneys, that would be their argument, but apparently it's not. They're saying the police are causing rumors, right? Wasn't that their opening 3-minute statement?
12 minutes to get to a 4. If you take 16.
So that would have been important for us to know before. So that's what we have to understand everything. And you just, you have to be kind of open book.
I wasn't
good or bad.
Yeah, it's not like I was trying to keep it. I'm trying to replay everything over and over, and I've been doing it all day. All day. I forgot about that. That was not on my mind. My mind is, this is where I went, this is what I did, this is the last time I see my son, and I need him here now.
And you mentioned he was crying a lot.
Yeah, he was done.
Was that abnormal?
No, but it's not like crying. Like, it wasn't crying. He just, talking to himself, a constant baby talk. It's almost like he's singing to himself. There you go. But he's always done that. He's always done that from the time he started crawling and actually saying mama or dada or drink or eat or anything. He's always done the little la 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 when he's asleep.
You can understand there's a lot of resources being expended.
I know there is. I kind of figured that for as long as it's been, all you've had to expand to search, which means something's popped up.
But you have to help us. You understand that?
I do. Again, it didn't weird at me when after we picked up the kids at 4:30, me or him. None of the kids were with us. I can verify that 100%. After we picked them up at 4:30, all 3 of their babies were at that house. The room was not around. They showered, ate, went to bed. I made 2 runs, orange out, and then 204, and then orange out.
Just talk about that. 204. What time did you leave the house?
At time, I texted him and said I was turning on 204. I had already been gone. That means I was literally turning on 204, so I've probably been gone like 10 minutes.
So what would have been your route? You left your house off Buckhalter.
If I went off Buckhalter, I took 17. It's possible on the way. Yeah, it's possible on the way back. I may not have taken 17. I could have taken 16 because there's been road work on 204.
So you went south on 17 from Buckhalter.
Yeah, I think I took the highway back.
And then when you said on this text message, you said you turned on 204.
Like, okay, so if I'm on 17.
Heading towards 95.
Yeah, like when I say I'm turning on 204, if you're heading towards 17 and before Walmart and by that bridge, and that's me turning on 204. That would have been my location right there by that bridge, turning on 204.
But turning on 204 going what direction?
Going toward
to Savannah or south out to 95?
South towards 95. Like over there by the Flacco's Tacos and Harley Davidson shop. That's where I met the person I'll pay back $20 to.
Okay, who was that person that you?
They goes by Red.
Red.
He goes by Red. I don't know his name. He's a tall, light-skinned dude. tall, light skin, black dude. Yeah.
You met him at, so if you sent that at 10:40, it's a 5-minute
Yeah, and I was already heading back by the time that.
So at 10:40, were you texting him that you were turning on 204 to go meet Red?
Yeah, like I'm turning on 204 now, like I'm about to meet him. That's what I was trying to tell him. So.
And at that point, you didn't get anything.
No, I just paid him $20. I gave him $20 and I left. And it was a front from a couple days ago. A few days ago, I think we got that 8th. We paid $10 on the 8th. And we owed $20.
How much more money do you owe Red?
Nothing. That was it. That was just that $20. Just when you would have seen messages, otherwise somebody blowing up my phone or Danny's phone about us owing money.
So you don't know anybody?
She ain't owe him nothing because she was giving him the booty. Damn, that jury should have heard that. Red's the drug dealer, Joe. You missed it at the beginning of today. The very first thing they did was talk about him and how Leilani and him were having a sexual relationship. The judge didn't permit it in. The text messages.
I don't say much. Because I asked you this question earlier.
Yeah, no, and we did. I don't. Like that was handled. That was got a front 2 days later, paid you back. That's what that was. So it's like, I don't do fronts like that. That was on his name, on his front. I didn't like doing that. I only had to pay it back.
Was last night, was it abnormal for Quinton?
She said she gave him 20 she owed him, but she actually cashed that dude $80. They showed that day one. We'll see it again because it was in opening statements too.
In the crowd as much as he did last night?
No, he, like I said, he wasn't trying. He was like nodding, Lou. So he did that and it got quiet like 10:30. About 10:30 and looked over there and he was knocked out. Little cheeks, pink, snuggled up in a blanket.
Where do y'all keep the weed when y'all do have it?
Outside. We got it outside in a safe box.
Was there anything else that would be inside the house?
Hey, let me know. I'm going to leave it unmuted. Let me know if it's louder for you guys because I have a really good speaker, but if it echoes, let me know too. Let me know if you like it or not. I just won't mute.
We don't smoke cigarettes inside. We don't smoke weed inside. We don't take it inside. We don't do that.
What about Paul?
Paul?
Is he into any of that?
Yeah, he smokes, but I don't think, as far as I know, he keeps it in his truck. As far as I know, he keeps it in his truck. That was one of the rules, and my parents allowed him to move in there.
But it's just weed, though?
Yeah.
Do you hear it better?
Just weed. Nothing else. Like, listen, my mom's a convicted felon. There's no way I'm going to sit there
Accusing him of
and
cheating.
continuously push the buttons of these people.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
Okay. But you were in substance abuse for...
I've had other things I used to do, other things I have messed around with coke, or at one point I was on meth, or whatever. I got all that stuff on my own. And then when I had that and I had mental health issues, I just went ahead and told the counselor that sometimes I just want to go back to feeling that numb. So now I got substance abuse counseling. So,
Pay attention.
Did Paul or Danny ever have issues with that too?
Paul, I don't think so. Danny? No, I don't think so with that either. Whatever, Danny's a very petite. The most that he do is drink beer. Maybe hit more surprise. That's why he does.
Was there a reason that you went to go pay instead of Danny?
I was the only one with money, and I wasn't giving Danny the money to go do so.
Why is that?
Because there's times that he would go and spend it on alcohol for
You guys going to get a booty call?
Spend it on.
Okay.
That's
How
how
often does that happen?
He drinks daily.
Does that ever become a problem?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't get in trouble.
Good.
He's not like a belligerent, angry. He doesn't do that. I mean, it was like a 6-pack of beer a day. That's what he does.
How much did you have last night?
Last night, he had a 6-pack as normal. I think he had a few shots of Fireball too.
But it wasn't anything abnormal?
Nothing out of the way. He was only down before I was.
Did Paul know that y'all were leaving? Or you were leaving for a second? Or was he already upstairs?
He was already upstairs. When Paul got home last night, normally he does come down there and come in my room or whatever and hang out. He didn't last night. He just came in there for a minute, said, hey, got his dog, and went upstairs. So,
Does Paul hear Quinton crying when he's upstairs?
no.
He can't hear him crying?
Nothing upstairs. I can't hear nothing. Like when we used to be upstairs, you can come and bang on my door as far as you wanted to.
Where the crib is?
So I can't hear you bang on the door. It's only when you hear child. Not from that. That's why we moved from up there.
Listen, man, this bitch is on there complaining about we're not having enough sex. They're all living in one fucking room, 5 fucking people. There's 2 rooms upstairs. Billy gives the gay brother 1 room. Now they're all downstairs in the crib, and the beds, and the dressers, and everything's upstairs. So they're all smashed in 1 room when they had a whole upstairs with 2, and she's complaining about not being able to have sex. Well, you got 3 kids in the room, you whore. In my opinion. Sorry.
We're not constantly worried about skaters or stuff like that.
How old are you?
I'll be 23. No.
Listen, Joe, it don't matter whether he was drinking or doing the drugs. We all know that Danny did shit. We're not perfect. Nobody on this earth is perfect, but because he did things like that doesn't mean that he did anything to that baby. And that's my point. And he struggles. And whatever it was he had going on, it's my opinion. And we'll find out when I talk to his mom if she wants me to release anything. But it's my opinion that she brought him down. That dude was on the good things. Yeah, Paul, the one that lives there. She said it in the interview yesterday. It's in this interview. Probably going to talk about it. Right. I smoke. I never hurt a child. The guy worked. You see him running out of the job, right? To go look for Quinton because he's like, what the fuck is going on? He's at work. She's on the phone with him for 20 minutes. I can't find him. I can't find him. I can't find him. He clocks out. He's like, okay, I got to get home. I got a book. He goes home. Instead of going directly home, he's circling the neighborhood looking for that baby. She don't call the police. She calls the babysitter. Her calls went from Danny to the babysitter. The babysitter had to come over and prompt her to call 911. She didn't even call her mother, who was responsible for the kids. The babysitter did that. Can you believe it?
She's been through a lot as a 23-year-old.
I don't understand. There's a lot of reasons why they can't sleep. My mother's been in and out of my life. I watched her OD and get buried in the leaves in the ditch where her friends and this love is there. There's so many situations that people understand that I would never cause any harm towards any of my kids the way I have been hurt. I just won't. I sit here and I do have issues with this because I take all the blame on me. Anything that goes wrong, I take it in. I wear my heart on my sleeve and I really shouldn't. That little boy last night, he was so sweet in that bathtub and sitting there telling me bubbles. He wanted to play with bubbles. That's all he wants to do is play with bubbles and go to the park and play with the ball and the tablet.
He played with bubbles. He went to the park.
Remember that surgeon Saturday or whatever really hurt my feelings that they were saying you don't think that your mental problems could have made you do something and you completely not know about it? No, I do not think that is. I don't think that there's anything like that. That was like, I don't care how many different personalities somebody says I have. Every single one of them is the same.
So she's been told. Okay, she's going to get into Billy. What she just said was, They say I have different personalities. I don't. I don't care what anybody says. So she's been diagnosed. Then she goes on to say, I had Quinton alone in the hospital. So what, her mom couldn't even show up to the hospital for her? Keep listening. They're going to talk about Billy in a second here.
I'm trying all the hardest. The more I try to get back on track so I can be what these kids need, the more life doesn't hit me. And this time it fucking just blew me up. I can't.
Multiple personalities is what she said.
Like, I'm really I'm out the couple of come into the hospital after this. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I think I'm more of a danger to myself than I am right now.
Take some deep breaths right now. Need water right now? Just take some deep breaths. Deep breaths.
In our situation, I just think of one thing I do. Mom, thank my mom. Help me. She has them. Until I start getting myself back together and come back here and get a decent job, got a car for myself on Mother's Day. Just trying to build myself up for these kids. And I'm still going to try my hardest no matter what. But I can't. And I don't even know if what's okay. I just want to know if it's okay. I want some type of traffic camera to get you something to tell me he's okay. And nobody knows it by the time it hits tomorrow morning. It already been past the time when you're most likely to find a missing person. It'll be past it. After that, you're less likely, right? After the first 20 rounds.
We got people out there. Everyone's looking right now.
I just want to go bulldozer. I'll take a bulldozer over it. I don't care. I'm just gonna find the baby. I don't think everybody's freaking out now right now if I could.
I'll just get you some water. You want some water?
I got water.
You've been through an entire lifetime of hurt in 23 years. We can't sit here and even begin to think about the pain
Here it
that you
comes.
experienced. So I'm sorry. I wish there was something we could do to help ease that pain, but the truth be told, there's nothing that we can do. We're going to do everything we can to get you, the assistance.
Whatever we can do to get my baby back. I gotta ease my pain.
But that's where you got to help. When we initially talked to you, there was some stuff being disclosed in that initial conversation. And now we're back in here, kind of talking through, you and Danny going in depth, to Red. And those are the kind of things that we as law enforcement call that a piece of the puzzle. But we have to know stuff. So anything like that, and you have to understand, there's so many other things going on besides what's going on in this interview right now. There are people, looking at cell phone data. There are people doing additional interviews. There's search warrants taking place. When it comes to a child and a child abduction, there is absolutely no stone that you believe is not unturned. So I can 100% tell you that between the FBI and the Chatham County Police Department, we are going to find out what happened. I promise you that. And if we find that out, an hour from now, or we find that out a year from now, we are going to figure this out. I can promise you that. Because there's nothing more important to us than finding, Quinton and bringing the person to justice that's responsible for taking him out of your life. Okay? So I want to look you in the eye and tell you that. need you to look me in the eye and tell me from this point forward, there's absolutely nothing.
I believe that is the 100%. I believe that is the only event that I did not disclose. And it's only because I didn't think about it. That's not what I was thinking about at the time. I'm just like, this like, no. When he was in bed, he was asleep with my wife.
This is going to be hard. When I ask you this, it's going to be hard. And you can't get frustrated with me. So you got to understand we're doing a job. But when we first talked to you in the initial interview, there was no mention of him crying a lot. You mentioned that he was babbling.
Yeah, he babbles. He does a lot.
Just here 15 minutes ago in this interview room, before you took off and this text message, hey, I'm turning on 2 now. You mentioned that it was, I made that trip, before he was crying. And you described crying to the point where he was crying maybe abnormally. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but that's the way I interpreted it. That he was crying abnormally.
No, I think I said I left before, he was
I
asleep.
thought that too.
I left before, it's not like I left and he was still awake. I left after he fell asleep. He was babbling. And when I came back in again, I checked on him again. He was still asleep. And a crying thing? No. He does a little fuss. Did you cry? No. When I say crying, that's babbling, fussy noises. It's the way I explained it for Zane, Quinton, and Scotty. None of my kids cry and fuss. It's time to get fit. Every kid cries. No, let me take that. I'm not trying to mean that. By no means. Every kid cries. Okay. But no, he wasn't crying normally. It was just so very loud. Like he was trying to get somebody to come over there and give him the attention, even though it was bedtime. He had a tablet with him too. It could have been, he could have been looking at something and thinking it was funny. It's a kid approved your YouTube,
So what,
your
letting him
kids TV
puke?
thing. You can't get on nothing at all that's, bad for kids or anything like that. Whatever. So he could have been laughing at something like that, just like my oldest does. Or looking, I don't, he was babbling, fussing, crying. I don't know. But when I left the house, he was asleep. He was quiet. He was curled up with the blanket. He was quiet.
And what time did you say? 10:40, you're turning on 2:04. What time did you get back to the house?
To the house, 10:49, 50. That's how many 20 minutes? 20 minutes, 22 minutes, something like that.
What was Quinton doing when you got home?
He was still asleep.
And what was Zane doing?
He was laying on the bed with his towels on his chest.
Okay. Was he asleep though?
Yeah.
Okay. And then your fiance?
He was laying on the bed with a Fire Stick TV in his hand. You remember him?
Anything weird about him?
He was just laying there. Besides the fact that he was still fully dressed, and that's not normally him. But then again, there was a lot going on. We left work early. I had to get the wisdom teeth taken out, come to the house, clean up stuff, get dinner going, get the kids. So it was just needs time.
Does he have?
He was listening to you, bitch, probably about going to see the fucking drug dealer because you wanted drugs. That's what he was doing, not doing anything. He was tired of you. You were emotionally draining that young man, in my opinion.
Kids himself, your fiance?
No, our mother. That's his daughter.
Besides her. Okay. How's he doing with her?
He does really good. She smells at him before she does me. I don't know what I carried her.
Quinton did too, huh?
And almost died giving birth to her.
Okay.
Yeah.
But she's still his favorite. Yeah, she's still, whatever.
She said, Daddy's gonna all the way.
Look at her face when she asked for that.
Quinton was my baby.
Yeah.
He was the one that come across my lap just like Sky does. Sky does Danny or Zane does. I didn't get that this morning.
And you said Paul had a pretty good relationship with him too?
Yeah, he's very good with my kids. If I need help, he's right there. No, is he I'll do it all for you? No. But you do it for something? Yeah. You can take him outside and play with him for a second? Yeah. You can teach him how to play soccer? Yeah. going like 360. If you watch it, it's on there, and it shows you my exact route that I took, and the way I came back, the time that I left the house, the time that I got back home. It shows everything, and it shows Danny's trips and everything too, the times and all, and dates.
So like you said, we got people working
Hold on,
very hard right
guys.
now.
Well, Ronnie, you've been through a lot in your life. Now is not the time for us to. I mean, there's a lot I think that we can talk about, and we can get you in contact with folks that can provide you assistance, free of charge, to help you through everything that you've been through. But right now, I don't want to make light of that situation because it's not lost on me what it is that you've been through. But we've got a job to do.
Sorry.
You got to understand that bad news.
He has to go get the granddaughter.
Is there any chance that that's going to happen? No chance at all.
No. When I put him down, nothing. Unless something happened when I was not there, and I had no knowledge about, he was fine. When I got home, he was fine. He was asleep. He was curled up in that blanket. I touched his little hair. He moved and rolled over. I'm telling you, he was fine.
So just help me understand, what type of accident could have happened? Do you think that Danny may have done something? Because we have to agree that Quinton was crying. We have to agree that it wasn't just bad. Is it possible that you left the house because Quinton was crying so bad, and he came back and there was an accident that took place?
Nah.
I think the only time Quinton actually cried is when you take that towel from him, and he's laying in there. Then he's not just no towel. When I left the house, he was asleep. He was already asleep. Now, is it possible that Zane could have woken up for a second or something and drank, got loud and cried because we wouldn't turn the TV back on for him and woke up and quit? Yeah, that's a possible thing. Danny doesn't know if I'm running out of patience, though. Not like that, not easily. Not to where I think that he would finally just get fed up with somebody crying and do something to make him shut up and not realize that they did do something too much. You know, he's not that type of person.
No, I think that can happen.
Yeah.
We're adults, we're grown adults. But a small child, it doesn't take much.
Yeah.
You just get frustrated with a small child and just grab them the wrong way.
Yeah.
And an accident happens. The next thing you know, the child's unconscious. And it's the natural thing to do, to panic. Instead of, because you're not thinking logically about it. All you're thinking about is, what has happened. You don't know what to do, and you panic.
I don't think that he would. I don't think he would at all when I get back to the house. I reached for that thing. And I put his little hair in his face. And I was all in there, he turned. And he went down. That's good. He was fine. He was a happy baby when he went to sleep. When he was asleep.
When he was asleep.
I don't know what something
A happy
could have
baby
occurred.
when he was
I
asleep.
don't want to think about probabilities, even though there's a million of them. But I don't know. And I don't want to think that he would do something like that. And like you said, the people snap. They can break. I don't think he would. Daddy was not acting out the way when I got home. He was not acting like antsy or nervous or mad or concerned or anything weird at all. He was not.
What about this morning?
This morning, I didn't see him.
Since y'all have been together.
Sam, he's been very calm now.
Yeah.
Because I'm not.
Is that a normal thing for him?
If I'm freaking out, he tries his hardest to stay calm. And then if it's the other way around, he's normally freaking out. Yeah, I called him screaming about him. I said, I can't find Quinton. I can't find him anywhere. The door is open and I can't find him anywhere. I said, did you drop him off on the shelf or something? Did you tell me that you were going to do that and not tell me? Like, did I not remember? He said, no, he was there when I left this morning. I said, you're 100% sure? He said, yes. I said, he's not here now. And there was a 3-hour difference between when he left this morning and when I woke up.
Do you think something could have happened in those 3 hours with David?
I was 360, it shows that he left at the time that he says he did, and then he got to work at the time that he said he did, and then he left and came home when I called. So, I mean, I don't think so. I got my boss's numbers as well, if you would like that to confirm that Danny was there.
We can pull it up on here.
Danny's your fiance. He's lived 23 hard years. You got a lot of life left in front of you. You're the mother of 3 beautiful children. Just you described. Nothing is more important than you being available and being the mother for these 3 children.
Yes.
So don't let any sort of motivation to protect Danny stand in the way of you being the mother that you need to be.
Yep.
Like I said,
I agree.
The only thing I thought was weird is that normally he gets off work, goes home, takes a shower, and immediately dresses because he's that type of pretty boy. He didn't do that yesterday. But I was in pain because he was helping me in and out of the car and into the house because I was a little lippy, you know. So I really don't.
And the kid then starts crying and you're not there to be the mother because you're suffering from having your wisdom teeth pulled out.
Like I'm telling you, like when he was asleep, when he would lay down, and when I took that towel away, yeah, he did cry. That might be what I was talking about earlier. Yeah, he did scream. He screamed. He's like, TV on, as he says it. Whatever. But by the time that I had smoked a cigarette, got dressed, and was getting ready to leave and checked on him, he was asleep. Eyes shut. Completely. Left, kicked back, checked again, moved his hair in his face. Still, it was good. He did a little. It was good. Same, he was good. I wasn't touching that type of felt like it better than ever. Throw it out there.
And you don't think there's any chance that an accident could have taken place and Danny just did something that it just.
If there was, I'm not going to say no because you never truly know anybody. Y'all read about that. But if there was nothing at all that made me suspect anything was wrong when I got up. Or even when I got up this morning, besides my front door being open. That's the first thing that you know.
Sorry, I wasn't looking at that.
Shut it, check to make sure every single kid's there. Quinton wasn't there. But everything was good. But minus that, I normally wake up when Danny gets out of bed. I normally wake up, and he normally tells me bye. I do not remember him telling me bye. I do not remember him getting out of bed. That's probably the weirdest part right there. You know, but I was up throughout the night.
And is there any reason that y'all have been up and in and out of the house throughout the night?
No. The last anybody should have looked at that house would have been me, and that was when I went into that wardrobe. And that was just the end of a culture back that was on my street.
Hey, Josh. I hope you've been well.
After you got back home.
Nope. At all. And I had the back door locked. I know I looked out the front door. I pushed up against it, and I knew that was locked. But Danny went outside this morning and grabbed some cigarettes off of it and locked the door and didn't push it all the way. It wouldn't have car. It wouldn't have latch. He just pushed over. So, he said, or he kept on swearing up and down that he locked it, that it was locked. I can take a better investigation than that open the door. That's how easy it is to get that out.
I hope we get to hear Danny's interrogation because did you just hear what she said? The Billy part's coming up. But she said he swears up and down it was locked. So he must be telling the police that the door was locked. Just as I said, he pointed out, but there were deadbolts in the 911 call.
I don't think he would.
And I'm happy to see you, Josh. It's been a while. Thank you for the hit the like.
I don't want to believe he would. He wasn't acting up the way. There is nothing at all that I could think of the way he was acting, talking, looking, reacting, behavior or anything for me to think, yeah, he probably could have done something. There's nothing for me to think that at all. It was really baffled right now. What is, I don't know. I don't even know where to begin to look. What am I supposed to do when I go home? What am I supposed to do? I like everything's normal. Sleep in the room that I only have 3 babies in, and I only have 2.
I know, honey. I've been so worried.
Messages on here. You're saying something.
We'll chat when
or
I
he's saying
pause
something
it.
about, I guess when you're meeting up with this dude, Rich, about him being threatened.
No, that's about my brother. Paul showed up and is going to bed. Wow, okay, he said something about Tanya. He was on the way, and he was being threatened to run over. That was my brother leaving work, and somebody threatened to run him over at work.
Can you tell us about that?
I didn't elaborate on the situation. Like I said, Paul normally stays under his own, but he didn't. He gave us all the one sick.
Yeah.
So I still haven't asked that about that situation yet. I got up and I didn't have the time.
Does Paul ever have issues or anything?
Like that? No. He is autistic, and sometimes he runs his mouth, and if he runs it to the wrong person, he just has to do. Is that probably what happened at work? Yeah, he probably looked over at somebody and flipped off the wrong person and decided they were trying to run them over.
Does he have people coming over to the house?
No. But then again, I'm gone 6 to 2, and he works 2 to 10.
Yeah.
So if there is, I don't know, and I don't see. And nobody hits my room because I lock my door when I'm not home.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
What about Danny? So you got people coming over?
He has one friend, and his name is Marvin, but he doesn't hang out or anything. Like, they might stop by and talk for 5 or 10 minutes and then go on. They used to work together. Yeah. Other than that, when he moved down here, Danny didn't have anybody.
What about Paul having a girlfriend? He still have a girlfriend.
That's news to me.
Okay, I'm just asking if it does.
That's news to me.
Okay.
I don't just got to shuffle size about anything. No girlfriends. We question he's gay.
Our boyfriends see if boyfriends come over.
Yeah. No, none of that. I haven't seen nobody come over. Thomas, when he's home, he doesn't have company come over unless it's his sister or his really old friend of his named Roger.
Thomas is your other brother?
It was my stepdad. My other brother is Joe, that was here earlier. I had 6 brothers, I'm sorry.
When was your mom, when was she scheduled to be back here?
A couple weeks. We talked to her last week. She said she should be coming home in 2 to 3 weeks. And then we were told a couple of days ago that she got laid off.
Listen.
And when we called her and asked if she was coming home, she said she doesn't know if she's coming home quite yet. So maybe that she was maybe trying to set up another job, or maybe she was just going to go and hang up with Thomas at his job on her way home and then just come home with him this weekend, since he comes home on the weekends or something. But I didn't really get into big detail about it because the last incident we did have with the pushing and the kids and the cops calling and all that stuff, we have been very distant since then.
So given your mom's situation as relates to her travel and her job, and given your situation as relates to your mental health and use of drugs, and you said that you're not in a position to take care of the Quinton at least. So you feel that, given your mom's situation and your situation, she was still the best person for you to have direct custody to.
Yeah.
Damn dog.
From the time that I first gave that custody to until now, no matter what, I gave her the custody to. She hasn't had custody over them for not even a year yet. Not even a year.
But you see, I'm trying to understand this. She's away. She's maybe out of town for a month, 2 months at a time.
Sometimes 3. Sometimes
she has full custody. So really, it's just call it a paper drill. Call it what you want to.
Yeah, it's pretty much just paper talking or whatever. She had custody, but I was the one every day. I was there every day. I took him to his doctor's appointments. I got his clothes set up just like they're set up still on the counter next to his bed every night. They had put their bags together with their toys in the diapers or pull-ups and snacks first throughout the day because she'll handle snacks. She'll realize I just send snacks. It was me who was with that baby every day, all of them. When I was finally mentally and everything stable enough to come and be there and to be good for my kids. Whatever I did, I was there all the time. I set up their appointments. I made sure everything was good with them. Like I sang golden speech, and Quinton was going to have an appointment to see if he was autistic coming up pretty soon to go ahead and just start a little test on that because he was autistic and I wanted to
Keep listening. This is the part I want you guys to hear. She's going to go on to talk more about Billy and their relationship. She's accusing Quinton of being autistic. She wanted to get him tested. That right there shows you she was stressed with Quinton. Billy was telling her, no, she was supposed to come home. No, I'm not coming home. We're going to set up another job. Or I might go on the weekend to Thomas's job. Billy was never home. That babysitter was not paid enough and did not have them kids the whole amount of time that Billy was gone. It's my opinion that this young lady needed help far early on. She had a mental health issue, and this whole case is extremely sad. She's only 22 years old. Could Leilani have been a better contribution to this earth had she been brought up in a way that wasn't so chaotic? It's my opinion Billy made these kids' lives chaotic. I'm not blaming Billy for Quinton being gone, but it is not fair that she gets on panels and goes in channels and talks all the shit she does on other people, never taking any responsibility for her own actions. Did she not think that this would go to trial and be aired? It would have been better just to be truthful. Billy, share. Did y'all care about Danny's mom's feelings? Danny, the babysitter's underage children? No, you were being selfish. So kiss my ass, share about leave Billy alone. This is child number 2 that is now going to spend the rest of their life in prison. She should have learned after child 1. In my opinion.
He would progress.
You've been through a lot. You've been through a lot. We can't imagine what it is. Through all that, trials and tribulations that you've been through, you get what I like to call just street smarts, just an inclination, just a hunch. That you know something just doesn't quite smell right.
But you don't know exactly what it is.
And that's what I'm asking for you right now, because I know that you know something's just not quite right.
I don't know what it is.
But it goes back to what we talked about earlier. Bad news doesn't get better with time. Accidents happen. Things happen. Things that we regret, after it's done. So that's what I'm looking at you in the eye right now. Because it goes to the fact that there's probably no less than 40 to 50 people right now that are doing nothing but climbing away to do everything humanly and feasibly possible to find Quinton. So going back to that sense, that sixth sense that you have, 23 years old, young lady, but has a whole lifetime experience in 23 years. That's what I'm leaning on you for right now. Accidents happen, and I need you to help me figure out what happened. What happened last night?
I'm trying. I don't think nothing was out of the ordinary with Danny. When I left and when I came back, nothing. to some other female on his phone and won't tell me about it, and I have a feeling or a hunch, I'm right. And I can tell because of the way he's acting, the way he moves. He's very secretive. It wasn't like that last night. This man was like on the couch like this. Well, on the bed, the couch on the bed. Then on the bed like this. First thing.
Agreed.
When you saw Quinton last night when you came back at 10:40, 10.
About 10:50, yeah.
Thank you, Josh.
100% certain.
He was okay.
He was okay.
He was 100% certain. Okay, that baby was moving. That baby was breathing. That baby was curling up inside of a blanket, getting comfy. Last time I laid my eyes on him.
Agreed.
Last time I laid my eyes on him. Snuggling up. That was him.
In the same token, Leilani is an adult. She's cohesive enough to call a drug dealer. She should be cohesive enough to call a therapist. So you're absolutely right as well, Joe. The blame doesn't all lay on Billy. Quinton's death doesn't lay on Billy. But her lack of responsibility and the negligence leaving them in the care of Leilani, I believe, does deserve, only because she blamed other people for the things she has done in life and tried to make other people feel bad about themselves and put the blame on them and didn't even think to understand their position and how this death of this baby affected them as well and how it would affect the siblings of Quinton for the rest of their lives. She got on Cher's panel, started talking shit, and allowed Cher to put a banner up with her face on it. I can't get past that. To me, that's worse than the tragedy pimps, except for Cher. You know? Yep, instant gratification. Not yet, but it will. They didn't get there yet, Joe. They're still going over evidence. All right, looking for the first time. I'm not going to be done before they go back. So let's let me shut the fuck up.
But you gotta agree that it's possible. I mean, we've got to figure out.
I can't throw it out because I don't know the person that I never thought would hurt me. Okay, so I'm not
They
gonna
said
throw
it
it
was
out.
you.
But do I think
Maybe that's what it will end up being.
no? Will I put it past anybody? No. I don't put it past nobody. There's a possibility that it could have something could have happened. Maybe something happened after I went to sleep. Maybe Quinton woke up and started crying because I was so tired and don't know my medicine. I didn't hear it. Maybe he got frustrated. But if it happened, I don't know, and I don't want to focus on maybes. Because it's just leads down to a dead end normally.
If that happened, and you know that happened, we're going to do everything we can to protect you. So you got to understand that.
That's like the only thing. When I sit there and I'm thinking how everything went last night when I left and I came back both times, how he was. That's the only thing I can think of. I'm normally a light sleeper. I normally, when the moment this dude's alarm goes off and he's crawling out of bed and he's still got his nothing but drawers on. You know.
Where was her mom?
I didn't feel nothing at all. I mean, I didn't hear Cold Sky when she woke up at 3. I'm guessing he did. She normally wakes up about 3:30.
And this is her only girl, Dad.
If I can give you a time frame of when possibly something could have, I would have been after 1:30 in the morning when I went to bed. I was like laying down at 12. My mouth couldn't get comfortable when my mouth was hurting. Got in contact with my friend, went and got some Orajel, came back home, applied it, checked on it all again, and I went to bed. I went to bed next to Danny, and I was against the wall, and Danny was on the other side.
You didn't get anything else from Red? Nothing else?
No, I handed him a $20 bill.
So we go talk to Red. Red's gonna toss that.
Yeah, he's just going to hand me $20.
So was that important for you last night to get up at 10:40 at night?
Man, I was getting irritated with Danny because my mouth was hurting, so that was an excuse for me to go ahead and just get out the house for a minute and have a reason to do so too, besides just running. I was getting aggravated with him. My mouth was hurting and he kept on trying to offer me food and this and tried every time he would put his hand on me, he kept on touching right here repeatedly, and I was just aggravated. My mouth was hurting.
I think we all do.
That shit didn't help either. The girl got in the car and I was like, hey, pay back $20, right? Yeah. Like, yeah. And that happened on and off for the past few months because of him
They
cheating
lost their mother
things like
in the
that.
thick of it.
So that has
They're gonna
turned
have to
into
live with
my
that.
way of handling things with Danny before it escalates to the point that it is yelling and screaming and arguing and throwing stuff. It's just walk away. When I feel like it's escalating, just walk away. When I say escalate, I don't ever think that the man will put his hands on me. No.
Damn it.
We're back on the record. Please bring in Ms. Simon.
I'll stay on after and we'll finish that whole rest of that interview. And then tomorrow they'll probably have what came out today.
All right, Ms. Simon, please have a seat with your attorneys. We are back on the record in SPCR 22-03364J6. Counsel for the defense is present and seated with her. Counsel for the state is present as well, and Detective Lemons is back on the stand. Anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please bring in the jury. Okay. Everybody can have a seat until the jurors are ready.
Jury is now entering.
Hey. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Please have a seat. I hope you enjoyed lunch. I hope you enjoyed the break. Thank you. And I have to ask you, were you able to follow the court's instructions? Okay. And did anyone do any research? Did anyone engage in any discussion with anyone? All right. And were you exposed to any media or social media? All right. Thank you. Everyone has indicated they have not. And so with that, Mr. Dean, let's begin.
In those October 5th and October 8th interviews, where was it that the defendant was claiming she had met her drug dealer, Red, on the night of October 4th?
Flacco's Tacos off of Highway 204.
What is Flacco's Tacos?
I believe it's a Mexican restaurant.
Did the investigative team determine that that was not true?
Yes.
Can you tell us how that determination was made?
When we obtained Leilani's cell phone records directly from Verizon and from her cell phone, her GPS coordinates did not show her at Flacco's Tacos.
Where did they show her?
On Arkwright Lane.
Can you describe Arkwright Lane for us, please?
So from where the Flacco's Tacos is at Highway 204 and I-95 area, Arkwright Lane is about a quarter mile down the road where Highway 204 turns into Fort Argyle.
Now, were you able to pinpoint a specific address on Arkwright Lane?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And did you do any follow-up research on that address?
Yes, I did.
To determine what individuals might be associated with it?
Yes.
Now, I don't know that we've talked about the Cash App in the defendant's phone. Did you review her phone and see a Cash App payment that was made at the time of that trip?
Yes.
And to whom was that Cash App payment made?
The name on the transaction was Timothy Weston.
Did you uncover any information about Timothy Weston and any tie to that location on Arkwright Lane that her phone was sitting at that night?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that was?
So I conducted a follow-up on Arkwright Lane. I spoke with Timothy Weston, who resided or was at 14 Arkwright Lane.
Did you see any references in her phone to a Tim? Do you remember?
Referencing Tim, yes.
Can you tell us what those references, like how they referred to him?
Tim 204.
Okay.
They were usually used in conjunction with each other.
And were these in messages between the defendant and Daniel Youngkin talking about going to see Tim 204?
Yes.
Were there also messages on her phone indicating some contact with a fellow that she had saved as Craig?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find any connection between Craig and that residence on Arkwright Lane?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
So Craig is Craig Weston, and he is Timothy Weston's cousin.
Okay. Now, did you look at the criminal history of both of those individuals?
I did.
And can you tell us what, if anything, their criminal histories contained in the way of drug arrests?
They've both been arrested for narcotic sales.
So they're drug dealers?
Yes.
Okay. Tim and Craig Weston of Arkwright Lane?
Yes.
Now, you said you went and talked to them, right?
I did.
Did you wear a badge?
I did.
Did you go with an FBI agent?
I did.
Did you identify yourselves as police?
Yes, we did.
And did you ask them whether they had seen the defendant that night?
Yes.
Were these two drug dealers willing to tell you that they had seen the defendant on the night of October 4th or not?
No, they weren't.
Thank you. Let me just ask you real quickly. We've talked about how the defendant came back in on the 8th for an interview with Bridget Rock at the FBI office.
Yes.
Did Danny Youngkin come in that day as well for a follow-up interview?
Yes, he did.
And did Paul Simon come in that day also?
I'm not sure if it was that day. It may have been a later day. His second interview was conducted.
Okay, but he did, in any case, come in for a follow-up interview?
Yes, he did.
How would you rate Paul's level of cooperation during this investigation?
He was very cooperative.
And how would you rate Danny's level of cooperation during this investigation?
He also was very cooperative.
Anything in particular that he did that causes you to say that?
Both of them were in constant contact with us. Daniel specifically wanted to do anything that we asked him to find Quinton.
Did he agree to any monitoring of his contact with the defendant?
Yes.
And can you tell us about those things?
Yeah, so there was two things that we asked Daniel to do, one of which was a monitoring of his cell phone. Specifically, we wanted to monitor his cell phone in a live manner anytime he communicated with the defendant, which means if Daniel's getting a phone call, we're hearing it. And that applied to all of his phone calls, not just the ones with Leilani.
So he agreed to a wiretap?
Yes.
Any other monitoring he agreed to?
Yes, he also agreed to a hotel monitoring where we set up recording devices in a hotel room that he and Leilani shared so we could listen to their conversations while Leilani thought nobody was around.
How long did the phone monitoring last for, roughly?
I think it lasted 3 months.
And when was the hotel recording operation conducted?
It was between October 7th and 9th.
So was it in effect then on the day of the October 8th interview that we just watched?
Yes.
They were recorded that evening in a hotel?
Yes, they were.
Just a couple more housekeeping questions so that I don't forget.
Mhm.
535 Buckhalter Road, what county is that in?
It's in Chatham County.
And the Azalea Mobile Home Plaza, what county is that in?
Chatham County.
Now, the route between 535 Buckhalter and Azalea Mobile Home Plaza, does it pass through any counties other than Chatham?
No, it doesn't.
And is the landfill on Little Neck Road in Chatham County as well?
Yes, it is.
The Chatham County Police Department has jurisdiction over what geographical areas in Chatham County?
Do you mean like the boundaries?
Well, let me ask you this. The Chatham County Police Department, is it responsible for policing unincorporated Chatham
Yes.
County? And is 535 Buckhalter Road in unincorporated Chatham County?
Yes, it is.
So if it happens there, it's y'all's responsibility.
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dean. Mr. Hilliard?
Your Honor, at this time, if I could reserve questioning, I think we're going to take a witness out of order.
We are. And so Detective Lemons, I'm going to ask you to step down and take your place at the state's table. And Mr. Hilliard, you reserve cross-examination at this time, but you will cross-examine later.
Correct.
Okay. And there is a witness, Mr. Dean, that you wish to call at this time.
Yes, Your Honor. May I first bring some exhibits up to the clerk and make sure that everything's in order?
Clerk, raise your right hand.
The evidence you should give the court and the jury in the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Step this way, please.
All right, good afternoon. Mr. Dean.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name?
Yes, my name is Angie Christensen. Angie is spelled A-N-G-I. Christensen is C-H-R-I-S-T-E-N-S-E-N.
And where do you work now?
I work at the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia.
And what is your position there?
I work there as a forensic anthropologist.
And what is a forensic anthropologist?
A forensic anthropologist is a scientist who studies the human skeleton in forensic contexts.
How long have you been a forensic anthropologist?
I've been with the FBI laboratory since 2004, so just about 20 years.
Did you work as a forensic anthropologist in any other capacity before joining the FBI lab?
I assisted with a couple of cases as a graduate student.
Can you tell us about your education, training, and experience that puts you in a position to serve as a forensic anthropologist with the FBI lab?
I have a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, and a PhD, all in the area of anthropology.
Make a difference in someone's life by becoming a dom care provider. Be compensated for providing support to someone in your own home.
The free admission Pittsburgh Gem Show returns to the Monroeville Convention Center, October.
Conduct forensic anthropology work in a case. How do you first get involved in the case? How does it come to you?
To the FBI laboratory?
Yeah.
The case flow process is that all evidence is first received by our evidence management unit. And they read the incoming documentation and inspect the packaging and make sure everything is in place and in order. And then they prepare that evidence for delivery and examination by the scientists.
Now, before that ever happens, do the agents in the field have to send you a request to do some work in the first place?
Whoever is requesting the examination will send a letter documenting what that request is and that they're requesting lab examinations.
And does that letter bear the FBI's case number?
Yes, if it's an FBI case, then it will, yes.
And does the lab then assign its own case number?
Yes, in addition to the FBI case file number, the laboratory will assign an FBI laboratory number.
And did you conduct some forensic anthropology work in connection with the Quinton Simon case arising out of Savannah?
Yes, I did.
What was the FBI case number for that case?
Your Honor, may I refer to a copy of my report? The FBI case number for that case is AT, which stands for our Atlanta field office, 3665337.
And what was the lab number assigned for the work that you did?
The laboratory number assigned was 2022-02600.
And Your Honor, before I forget, I would offer Dr. Christensen as an expert in forensic anthropology.
No objection. All right, thank you.
Sometime in late November, mid to late November, did you first get a request from some agents in Savannah to look at some photographs?
Yes, the first request I received was on October 28, 2022.
And how many photographs did you receive at that time?
That day I received 6 images as well as a bone that was depicted in those images.
Okay. And did you take a look at those photographs, and what were they asking you to tell them about?
The photographs depicted a bone that they wanted me to determine whether it was human or not in origin.
And what day was that again?
The communication was dated October 28 of 2022, and my report is dated October 31 of 2022.
And did you look at that photograph and come to a tentative opinion about whether that bone was human?
Yes, my preliminary conclusion was that bone was non-human in origin.
Did they send that bone up to you in any case?
Yes.
And did you look at it in real life?
Yes, I examined the photos, they submitted the actual bone, and I then directly examined the bone.
Okay. And what was your conclusion of that?
That the bone was non-human in origin.
And again, that was in late October.
Yes.
Did you later, sometime in
I love
mid-November,
these old lady candies.
get, substantially more photographs of some different remains?
Yes, there were a number of photos submitted in a communication dated November 18.
And what, how many photographs was that?
These are represented in the laboratory's item numbers 15 through 26, so I believe that's 12 photographs.
Okay. And what were they asking you to tell them about these photographs?
Once again, to determine if I could, based on the photographs, whether the bones depicted were human or non-human in origin.
And what did you opine based on the photographs?
In that case, I did conclude that the images depicted bones that were consistent with human origin.
Now, shortly thereafter, did you receive a box of suspected human remains from the agents in Savannah?
Yes, the laboratory did receive subsequent to that physical submissions of some of the material depicted in those photographs.
And what specifically did the lab receive? What did it look like when it got to you?
When it got to me, so this is different than when it was received by the lab. It would have initially been received by the evidence management unit, who then inspected and then sent it to me. I received, in this case, I might refer to my notes just to refresh my memory, one box containing 4 additional paper bags.
And did you examine the contents of those paper bags?
Yes, I did.
And did you photograph the contents of each of those paper bags?
I did.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach with what I marked as State's Exhibit 78. Do you recognize those images?
Yes.
And what are those images?
These are photographs that I took of the contents of those 4 bags as I received them.
And what was the date of those photographs?
Those photographs are dated November 21 of 2022.
Okay. And is the items in those photographs, is that what the Savannah agents had sent you pictures of a couple days before?
It includes what was depicted in those images, but there's also additional material depicted here.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to publish the exhibit by displaying it on the monitor. Now, were these the contents of these bags, or did these bags receive lab individual numbers at the lab?
Yes, they were assigned item numbers by the evidence management unit.
Now, what were the numbers assigned to each of these bags?
Items 27, 28, 29, and 30.
Does this first image here depict the contents of the bag numbered item 27?
Yes.
And what are those numbers we see in the bottom right-hand corner?
In the bottom right, you see the FBI laboratory number, which is 2022-02600. It then says item 27, dated 11/21/22, and to the side, my initials.
Can you tell us what it is that we're looking at here?
This is a photo I took documenting the material as I received it. Upon later examination, I determined this piece of tissue to not contain any skeletal material.
Did you do any further examination of this particular item?
No, because as a forensic anthropologist, I don't examine any of the soft tissues, only the skeleton. So because there was no skeletal material present, I did not conduct any further examinations on this item.
The next slide, slide 2, this is item 28.
Yes.
All right, so this was the contents of another one of the bags?
Yes.
Can you describe to us what we're looking at here? What was in that bag?
Again, this is a photograph that I took just documenting the material as I received it. On further examination, I sub-itemized these numbers and examined the bones individually.
And so you did do further analysis of the contents of this bag?
Yes.
Slide 3 is item 29, correct?
That's correct.
And can you describe to us the contents of item 29?
Again, this is a depiction of the material as I received it prior to doing my additional examinations.
Slide 4, not a great picture, but is this item 30?
Yes.
All right, so the fourth bag.
Yes.
Okay. What was in that bag?
This is a combination of soft tissue and skeletal material as it was received by me.
What did it appear to you to be anatomically?
It appears to be a foot, including some of the soft tissue and the bones within.
Once you had received these items and taken them out of the bag and photographed them, what did you do with the items that you did further examination? What was the first step?
As you can see in the images, there's soft tissue and other debris that's adhering to the bones. And my examination is just on the skeletal material. So in order to isolate the bones as well as to clean the surfaces so that I could examine them, I removed any soft tissue and cleaned the bones of any additional debris.
Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about the types of conclusions that you can arrive at as a forensic anthropologist, okay? Are you able to look at a set of bones and determine whether they appear to be of human origin or not?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
It's based on my education and training and experience, in much the same way that you all can probably tell the difference between human and non-human animals. The same is true for their internal structures and bones. So by examining and studying enough human and non-human bones, I can tell the difference between them.
And of the bones you looked at across these 4 items, did you determine that most of them were of human origin?
There were some bones that were of non-human origin and some bones for which I could not determine whether the origin was human or non-human in origin, but most of them were human bones.
And were you able to identify anatomically which bone in the human body you were looking at for the bones of human origin?
Yes.
And did these include a left and right femur?
If I might refer to my report, these are listed by item number and bone name in my report. But yes, there was a left and right femur.
A left and right tibia?
Yes.
Tibia being one of the long bones of the lower leg.
It's the shin bone, yes.
A fibula?
Yes.
That being the other bone of the lower leg?
Yes, it's to the side of your shin bone. It makes up the side of your ankle at the bottom.
Did these bones include part of a right humerus?
Yes.
What is the humerus?
The humerus is the upper arm bone.
And did they include part of a right ulna?
Yes.
What is the ulna?
An ulna is a bone of your forearm on the thumb side.
Did they include a left calcaneus?
Yes.
What is the calcaneus?
Heel bone.
And did they include 5?
It makes up your forehead.
Now, is that visible in slide 3 depicting item 29?
Yes.
Is it the bone in the top right?
Yes.
Did the bones that you identified as of human origin include a right temporal bone?
Yes.
Where is that on the human body?
The temporal bone is near the ear.
And is that visible in item 29 here, or is it in one of the other items?
It's difficult for me to tell from this photograph because of the tissue and debris on the bones in the photograph.
Did the bones that you identified as being of human origin include a left parietal bone?
Yes.
What is a parietal bone?
The parietal bones make up the 2 sides of the cranium.
And did they include various bones from the left foot?
Yes.
When you are looking at bones that you've determined are of human origin, are you able to tell whether they are consistent with being from a human of a particular age range?
Yes, especially for children, looking at the stages of growth and development and taking measurements of the bones, it's possible to tell approximately how old somebody was by looking at their skeleton.
And of the bones that you identified as being of human origin in these 4 items, 27 to 29, did they all appear to be from a human being in the same age range?
Yes, they were all consistent with being from a child aged 1 to 2 years.
And when you're looking at a set of bones that you've identified as being of human origin, are you able to render an opinion as to whether they're all from the same individual, like the same person?
Yes, it's possible to estimate the number of individuals represented. So just based on an inventory of the skeletal material present, if, for example, there were 2 left femurs, I would be able to conclude that there were at least 2 individuals present. In this case, for example, there were no bones that were duplicated that I wouldn't expect to be duplicated in a human skeleton.
So your opinion as to the human bones that you received from the agents in Savannah, that they're, to sum it up, that many of them were of human origin.
Yes.
Those of them were of human origin were from a child 1 to 2 years of age.
Correct.
And a single child.
Correct, yes.
What determinations, let me ask you this, did you observe trauma on any of these bones?
Yes.
And what, if anything, are you able to tell us about when the trauma, well, let's start with not this case, but just a given case. Can you look at a human bone that has signs of trauma, and can you sometimes tell when the trauma occurred relative to death?
Yes. So if there are, trauma refers to any alteration that might happen to a bone. And we can tell if that happened before death, which we call antemortem, if the bone displays any signs of healing. So as soon as you break a bone, your body immediately starts the healing process. So if we see any signs of healing on that bone, we know that it happened before the person died. Perimortem means that the trauma occurred around the time of death. And this is a term that's used a bit differently by medical examiners and pathologists than by anthropologists. So perimortem being around the time of death, typically a pathologist is talking about a very narrow range of time. Anthropologically speaking, because we're only looking at the bones and we're not examining any of the other tissues, all we can tell is what sort of state that bone was in when it was fractured. So in life, the bone has water and collagen, and it's actually a rather flexible material, and it has some give before it breaks. Imagine, for example, you have a fresh green stick and you try to break it. That stick has a good bit of bend before it will actually break. And this differs from a dry stick where if you pick it up and try to bend it, it just snaps. The same thing kind of happens to bone as it dries. So bone that is fractured in a post-mortem condition, so much after the death event when the bone has become dry, it fractures differently than a bone that is fractured in that fresh state. That fresh state we call biomechanically fresh. But that biomechanically fresh state can persist for a long time after death, depending on the conditions of where the body is deposited. So the fractures in a bone will look the same to me if they happen right at the time of death or potentially sometime after death, as long as the bone is still in that biomechanically fresh state.
When you use it, do you ever use the term death event?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That just refers to when that person died, the event of dying.
Is it fair to say that in this case, you cannot attribute any of the trauma to the bones here to the death event?
That's correct.
Is it fair to say that you essentially cannot tell whether any of the trauma to the bones was incurred before this child died versus after?
I can tell that the fractures didn't occur before the time of death because there's no signs of that active healing. So the fractures either occurred around the time of death or after.
One moment, please. These images that we've been looking at, these are the pictures that you took in your lab?
I took these photos, yes.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the evidence that the lab received from Savannah in
They-
late November?
As I received it, yes.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 78.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, State's Exhibit 78 is admitted without objection.
One moment, please. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Mr. Williams?
Thank you, Judge. Dr. Christian, good afternoon. My name is Mark Henry. How are you?
Good afternoon, very well, thank you.
I just want to follow up with some questions, if you don't mind. Okay? You said I'm going to skip the first items from October 31st because I just don't think they're relevant. Okay? And I'm going to skip straight to the items from November 18th, if that's okay. You said you received 4 items in it's one box, 4 bags on the inside of the box, correct? Correct. Items 27, 28, 29, and 30. You didn't do any analysis on item 27, correct?
Well, I did an initial assessment, and once I determined that there was no skeletal material present, I did not conduct any additional examinations.
So let me rephrase that. You looked at it, realized it didn't have skeletal material, and didn't do anything further than the initial
Yes,
assessment.
that's correct, yes.
Item 28, you said they were bones, and most were human bones. I found that, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I found that a little odd. So what bones did you find in item 28?
So I ended up sub-itemizing because I wanted to account for and be able to accurately describe each of the bones in those depictions. Although the evidence management unit initially called that item 28, I broke it down in my report. Item 28-1, 28-2, 28-3, representing each of the bones. And in this case, items 28-17 to 28-23 were bones of non-human origin, but 28-1 through 28-16 were bones of human origin.
And just to be 1 through 16 in item 28, you said were of human origin, and items 27 through 23 of items 28 were not.
Items 28-1 through 28-16 were human origin. 28-17 to 28-23 were non-human.
And I was just curious, did you ever determine, is that the only determination you made was just non-human, or did you ever identify it as being anything else?
No, we do not report what species it is beyond non-human in origin.
Just want to follow up and check on that. Now, you said with the, I guess it's the item 29, which was the skull fragments, correct?
That consisted of some of the skull fragments, yes.
You said that was of human origin.
Yes, items 29-1 to 29-3 were human in origin.
And you, on item 30, you said there was some soft tissue and some skeletal material, correct?
Yes, they all had some soft tissue and other debris with the skeletal material.
And with regards to item 30, I assume you didn't do anything with the soft material, but you did identify the skeletal material.
I did remove and examine the skeletal material, yes.
And did you find that item 30 was human remains?
Yes, these were portions of a left foot.
And you kind of glossed over it, but I didn't really understand. You said that bones are, I guess, a little bit more flexible in life
That's correct.
than in death, correct?
Then once they've dried, yes.
So you didn't find, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, just trying to make sure I understand it. You said that you cannot attribute any of the trauma to the bones to the death, correct?
I can't say when they occurred with respect to the death event, no.
And with regard to these bones and this testing, was that all of the involvement and all you were asked to do with these items?
Yes.
So, you did identify the items you discussed as human material, correct?
Correct, yes.
And you couldn't attribute any of the traumas to the bones to the death of it, correct?
Correct.
And that's all the conclusions you were asking me.
Yeah, in addition to the age estimate of a child aged 1 to 2 years.
That's all the questions I answered.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Doctor, thank you. You are excused.
Our pups deserve clean water too. So let me tell you what to do.
I'm going to have the jurors return to the deliberation room at this point. We're at a point where we're deciding going forward or stopping for today. It's a little early, but this makes the most sense, I think. But just to firm that up with counsel, I'm going to ask you to step to the deliberation room.
Jurors are exiting. All clear, Judge.
Thank you. All right. So I think this is the stopping point that we anticipated.
I think so too, Judge. If I could have I don't know, I mean, I'd like a few minutes to talk to Mr. first and kind of decide which way we're going to jump at this point. We do have 2 days of women's testimony to talk about. So, see whether we're, so can I get a little bit of a break?
Sure. All right. Let's take a break. Let's break until I think it's, I can't read that clock on here. Is that
3:20.
3:20? Tell me what that clock says.
3:19 actually.
It's got with the light. There's a glare to it.
Okay. All right. I'll look at my own watch. Okay. Let's just step back in at 3:30.
That's fine. Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Thank you. We're in recess.
Hold on, guys. I'm tuning Nectarine. I don't want to tune the mic. She wrote something to her attorney. So they're bringing a next witness up. Why would they want to break until tomorrow? That's odd, right? They're coming back, though. They're on recess. So I guess we're still here. I'm not getting cookies yet. I'm a diabetic. I'm not supposed to have cookies. But the grandbaby wanted cookies tonight. So we're having cookies tonight. And we're going to eat leftovers and make it an easy dinner night. Because hubby goes to work tonight. And then tomorrow I got to figure out the noisy kids while he sleeps. All right. Well, I promised what we would do is finish watching this. We still didn't get to the part I wanted you guys to hear. However, I'm actually going to, this break, let this play. And then I'll come back. I'm going to go help my family out a little bit. It's been 3 days. So for those that want to stick around and watch this, And then I'll be back when the judge comes back. And then this will end before that probably. So what is it, 42? Oh yeah, there's not even 10 minutes left. So I'll be back and I'll put something else on for you guys that goes with the case until they come back. But I'm going to go see my fam for a minute.
There's been times that I went inside that Salt Creek Park and then got told to leave by an officer because you can't be there after dark. You know? So it's just escape. That was the excuse last night. It's the escape because I'm sitting there feeling like he's talking to other people. He doesn't want to do anything with me in bed. Nothing at all. Nothing out the way. Nothing.
There's a lot of stress.
Yeah.
You're feeling some pain.
Nothing looking out the way. Quitting. I mean, when he was awake and was around Danny, was not acting no type of way towards Danny. He wasn't acting scared or frightened, getting flipped when we picked him up and spit him in the air. You know, nothing. So, and even afterwards, when I was in bed and asleep, whenever I said Danny wasn't acting funny, the animals weren't acting funny, the house was exactly the way it was when I left it. I mean, exactly, straight down to the dog's turd from the back door. Yeah, that was all I said.
I'm just looking to give you every opportunity to recollect and think through exactly what happened. And I'm going to disclose some things to you that we're going to be doing, so you understand. So if the doors were open and shut anytime after you got home at 10:50, we're going to find that out. If any cars, if Danny's car left, if any cars associated with that house left, we're going to find out. You have to understand that. Like when it comes to situations this much value, this much weight, there is no expense spared to figure this out. Okay? Well, we can easily sit here and talk to you, get everything in your mind, and you tell us what you think happened. And it saves a lot of time.
And then I think, I wasn't going to put past nobody because I know how much people trust the people who watch me when I was younger. Whatever. And I trust anyone. Follow me. I trust them. I trust them with the kids more than I trust them with myself because he's so cheated and hurt me about many times to that extent. And he's never done wrong by the kids that I could see. Never. He is scared to even pop them. So, like, if he did mentally stop, if he did, it was after I was asleep. That was after going and picking up my orange out. Because after I got back, I did lay down for a minute. I tried to sleep for a minute. I tried and I couldn't. And my mouth hurt. And got in contact with my friend. And I got some orange deal, which is why it was at 1:25 when I got back in the morning. And not immediately after going to 204. He didn't act no type of way. Nothing looked out the ordinary in the house this morning when I got up either. Besides the door being open. And Quinton not being there. Those are the only two things that are out of the ordinary.
Do you have any other way of tracking anyone else other than Life 360?
I used to have the location thing, and it doesn't have my phone anymore.
What is SoFi?
So it's a bank app. There's a lot of those in there. I was trying to get $30 sign-up bonus.
Are you going to go ahead and do this?
No, I'm just doing it.
So if you would, I'm kind of new to Life 360, so if I start.
So this would be all the most recent ones. The farther you go down, the older they get.
Gotcha.
Alright. And if you click on mine, and you want to see where I left this morning, this will show home, And because my phone battery was low, which is why it's showing like that. And it's showing pulling up here. There's the Chevron gas station. Yeah. To get that, and then went back home. Okay, red. Looks like I took 17 there and took 16 back, or 95 back.
So how do I see Danny's?
His name, click on it, and it says unable to connect.
Oh, we have it on airplane mode. Yeah, you can take it off. It might be mine. Do you need Wi-Fi or do you already have data?
I have data.
This precinct's kind of a dead zone.
Saying unable to connect.
Is it trying to do a live thing, or is it just showing the history?
It's trying to do both, and right now it's not showing anything, and that's weird because I seen this stuff this morning. The only reason I be doing that is if 1516 is on this phone anymore. And it says he got been on since 9:55, so it's been on there.
Would it not work if his phone was off right now?
No, it's just.
This was before she was arrested, Joe. Sorry, I just came back in for a minute. Everybody's quiet and busy. The baby's sleeping. Nico's playing on the computer. Their daughter's sitting in there with them. My husband went to go get eggs because we're out. But I'm gonna sit down and have a cigarette. I am gonna smoke one. This was the first interview. This is from yesterday. Today they're showing the interview with the FBI. She was interviewed, I believe, 4 times. This is the second interview. This might be the second interview. I'll have to go back and look. It's just whatever WJCL cut from yesterday. They put the whole thing together. So, did I miss the part where she said about Billy ODing in front of her? Because I just came back in. My daughter's hooking it up today. She's doing the dishes. She's taking care of the little ones. The baby's napping. Hopefully when he wakes up, he'll feel a little bit better. We decided he just got a cold. He don't need to go to the pediatrician today, but my son's going to make an appointment for tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow morning because he had his friend. He was running around and the baby seems fine. He's just sick. Was BJ grilled? We don't know yet, Joe. We didn't get that far in. We're day 3. We got to remember they kept a lot of stuff like really under wraps this whole time. We're going to hear a lot of stuff for the first time. You didn't hear it. Well, if we missed it, I'll just go through. I'll cut it. And when I come live tomorrow, I'll play it. I was hoping they would go home early today. Are you, Earl? Was that your dad, Malaya? Oh. Who's in there? I swear I heard a man's voice. You hear my granddaughter, me and her. Little attitude. But I'm going to let this continue playing. Got a few minutes left. I guess I'll sit here and watch it with you. Everybody's preoccupied.
So But history.
His most recent location.
Yeah, it should still show that up.
4 hours ago.
But it's not showing the history.
Yeah, if the phone was off, it wouldn't go. If his phone is off, because yeah, it's cycling, so it's not connecting. So it relies on his phone and the app to push you the data. So that's what that is.
I'm guessing that this week, what do you guys think the next witness? Never mind. It's a stupid thought. Let's go back to this.
So there's nothing else that you think of. So there's no chance, and this is going to sound crude, but you got to understand that we got a job to do. There's no chance.
There's no chance at all that I think that I would do anything with my mental, no matter what, to hurt my children. And Danny, no. I'm going to put it this way. I 95% believe that there is no possibility that a man would hurt their children.
Something can happen.
Which is why I said I'm 95%.
It could be an accident.
Exactly, because there's nothing that can make us know if something did happen to my baby last night that I did not know about. And it was probably an accident. I don't think somebody would intentionally, or Danny, or anybody would intentionally that I know, or that is in that house, hurt the children. I don't think they would. You won't be ready to fight over the babies. Just
I don't think Hadley's going to testify, Joe. That's just my opinion. I told Hadley as a public relations officer, not an investigator. He's the chief, so he would assign people to do the work. And FBI and Quantico did all the testing, and I think we're in that phase now. Like, we've already left the Chatham County and we're now to the FBI. If Hadley does testify, I'd be a little shocked, but he may. You never know. He's just the chief. He assigns people. He came out as the public relations person. He spoke to us. They just go to him. He may get on there and say, yeah, I directed, they showed. There's a chance he'll come on. I just don't think that he will. I could be wrong. We'll see.
or referring to Leslie's little efforts. Just then I want to fight you.
No, because even his first press conference, he was in suit. He came really, really late. He said he got the call. He didn't know Quinton's name. He said he was just being filled in. He's in charge of it. I just think they're going to focus more on the investigators. He may get up there. I could be wrong. I just don't think he wasn't an arresting officer, or he just runs the whole, he's the chief of the police department. He has to approve. He may have to get on stand and say, hey, I approved this, I did that, they came to me, if there was some confusion or something. So I could be wrong. I just don't think he's going to be a main person to testify. They're already, like today, on to the FBI. They may bring some more Chatham people on. I don't know. I could be 100% wrong. That's just my prediction, I guess.
Is there any places that when y'all went outside, when you go outside and play with coins, is there anything that attracted him? Like, did he like to follow dogs? Did he like water? Did he like
water? He loves the water. Balls. I love balls. No, I didn't really. If we went for a walk, it was only from like my house to the stop sign. But we always play in the backyard. In the backyard, we go out there and there's a clear area next to the cardboard where I can like kick the ball around with him, and he can run and follow me, not be too worried. That's what we would play out there. He would always be attracted to that old rusty truck behind the cardboard. So,
But we know that, the playpen, the pack employee, he wasn't strong enough, tall enough, big enough to crawl out of there on his own. So whatever has happened to Quinton at this point, he was picked up out of that pack employee.
Mr. Hilliard. I'm doing fine, thank you. Oh, we need Miss Simon.
I mean, he's gone from the
Tim?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let the record reflect that Ms. Simon has rejoined her counsel at counsel's table. The state is present as well. Mr. Hilliard, you asked to take a short break with your co-counsel.
We did. I discussed it with Mr. Person. I think we're going to wait and do the cross with Detective Lemons. She's going to be recalled later on. And to me, it makes more sense to do it all at one time than to try and break it up. I think it's less effective if I break it up. So I just discussed it with Mr. Person. That's what we're going to do. As far as the next witness, I think the next witness, just to be completely candid, I don't know how long the state plans to take. It will be a minute probably with me.
Okay.
I still think today's probably still a good time to take a break today since it's the middle of the week. We have Thursday and Friday, but I'll leave that with the court.
Let me turn to Mr. Dean.
The next witness is Daniel Youngkin, the defendant's boyfriend at the time. We're ready to call him. He's here. He's been waiting. We are ready to proceed. We started it, after 10 today, and we've only taken one complete witness.
We've got a little bit of a late start today. Let's press on with Daniel Youngkin. He is here. He's ready.
Yes.
State's ready. Defense is ready.
Yeah, I just have, because he is a civilian witness and not a police officer, I would like to have one moment to again caution him against testifying about any inadmissible material.
Yes.
In the hallway.
Okay.
Thank you.
You may do so. And when Mr. Dean comes back, we'll prepare to bring the jury in.
Wow. Yeah, we can continue. I'm okay. I'll take breaks and turn the volume up to make the damn cookies. Oh, they're a little ahead. She came in. She's like, here you go, Crystal. I was wondering. All right. Here we go. Wow.
Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Strength
And
for
with that, the
Danny.
defense has indicated that it's ready as well.
We're ready.
Okay, thank you. Please bring in the jurors. Yes.
Jurors entering.
The cranky canker sore got crankier when things hit his spot. Maximum Strength Kanka sure helped a lot.
All clear, Judge.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. And once again, were you able to comply with the court's instructions? All right, excellent. I indicated that we were reaching a point. We have one other witness that is going to be presented today. The state's going to call another witness. And Mr. Hilliard will have an opportunity to cross-examine if he chooses to do that. And then I expect that we will close for today and resume again tomorrow. Mr. Hilliard, I know you wanted to put something on the record.
I did, Judge. I'm just going to reserve my cross-examination of Detective Lemons until she's recalled, but I will cross-examine this next week.
All right, fair enough. Thank you. Mr. Dean, please call your next witness.
Daniel Youngkin.
Safety clerk, raise your right hand.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Step this way for me, please.
All right, good afternoon.
Hi.
Mr. Dean.
Good afternoon. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Yeah, I'm Daniel Youngkin.
And do you go by Danny typically?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it all right if I call you Danny?
By all means.
Where do you currently live, Danny? Not the street address, but city and state.
Orlando, Florida.
And how long have you lived there?
Since April of last year.
Where are you from originally?
Like, where was I born? Or
Yeah.
I was born in Germany.
And where did you have a parent in the military or something?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who was that?
My biological father.
Where did you grow up?
Essentially Dunn, North Carolina.
Dunn, North Carolina?
For the main part.
For the court reporter, is that D-U-N-N?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to draw your attention to the defendant here. Do you know the defendant, Leilani Simon?
Yes, sir.
And how do you know her?
She's Sky's mother, my daughter.
Mother of your child?
Yeah.
When did you first meet her?
Maybe 2020 or something like that.
And how did you first meet her?
She drove up to North Carolina from here to see me.
Had y'all had some contact, not in person, I guess, before that?
Yes, sir.
How did y'all first, so you're talking about the first in-person meeting, if I understand you correctly?
Yes, sir.
How did y'all know each other before that?
Some social media network, something like that, like Snapchat or something.
You're saying you had met online?
Yeah.
Can you tell us what you remember about that?
Honestly, not much. Just speaking with her over social media and arranging a meeting.
Let's go back to that first time you met in person in North Carolina. Can you describe that for me?
Yeah, she drove up in her friend's car to see me in North Carolina, and I was at my job where I was currently working.
Where were you working at that point?
Love's Travel Stop off of Hodges Chapel Road in Dunn.
Okay. So you said she came to see you at work?
Yeah, I was trying to get off that day so we could hang out.
And did y'all end up hanging out that day?
Yeah, I think, she stayed at night with me.
Okay. And was that a one night stay at that time or multiple nights or what?
I believe at the time it was a one night stay.
Okay. And after that, after staying with you for that one night, where did she go?
Back down here, I believe.
At some point, did she move up there and begin living with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did she have children at that point?
Yes, sir.
Did they come up and live with you as well?
No, sir.
What was your understanding of where they were at that time?
with her mother.
Now, where were y'all living when she moved up to North Carolina and started living with
In my parents' house.
you? And did she eventually get a job up there?
Yes, sir.
And where was that?
She had 2 separate jobs that she was working for at different time periods.
Okay, can you tell us what they were?
One was at Love's Travel Stop on the gas station side, and the other one was Smithfield's Chicken and Barbecue, where I used to be a manager at.
Okay, and I'm not sure I understood it. Was she working those jobs at the
Separate
same-
times.
Separate times. What was the first one?
Love's Travel Stop.
Okay, and you mentioned that you worked.
I'm not 100% sure on that.
Did y'all work there at the same time?
Yeah.
Okay, so y'all overlapped at Love's.
Yes, we worked sometimes, like occasionally worked the same shift on different sizes. So I was working at the Subway there, but normally it'd be different shifts.
And you're living in your parents' house with her.
Yeah.
About how long did that go on for?
I don't want to make an. I don't remember, to be 100% honest.
At some point, did the two of y'all move down here to Savannah?
Yes, sir.
And where did y'all move into?
The house on Buckhalter Road.
Did y'all ever live in any other residence in Savannah, or was that the first place y'all moved back to?
No, that was it.
Okay. Who was living there at the time?
Her brother Joe was living there, and Thomas and Billy were there, living there, but they weren't there. They were working a lot, so they were on the road.
Okay. At some point, did Joe move out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at some point, did Paul move in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Defendant's brother, Paul Simon.
Yes, sir.
When or where were y'all living at the time that the defendant gave birth to your child, Sky?
Buckhalter.
Okay, so y'all were living in Savannah at that time.
Yes, sir.
What do you remember about the birth of Sky?
It was fast and enlightening for me, I guess.
Before Sky was born, and you were living in Savannah at the Buckhalter house, were Zane and Quinton living there as well?
Yes.
Was that the first time that you met Zane and Quinton when you moved down here with the defendant, or had you already met him during the time?
I had met Quinton before.
So let's go to the time period where you're living in Savannah in the Buckhalter house with the defendant and the 3 children, Zane, Quinton, and newborn Sky. What was your relationship like with her 2 older children, Zane and Quinton?
Good. I loved them like they were my own.
What do you remember about Zane?
Lots of energy, and liked to play a lot, and had a lot to say. Didn't really know how to say a whole lot, but had a lot to say.
What do you remember about Quinton?
Pretty much the same thing, honestly. And he was a lot more. He was more chill, I guess, than Zane. Zane was more high energy, but Quinton always had a lot he wanted to say and play with his brother a lot.
I see it. As I've asked you these questions about the children, I noticed that you seem to be smiling a bit. Do you remember them fondly?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you about work in Savannah. When you first got down here, about how long did it take before you got a job?
I actually transferred from the Love's Travel Stop in North Carolina to the one off of Dean Forest Road and worked at the Hardee's there.
And was the defendant working anywhere in Savannah at that point?
Yeah, I think she was working at This gas station off of 204, I think.
Now, moving forward to the time frame of Quinton's disappearance, okay? I want to ask you about October 2022. Do you remember the day of the 911 call and all that?
Yeah, I do, but vaguely, but yeah.
In that general time frame, where were you working?
I was working at a warehouse for a company named Eclipse.
And where was that warehouse located?
What's that? Port Town? I forgot the name of the town.
Is it Port Wentworth?
Yeah, I didn't want to sound crazy by saying, yeah, that's what I think so.
And was the defendant working there as well?
Yes, sir.
What shift did you all work during that time period? What were your hours?
First, worked from like 6 or 6:30 to like 3 or something like that.
And what about Paul? Was he working there as well?
Yes, sir. He was working. Yeah, I actually think we worked till like 2. I'm not 100%, but his were like 2 to 10 or something like that.
2 p.m. to 10 p.m. roughly.
Yes, sir.
Would Paul probably be a better person to ask about that?
Probably.
October 4th, specifically, the day before the 911 call. Okay, I want to ask you about that day specifically. Did you go to work that day?
The day before?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And
No, maybe. I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember. I know I took her to get her tooth pulled that morning.
The morning before the 911 call?
Yeah.
But you're saying you don't remember whether you were before that?
I don't remember 100%. I'm not gonna.
That's fine. What do you remember about the defendant, taking the defendant to get her tooth pulled?
Early oh yeah, I think we were at work that day and we left because her tooth was hurting, and then I took her to the dentist and she got her tooth pulled that day, and yeah, that was pretty much that.
What car were you driving?
The Dodge Journey.
And do you remember where the dentist was that you went to, or what it was called?
I do not. I barely remember the Savannah area.
Did you stay there with her while she had her dental work done?
In the general area, yeah, I wasn't allowed to be back there.
Okay, what do you mean by the general area?
I went to the liquor store while she was getting her tooth pulled.
And did you end up driving her home?
Yes.
So after you went to the liquor store, did you come back to the dentist office that she was at?
Yes, sir.
I guess this is as good a time as any to talk about this. At that point in time, were you a bit of a drinker?
Yeah.
Can you tell us about that, please?
I liked Fireball.
Were you drinking every day at that point in time?
Unfortunately.
What about now?
No.
So you're at the dentist office. Did she get her tooth pulled?
Yeah.
Okay. And at some point, did y'all leave?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Where did you go?
To get some food.
Do you remember where you went?
I believe it was Cheddar's or something. She wanted some soup.
Okay. And did y'all go anywhere after that?
I think back to the house. Or maybe we went to 204 or we went back to the house. I'm not 100% sure, to be honest.
Where were the kids at the time you got back to the house?
With the babysitter, Michelle.
And is that where they had been all day?
Yes, sir.
From before y'all went?
Yeah. That's why they were at Michelle's, because we wouldn't work.
Okay. Tell us about the process of getting the kids ready and dropping them off at Michelle's in the morning. How would that go?
Normally, I would get them ready and drop them off myself while she slept.
What do you mean? I thought y'all worked the same shift.
We did, but she tended to sleep in as late as possible, and I would normally get the kids ready and drop them off over there and then come back and get her.
Did you, when you would take them to the babysitter, I understand she lived pretty close to y'all's house.
Across the street.
Would you walk them over there? Or not?
No, I'd drive them. That would be a little rough to try and carry Sky and walk the other two little ones across the street at the same time.
I see. So the morning before the 911 call, the day of the trip to the dentist, had you done that in the morning? Taking the
Drove
children?
them over, yes.
Yeah, okay. And let's go back to Cheddar's. You left the dentist, you've gone to Cheddar's to get some soup for the defendant.
I believe it was close by, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not 100% sure.
And after Cheddar's, you said you came home, right?
Yeah.
What happened after you got home? What did the rest of the day look like as far as you remember?
To be honest, I really don't, other than like, I know she went to sleep and I tried to clean up a little bit and stuff before I went and picked up the kids, and then picked up the kids and came back and kind of just followed suit.
And do you remember when you picked up the kids?
Not the exact time, no. But I know the general time was around like 4:30 or 5 is when I was supposed to.
I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 85. Your Honor. Take a look at that. Do you recognize the document that I've just handed you?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
Text messages between me and Michelle, the babysitter.
Did you text Michelle about picking the children up that day, October 4th?
Yes.
All right. Does this document that I've given you fairly represent your text messages with Michelle during this time frame?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd offer this in as State's Exhibit 85.
Mr. Hilliard?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, States 85 is admitted.
Can you look at that and tell me when you texted Michelle about when you were going to pick the children up on October 4th?
At 2:32 p.m., I texted her and said, we just got home. She got her Leilani got her top wisdom tooth removed, top left wisdom tooth removed. I'm going to try and clean for a few while she naps. She's still loopy from the meds. Is 4:30 still okay?
And what did Michelle say?
Okay, 4:30.
And did you end up picking up the children around that time?
Around that general time, yeah. But I think it might have been 5 o'clock or something like that, but general time frame, yes.
And did you bring them home?
Yes.
So now we're in kind of the late afternoon. And who's in the house?
Me, Leilani, and the Quinton, Sky, and Zane.
And was Paul at work during this time frame, as far as you know?
Yeah.
Did you make any trips away from the house to get a beer or go to Redbox or anything like that?
Probably.
Okay. And what do you remember about dinner that night?
I think I might have like remade some spaghetti, like added another can of sauce and more meat and stuff like that to some spaghetti I made like the day before or something like that.
Did the defendant participate in preparing dinner that day, from what you remember?
Not from what I remember.
What was she doing?
To be honest, whatever she normally did, I kind of tried to not stress myself out too much about whatever she was doing.
Now, how was Quinton during the time frame that we're talking about? Dinner time?
Fine.
Time frame?
Perfectly fine.
Nothing out of the ordinary?
No, not at all.
After dinner, at some point did y'all get the kids ready for bed and put them down? Or one or both of you?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
What do you remember about that? Try to put yourself back in that house and tell me what you remember about the bedtime routine.
I really don't, to be honest. I was not fully. I probably just the normal, get them changed into their night clothes and make sure they're all cleaned up and fed, and Zane would have his little tablet and Quinton would have his tablet, and they just watch TV until they fell asleep.
Now, from this point forward, did you leave the house again that night at any point?
No.
And did the defendant?
Yes, sir.
What is the first trip that you remember her taking?
To 204.
Did the two of y'all talk about that? She say anything to you before she left?
Yeah, she told me she was doing that.
Do you remember what led up to her leaving? Anything about that?
No.
That's
not
fine.
really.
And what were you doing at the time that she left for 204?
Laying in bed.
What were the children doing?
Laying down as well.
Where were each of the three children in the house?
Zane was on his race car bed. Sky was on the couch, or in her swing, and Quinton was in his playpen.
At the time that the defendant left for 204, was Quinton okay?
Yeah.
Did anything at all out of the ordinary happen to that point?
No.
And what happened, what was going on while she was gone on that trip to 204?
I think I fell asleep.
Anything unusual happened with the children while she was gone?
No. Well, I was getting ready to fall asleep, and then Paul came home.
Oh, okay. Paul came home at some point when you were.
Yeah.
Well, if I understand it correctly, while the defendant was gone.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me about Paul coming home.
He came.
Hate YouTube ads? You need this Chrome extension. I feel like I just found a Google cheat code. This Chrome extension.
I told him where she was, and then he said okay, and then he went and got some food for himself from the fridge or the freezer, and just ate, I guess, and chilled.
When you say he came into the room, what do you mean? What room are we talking about?
The downstairs portion of the house where we were residing.
The bedroom that the
Yeah,
five of y'all lived in together? You, Leilani, and the three children?
Yeah, like 2 bedrooms, but yeah,
Where were you when Paul came into the room?
in the bed.
And where were the children?
On the other side of the room in their beds.
Were they okay at that point?
Yeah.
Do you remember Paul having any interaction with the three children when he came in?
Not 100%, no, but he might have said something to Zane. Might have said hey to Zane or something.
At some point, did Paul go upstairs? I think you mentioned something about him going to eat.
Yes, sir.
What do you remember about that?
I wasn't in there, so I don't really remember. I just know he was in the kitchen for a second, and I couldn't see what he was doing. So.
Did you see him again after that?
No, I don't think so.
At some point, did he go upstairs and confine himself to his room?
I would imagine so, since I stayed in the room in the bed. But yeah, say yes.
Now, do you remember the defendant getting home from the 204 trip?
No,
And why is that?
I was asleep.
What's the next memory you have of that night or morning?
Waking up, and she was beside me, and that was that.
At the time that you went to sleep, was Quinton okay?
Yeah.
Had anything at all happened at that point?
Not to my knowledge.
And let's talk about the night. Do you remember seeing or hearing anything during the night?
No, I don't.
Do you remember waking up to anything unusual or anything like that?
No,
Had you had anything to drink that night?
I would imagine so,
Why do you say that?
because that was my daily routine.
What was your daily routine like in terms of drinking? I know you said earlier, I asked you to kind of talk about your drinking. You said you like Fireball, but
Like,
a little more specifically, what would you drink on a daily basis?
probably over the course of the day, probably like four or five shots of Fireball and like 3 or 4 25-ounce beers.
And how much of that was after work in the afternoon and evening?
A majority.
So let's go to you waking up. Did you wake up naturally, or did you wake up in response to an alarm, or what?
Yeah, I think my alarm on my phone went off.
And where did you have your phone that night?
Maybe it was under my pillow. I don't know.
Why would it have been under your pillow?
She had a tendency of going through my things.
What do you mean?
She would, without my knowledge, take my devices and go through them, and I felt it was invasive.
Why was she doing that?
She had this idea that I was wronging her.
How were things between the two of you at this time?
There wasn't much there. I was there for Sky.
So you think you had an alarm set and your phone might have been under your pillow? Is that kind of where we left off?
Yes, sir.
When you get up, what do you do?
Normally try and be quiet so I don't wake any of the kids up. And I tried to wake her up, but she was, normally if I do that, I'd either get yelled at or something like that. So I said, hey, are you going to work today? She'd be like, no. And that's when I proceeded to text Michelle and say that she was going to watch the kids. As in this exhibit here, it says, hey, the kids are going to stay here with her today, Miss Michelle.
And what time was that text sent?
5:20 a.m.
A moment ago, you were talking about what would happen in the morning when you get up for work and you try to wake her up. And you said she would be like...
Oh, yeah, she'd yell at me or, yeah, pretty much I'd get yelled at.
By the phrasing, she would be like yelling at you. Can I take from that this is something that this was not the first time this had happened?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell us about that? There's a history of this?
It's a pretty general thing at that time.
Tell me what you mean.
I would try and wake her up to go to work, and she would either yell at me for waking her up or say she's not going in, and she would make up the time and go in with Paul on his shift. It'd be a rare occasion for me not to get yelled at or that to happen.
Why was it during that time frame that you were able to get up and go to work as scheduled, and she would have these difficulties with that? What was going on?
I'm sorry, could you?
Why was it that you were able to get up to go to work and she was having these difficulties getting up, going to work during this time period? What was going on?
I would go to sleep and she wouldn't be there. So I just was kind of making sure that I could get a paycheck at that point. So I just kind of let her be her own person, of course. Well, not let her, but you know, she would do whatever she did, and I would make sure that the kids were taken care of and that I'd make it to work at least somewhat on time.
So there are times you go to sleep at night so that you're able to get up for work and she's not there.
There were times that yeah.
And would she talk to you about where she had been?
I never asked.
Now, let's go back to that text message to Michelle. Were you, before you sent that text message to Michelle, had you been planning on taking the 3 children to Michelle's house that morning?
Yeah, the plan was because we missed the day before work for her tooth removal. And we both were scheduled for the next day for a shift. The plan was to drop the kids off and go to work with her.
Were y'all salaried or hourly?
Hourly.
Okay. So you don't go to
It
work,
mattered.
you don't get paid.
It mattered.
Yeah. Were y'all saving up for anything in particular at this point in time?
So, yeah, a place.
Tell me about that.
What would you like to know about it?
Well, what were y'all trying to do?
Oh, get our own place and out of her mother's house.
And why was that?
There were some complications going on that we were told we had to leave, so we were preparing for that.
And did
Trying to.
On the day that we're talking about, October 5th, 2022, did you all at that time have the money to go into your own place?
No.
And were you trying to accumulate the money to do that?
Yes.
What type of place were y'all planning to get? Apartment, house? What are we talking about?
Really whatever we could afford.
And is that something that y'all have been talking about in the days leading up to October 5th?
Yeah.
How much did y'all have to pay the babysitter? Well, first let me ask you, did you pay her?
Yeah.
And do you remember how much per day or per week or what?
Yeah, it says here at the top of the exhibit where she sent me a text message saying, "Hey, I haven't been charging for Sky. I do this charge for newborns until they are 3 months. So I will have to start charging for Sky. So 45 a day is $225, but I'll charge y'all $200 for all 3. That is still a good deal. Daycare would be way more."
And that was going to be 200 how
A week,
often?
which is quite an expense.
For
For 5 days a week, that's what it was added up to. So
what was the date of that text message where Michelle told you that she was about to have to start charging separately for Sky?
October 3rd.
And prior to that, had y'all only been paying for Zane and Quinton?
Yeah.
So it was about to go up.
Mm-hmm.
So when she wouldn't wake up on the morning of October 5th, were you frustrated by that?
At that point, I just kind of blocked everything out and just made sure I made it to work.
How did you get to work?
I drove the vehicle that her mother had bought for her,
Which vehicle was that?
the Dodge Journey.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary in the vehicle when you got in it?
No.
If there were fireball and curveball bottles in that vehicle at the time that police searched it, is it possible that those are attributable to you?
Yeah, quite likely.
Did you sometimes drink in the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would that be like while you were driving or when you were on break?
Unfortunately.
What do you remember about driving to work? Anything out of the ordinary?
No, nothing out of the ordinary, just trying to get there.
Getting out of the house that morning, when you left the house and got in the car, did you have any idea that Quinton was gone?
No,
Did you turn the lights on in that room before you left?
no, sir, I did not.
Why not?
I didn't want to wake any of them.
Did you believe that there were 3 sleeping children in that room when you woke up?
I did believe that.
Is it fair to say that you were kind of trying to sneak out without disturbing them?
My name's Bill McNabb. I'm the president of W.J. McNabb Plumbing here in Pittsburgh. I want people to be like, wow.
Did you look in Quinton's pack and play before you left?
No, I didn't.
You okay?
Yeah.
At some point during the investigation, was there a period of time where you told the police that you had seen him that morning?
Yes, sir.
Were you sure about that at the time you said it?
No.
And are you sure now that you didn't see him?
I didn't look.
I noticed that you seemed, I asked you if you looked, and it seemed like you got a little emotional in response to that question. What is it about that question in particular that makes you upset?
Just, I wish I looked. No, I don't know if it would have made it. I don't. Just wish I looked.
Anything out of the ordinary from your perspective when you're leaving the house that morning?
No, sir.
Anything out of the ordinary in terms of the drive to work?
No, sir.
Anything out of the ordinary in terms of arriving at work?
No.
And when you left the house to go to work, which door did you go out of?
The back door by the pool.
Is that the one where you have to walk out through the bathroom?
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes, sir. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Now, did you work a full shift that day?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
I received a phone call from Leilani saying that Quinton was missing.
Where were you when you got that phone call?
In the back of a truck, loading it, because my job was to load 18-wheelers by hand.
So you're in a truck loading boxes and you get this call.
Yes, sir.
And what is your best recollection of what she said to you on that call?
Have you seen, or Quinton's not here? I'm pretty sure it just began with, where's Quinton? Where's my baby? Quinton's not here.
How long was that phone call as far as you remember it?
From the time she called me to the time I got to Buckhalter.
And what were y'all talking about during that time period?
She was crying most of the time. I just stayed on the phone with her the whole time.
Did she tell you anything about what happened when she woke up?
The door was open or something, and Quinton wasn't in his playpen. And me trying to calm her down.
Going back to when you got this call and you left work, tell me about leaving work. What do you remember about it?
I ran out of there as fast as I could, and I actually left my jacket and a whole pack of cigarettes, which later on my boss mailed it to me, thankfully, and it still had the pack of cigarettes in it.
What's his name?
Dave.
Did you see Dave that morning?
Yeah, I passed him in the parking lot. I didn't say anything, but he stopped me and he said, "Hey, you can't run past security like that." And I explained what happened, and he said, "Okay," and I left.
Was this when you were on the way out to go home?
Yes, sir.
There was security at the exit to the warehouse?
Yeah, there's security there when you go in and when you leave.
Why is there security when you go out?
I think they just stay there all day for people who come in.
Okay. And you're supposed to get checked out by security when you go out?
Well, you're supposed to talk with whoever your supervisor is, but I didn't even care to stop.
You just kind of blew by.
Yeah.
I'd like to approach with what I have marked as State's Exhibit 30, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you recognize this disc?
Yes, sir.
What is on this disc?
Me going into work and me leaving work.
You're referring to video recordings?
Yes, sir.
Do the recordings on this disc fairly and accurately depict your arrival to work that morning and your departure?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would offer, yeah, it's fine. I would offer this as State's Exhibit 30.
No objection.
All right, admitted without objection.
What does that mean he's going to play? Sorry.
Ask the court, does that mean you're about to play it? And I responded, yes.
Sorry.
It's okay. Everything is being recorded. Everything that we say is taken down.
Before I play it, Pat, is there any particular reason you asked that question?
I didn't understand what you said. Well, you said you presented the. I just didn't know.
Okay.
Sorry.
No apology necessary. Your Honor, I'm now going to publish from State's Exhibit 30 a file with the name IMG_0695.
All right, you may proceed.
Do you see yourself, before I play it here, and again,
Yeah.
I don't know why every video is sideways, but this one is. Do you see yourself in this video?
Yes, sir.
Where are you?
The bright orange.
What is that bright orange garment that you have on?
My North Face jacket.
Well, let me go back. Is the bright orange thing your North Face jacket, or is that a safety vest?
I believe that's my jacket. I believe that's my jacket.
Okay.
Because my jacket is bright orange.
So is that you getting to work?
Yes, sir.
Anything abnormal at that time?
No, just looks like I was trying to get there and not be late. I have a tendency to wait till the last second.
And I'll now play IMG_0697. And what do we see in that video?
Me running very, very quickly. Without my jacket.
What did you think at this point was going on?
I wasn't sure. I had just received a phone call and was still on the phone with her, so I was just trying to get back to the house as soon as possible.
At some point, did you get home?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And did you talk to the defendant once you got there?
Yes, sir.
What was going on when you arrived at the house?
She was outside on the back porch crying.
Were the police there yet?
No, sir.
What did you all talk about at that point?
I asked her what was going on, really, like details, and what she thought happened and stuff like that.
You said she was on the back patio crying, if I understood you correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where on the back patio was she?
Underneath the, like, where the, sitting in a chair right outside the back door.
Yeah, by that wooden bar
Yeah,
structure?
that used to be there, yeah.
She was sitting down
Yes, sir.
on the back patio,
Yes, sir.
crying.
Yes, sir.
There are woods all around that house, right?
Yes, sir.
When you got home, was she not looking for Quinton?
No, sir.
What was she doing in the chair other than crying, if anything?
Crying, saying she didn't know where he was.
Had she called the police yet, to your knowledge?
No, sir.
At some point, were the police called?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, did Michelle come over there?
Yes, sir.
And her daughter, Talia, or one of her daughters?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how it was that Michelle knew to come over there?
Yes, sir. I called her.
When, in relation to your arriving home, did the police finally get called?
After I took a look around, I called Michelle and then called them, maybe? Yeah.
Is it fair to say it sounds like
It's the spectacular savings event at Subaru of South Hills. Lease a new 24 Impreza for just $250.
To see if she had maybe gotten Quinton or something.
Was Paul there when you got home?
I can't remember.
So let's talk about when the police get there. Okay, do you remember talking to some police officers in the driveway?
Yes, sir.
And the defendant was there, all right?
Yes, sir.
Did she start talking about Quinton's father, Henry Bubba Moss Jr.?
Yes, sir.
Now, had she been talking to you about him before they arrived, or no?
She mentioned him.
When did she mention him? Was it when you were on the phone in the car, or after you had gotten home? Or
I believe it was when I got back to the house.
And what did she say about him that you remember?
That he had sent her a message saying that she didn't deserve to have Quinton.
Now, when was she saying that she had gotten those messages from him?
Maybe I think she said it was 2 weeks ago at that date.
Is this morning, the morning of Quinton being gone, was that the first you had heard of those messages?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so she's talking to you about something that supposedly happened a couple weeks ago. And you're saying she hadn't told you about that until this moment.
Correct.
Now, did you all talk during the time period between when you got home and when police arrived about what she had done during the night? Where if anywhere, she had gone?
No.
But there was some period of time between when you got home and when the police got there.
Yes, sir.
And then the police were there for quite a long time, right?
Till we went to the police station. and probably after that.
At some point, did you hear her tell a police officer that she had left the house sometime after 1 a.m. To get some Oragel from a friend at a Chevron?
Yeah, that's what she told the police officer. Yes, sir.
At the time she told that to the police officer, was that the first time you had heard that?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to show you a clip of body-worn camera footage that's been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 8, okay? Are you kind of oriented on what we're looking at here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
First of all, does this opening frame here depict the patio area where the defendant was sitting down at the time that you got home from work in the first place?
Is that where she was sitting when I got home?
Well, I mean, does anything in this image show where she was sitting down?
Yeah. The far left beside Paul, but Paul wasn't. I don't know where Paul was. She was sitting in the far left chair, the empty one.
And you're saying she was alone at that point?
Yes.
Okay. This is sometime later, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to play this for you now and ask you some questions about it.
Okay.
Have patience for sale. They just got here. Did y'all go anywhere last night or yesterday with baby? That maybe he could have followed you or something? Y'all didn't go anywhere? Not with my kids, no. No, maybe you yourself. Yeah, I know. Because I got my chest full yesterday, so my 2 maybe I went to some Oragel. That was it. 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon? No, like morning. I couldn't go to sleep. Okay, so where'd you go? Right up the road, right here, that Chevron. And I met my friend that I used to work with, and she had Oragel because they didn't have any at Circle K when I called. Okay. Did you go anywhere else that you maybe been home? So when did you get home? I can tell you exactly the time on that.
Stop the playback at 12:13:19 on the timestamp. Could you hear as you were standing there? First of all, is that you in the orange reflective vest there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Could you hear what she was saying to this officer? I mean, obviously the body cam picked it up, but could you hear it standing there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How were you feeling? What were you thinking as you heard her say this?
Well, you can see me tilt my head to the side as if I had no knowledge of what she was referring to.
Did it, I mean, how did it strike you? How did this story strike you? What did you think?
What the hell? Sorry. Excuse my language. What the heck?
It's fine. You had no knowledge of this at the time.
Yes, sir.
You said that you tilted your head to the side when you first heard this story. Can you, I'm going to play it back, and I want to see if you can point out to, first of all, show us what that looked like just from the stand.
Just like a tilt to the side, like what?
And if I play this back, can you point out to us where that happens in this video?
Yes, sir.
Have patience for sale. They just got here. Did y'all go anywhere last night or yesterday with baby? That maybe he could have followed you or something? Y'all didn't go anywhere? Not with my kids, no. No, maybe you yourself. Yeah, I know, because I got my chest full yesterday, so my
2 maybe. I went to pick up some Oreo. That was it.
2 o'clock yesterday afternoon?
No, like morning. I couldn't go to sleep.
Okay, so where'd you go?
Right up the road right there, that Chevron. I met my friend that I used to work with, and she got Oreo today and her and Circle K when I'm home.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else? Have you maybe been home?
I'm pausing it because I see you pointing at the screen. That's 12, 13, 15. We can kind of see your head tilt to the side a little bit.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to play that one more time from just a couple seconds back for anybody that might not have caught it. Because you would agree that it is subtle, right?
Yes, sir. And he was moving around, so you could kind of, you have to pay attention to see it.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else? Have you maybe been home? So when did you get home?
All right, so you had not seen that before, or you had not heard that before, I should say.
No, I haven't.
And your reaction was what the hell revised to what the heck? With the report, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you all go to the police station?
Yes, sir.
And did you cooperate with an interview or perhaps multiple interviews that day?
Quite a few.
Did the police ask you for consent to search your phone?
Yeah.
And did you agree to that?
By all means.
Did that concern you at all?
Not one bit.
After the police station that day, where did you go?
Back to Buckhalter.
And a few days later, did you come in to the FBI office in Savannah for a follow-up interview?
Yes, sir.
Now, between the first day's interviews and those follow-up interviews, had the FBI asked you to do anything in particular as it relates to the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
To
Let me ask you this. Did the FBI propose to you that they put you up in a hotel room and that they wire that hotel room up for audio and video?
Yes, sir.
And did they tell you why it was that they wanted to do that?
Yes, sir.
What was it? What was the reason for this?
To collect evidence against Leilani.
Did you know at this point what had happened to Quinton?
No, sir. I had, I just know what I was told.
And did you agree to this monitoring of the hotel room?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any concerns about doing it?
No, none at all.
Did you have any concerns about you yourself getting in trouble from something that might be said on that recording by one or the other of you?
Not at all. Wait, by me getting, no.
Did you sign paperwork agreeing to this?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 31. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
Me initialing for permission for them to bug the hotel room, quote unquote.
And does that document have your signature on it?
Three places where I initialed.
And when does it reflect in terms of the date that you agreed to do this?
10/7/2022.
Now, did you all go through with this?
Yes, sir.
Now, before,
Do you like scary movies?
night and what had happened?
I'm so sorry.
It was a long, kind of convoluted question. I'll try again. So y'all go in on October 5th and you're interviewed by the police at the police department.
Correct.
At some point, y'all leave, right?
Yes, sir.
And then at some point, y'all are in a bugged hotel room.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Between those two things, between leaving the police station on day one and the hotel room operation, I'll call it, were you and the defendant together with each other?
Yes, sir.
Right? And were you talking to her at that point about like what had happened to Quinton and where she had been that night?
Yeah.
Did she ever? Did you ask her about this Oragel story that she had told the police on the scene?
No, not in detail.
Did you ask her about that during the hotel room thing?
Yes, sir.
And did she repeat it to you?
Repeat denying it?
Well, keep saying that that's what she had been doing.
Oh, yeah. But, yeah. Yes, sir. I don't know where my head was at when I was saying that.
Ms. King, you might want to ask that again.
I'm sorry.
I'm not sure that Ms. Young understood.
Were you skeptical of the Oragel story?
Yes, sir.
When you're in the hotel room with her, did you ask her about
Yes, sir.
it? And what did she say about it?
That's what she did.
That it was true?
Yes, sir. And she stuck to it. Sorry about that.
I'd like to approach with what I marked as State's Exhibit 32. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes, sir.
And what's on it?
Recording of the hotel.
Right.
The room that we were in.
Just a couple selections, right?
Yes, sir.
Does it fairly and accurately depict some of your interactions in the hotel room with the defendant?
Quite well.
And I would offer this into evidence as State's Exhibit 32, Your Honor.
Objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 32 is admitted without objection.
And I would introduce 31 at this point, Your Honor, to the consent form.
No objection to that.
All right, very well, it is admitted.
And there are 5 files on this disk. The first 4 are each about a minute long, and then the last one is about 7 minutes long. I'll start with the first one. The file name beginning 1941.
So can I ask you a question? Do you mind? Are you gonna get mad? I'm asking you before I ask you this question. No, because I need to know. Are you gonna get angry? I know I can't tell you don't get angry, but I don't know the questions. Why did you lie to me about the Oragel? I didn't. I did not lie to you about the Oragel. So you went and met Misty? Yes, and I drove in and I drove out. And they tried to say that again, and I asked them to show me a picture of Missy or whatever. Did y'all speak to my fucking lady? Did you speak to her? Did you speak to her husband? Is what I wanted to know. You know? And they said her husband. Why didn't you speak to her? Okay.
I want to stop.
So can I ask you a question? Do you mind? Are you gonna get mad? I'm asking you a question before I ask you this question. No, because I need to know. Are you gonna get angry? I can't tell you don't get angry, but I don't know the questions. Why did you lie to me about the Oragel? I didn't. I did not lie to you about the Oragel. So you went and met Misty? Yes, and I drove in and I drove out. And they tried to say that again, and I asked them to show me a picture of Misty or whatever. Did y'all speak to my fucking lady? Did you speak to her? Did you speak to her husband? Is what I wanted to know. You know? And they said her husband. But
I paused it at 1942:17 on the timestamp.
And the timestamp reflects that this was on October 8th of 2022, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did you catch there what she said about what police told her about who they had interviewed?
She said they interviewed her husband.
She was saying police told her that they had only interviewed Misty's husband.
Well, yeah.
That's what she told you, at least.
Yes, sir.
And I'll pick up the playback again.
It's to her.
No, there is orgeal in it. There's orgeil in it.
No, I did not like that. I didn't lie to you about that.
So you went and got orgeil.
I went and got orgeil. Pull it in and pull it out just like I told you last night.
And then they question you again about that?
Yeah. That's the only thing else.
We heard you say there that there was orgeal in there. I'll give you that. What were you referring to?
There was orgeil behind the mirror in the house, in
And
the bathroom.
Showed that
when
yesterday.
did you see that orgeal?
The day, the 5th, I believe.
Okay, so like after, was it after you all had been at the police station?
Yeah, no, maybe. I'm not gonna act like I remember 100%, but I know it was there. I think there was 2 tubes, like an empty tube and one that had some in it.
And where'd you say it was?
Behind the mirror in the downstairs bathroom connected to the room.
The second file here with the file name starting with 2013. We'll publish that now.
So what did you do when you left? At 1 in the morning. What did you do?
I went. I don't care. I don't care. Got the orgeil. Looked around and said, well, it came home.
That's what you did.
Yes.
You can look me in my
I am
eyes.
looking you in your eyes, Danny. That is what I did.
You can look
That
me
is
in
what I did.
Just don't, you don't
Stop.
want to yell.
Look at me in my eyes too. That is what I did. There was nothing else that I did. I came home and I went to bed. And I woke up to my baby gone. Do you understand me?
So you didn't do anything else?
No, nothing else at all. I was gone for 12 minutes.
And who did you meet?
Misty.
You met Misty.
Yes.
And now the third file, starting with 2017.
That's like my whole family believes me more than my man does at this point.
I just don't know everything.
You do.
Nobody knows everything.
The only thing we don't know is what happened to Quinton.
So what did happen in your thoughts?
I don't know.
What do you think?
I don't know. I have no idea what to fathom. I cannot make up something in my head about what could possibly happen. I have no idea what happened to that baby.
I'm asking you, as a man to my woman, what do you think may have happened?
Yeah.
I'm
That baby?
talking in a minute about what could have happened.
But we did spoke about it last night, and I have no idea what could have happened. I don't care about what could have happened. I want to know what happened.
So where's he at?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to push it.
No, you sat there and said, so where's he at? I'm getting picked up. I'm doing all the food I bought for you. No. If there's only person I'm sitting here wanting the love and support from that I thought would be on my side 100% is on the fucking FBI side.
And the fourth file, with file name beginning 2025.
your cigarette out. I'll wait till you calm down.
Sat here and explained the only thing that you did not know that I did. And I explained it. That's my end tonight.
How you did what?
Went and got orange gel.
That I didn't know about.
That's the only thing you didn't know, that when I left you at 204, you were awake. When I got back, you were awake.
From 204?
Yes.
Okay. But not from here.
Not from that. I like shook you and said, I'm going to go get orange gel. You said, I was like, all right, whatever. I'm up. And I came back.
Okay. And you remember that clearly?
I remember that clear as day. You made that little sound that I hate you fucking doing.
Okay. Okay.
And then the last file started 2029.
Instead of possibly saying that, what, because I just need support? That I'm asking for your love and support and not your questions and doubt?
I'm asking you questions so I can understand.
But how many times do you have to ask me the same question about the same time, just like the fucking FBI does?
Okay, so it's just like the FBI, but you don't talk to me.
Yes, I have. I just sat here and explained to you.
You just talk
I told you about it yesterday too, about what I did. And you made me promise that too.
Okay, so you promised me with your pinky promise.
Yes.
That you would.
This isn't just a body oil. It's a touch of luxury.
You didn't do anything.
Nothing at all. Nothing.
Okay. Go smoke your cigarette. I love you.
I think what you're doing is you don't know the FBI in your head, and now they got you over here questioning me.
No.
It's exactly what it is. Danny,
No,
this is one of the hardest times of my life, and I did not need you to question me. I need your love and affection and support, and somebody sitting there telling me that we're going to find him, that it's going to be okay, that they're going to do their job.
We're going to find him. We're going to find Quinton. They are going to find Quinton. They're going to find him.
I hope we do.
I do too. I really do.
So they told me that they still didn't have any leads.
They didn't have none?
No.
Makes sense.
What did they tell you?
That they didn't have anything they could tell me. And it's aggravating.
It's frustrating as hell.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
You just stand there and go split your spirit. Let me question you that way. Like, you have a good question twice as hard as I have.
Twice as hard? Nah, baby. I'm the only other person in that house other than Paul. You don't think I got interrogated like a goddamn fucking... Bro, you know that.
It's funny to you.
Oh, it's funny because you think that I'm sitting here not in the same position as like you think that the shit is a game to me, but I don't. You. Woo, boy. My life. You gonna call somebody to pick you up? That's what you're doing? Alright. That's all you
I
do.
wanted to come in here and I wanted to lay
Well, I
down,
wanted you to
and
chill.
I wanted to be comforted. I wanted to be sat there and told that we're gonna do our best and that we're gonna do what we gotta do.
We are.
I did not want to sit here and be questioned the second time in a row by you about 1 o'clock.
It's the second night in a row, and it's not 1 o'clock. It's 8:30.
About 1 a.m.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what Life 360 said.
And it wasn't 1 a.m. all that.
It was like 1:15.
And I got back at 1:25. I was gone for 12 minutes. It was
And you went and met Misty.
Went and met Misty, got orange, y'all.
And you said they talked to her?
I think so, yes.
What did she say?
And she confirmed it.
She confirmed
I'm
it?
pretty sure, yes. It's not like they sat there and told me what was said.
Oh, but they.
They said that they spoke to Misty and they didn't question me no more about the orange.
Oh, okay. I did tell. I mean, because there was orange gel in that cabinet. But I'm not lying to you. So I need you to come back over here. to me. Like, not right here physically, but I need you to come back over this way, okay? Because I did tell you, there was Orangel in that cabinet. You know? There was 2 without a cap, there was 1 with a cap, from what my knowledge is. I know there was 3 things of Orangel in that cabinet, okay? That's fact. And they didn't check behind that mirror. They didn't. I know that. Okay? But it was there. And it is, if you didn't grab it, why didn't you grab it?
Because my mom wasn't hurting no more. I got the toothache now. It's healed up. I can eat on this side now.
So after that night, you didn't eat it anymore?
No, not besides the
Why didn't you grab the hand salt or anything?
Because when I was trying that, it wasn't working. It was making me gag.
With the Quinton?
When I was trying to put it in right there, it was making me gag going down the back of my throat.
Okay. Alright, well, you take your second. I'll talk to you in a second.
Hey, look, it was a waste of questions. You just need to go back to the FBI and put your own ass and you get sick and try to put your own ass.
No, I have no intention of that. I just need to. I'm gonna smoke a cigarette with you. It don't matter. I mean, just give me a second. I'll meet you down there because I'm just.
I want to know where my baby is. And I want people like you and that guy to start coming at me like I did something to my child.
Why did I come at you like that to you? Because every time I ask you a fucking question.
No, Danny, it's not every time you ask me a question.
Oh.
Every time you ask me about what I am, I told you. It was when you went into other micro questions about it that it felt like you were an FBI agent sitting here trying to question me.
But you don't treat me like that when I ask any other question? You don't treat me like that when I talk to you any other way?
Yeah, I do.
You do treat me like that.
What do you mean?
You treat me like I'm accusing you of something.
No, I only do that when you sat there and you asked the first time I said yes. I'm like,
No,
what you continuously asking is when I started getting aggravated.
This time.
Huh?
This time.
Yeah, I am last night when you continuously asked. This time. This time. They did exactly what they wanted to do. Tore us apart.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
They already did it. You didn't admit it. They already tore us apart, and the way you treat me proves it.
She didn't really like you asking about that Orangel trip, did she?
No, sir, she didn't.
Now, sometime after this, did you agree also to have your telephone communications monitored?
Yes, sir, I did.
And
Also in 31.
say again?
It's then. Oh no, it's not. I'm sorry. I thought it was on this document, a separate document. But yes, sir, I did agree to have my phone monitored.
I'd like to approach with what I marked. Stacy's in a 33-year-old. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
My consent for them to monitor my telephone, my cell phone.
Was this is this a fair and accurate copy of that document?
Yes, sir.
Is it one of those forms or more than one?
There's multiple.
Okay. Why are there multiple?
There's a second one from a month later, because I guess they have to renew them, I guess.
Did you have any problem with agreeing to this?
No, not at all.
Why is that?
I didn't do anything wrong. I mean, they already knew about what I was doing drug-wise, so I had no issues with anything they wanted to find.
Your Honor, I would offer states 33 into evidence at this time.
Objection, Your Honor.
Right, the one on the front, is that the first one?
Yes, sir.
And when does that show that that document was signed?
The 9th of October.
And then what about the second one?
The 8th of November.
Okay, so the first one's on the 9th, and then you renewed it again a month later?
Yes, sir. And I still, even past this, there was contact between me and them so they could monitor.
So it was more than just that?
Yeah.
Now, did they explain to you what of your phone communications were going to be monitored, whether it was just your
All of them.
contact with the defendant or all of them?
Well, it says the purpose of viewing, listening to, and or recording any activity I may have with Leilani.
Was your understanding though that they would be able to listen to all of your telephone calls with anybody and see all of your text messages with anybody?
Yeah,
And you were still willing to do this?
absolutely.
Now, we just watched these videos from the hotel, and the timestamp and date stamp shows that those were on October 8th, right?
Yes, sir.
And we've talked about the consent form for monitoring your phone, and that was, the first one at least, was signed on October 9th, right?
Yes, sir.
Where were you when you signed the second
My mother's house in North Carolina.
one? When did you go to your mother's house in North Carolina?
Good.
I think I signed this first paper.
He's looking at the wrong
And
thing.
I think I left Georgia that day, if I'm not mistaken.
Why did you leave Georgia?
Actually, no, I didn't leave Georgia. I left Savannah. I went to Atlanta for a weekend
And why did you go to Atlanta?
to get away from Savannah
And after Atlanta, where did you go?
to Dunn, North Carolina.
To your mother's house?
Yes, sir.
And was that, at that point, was that essentially the end of your time living in Savannah or no?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let me ask you a couple miscellaneous questions. Let me ask you this. Did things between you and the defendant kind of fall apart during this investigation?
There was already nothing there.
Do you remember ever seeing Quinton with any favorite toys or stuffed animals or anything like that?
No, not specifically.
Do you remember him having a favorite Mickey Mouse toy?
No, I don't.
If he had a favorite Mickey Mouse toy, is that something that you think you would remember having lived with him during that time frame?
More than likely, yes.
And you have no recollection of that?
No, sir.
If he had a Mickey Mouse toy that he slept with every night, would you think he would remember that?
Yes, sir, more than likely.
And do you remember anything like that?
No, sir.
Let me ask you about trash, okay? You lived in that house for some months, if I understand correctly.
How long? Yeah.
For a period of months, you lived there?
Yes.
We have seen introduced into evidence a picture of 3 trash cans on like a wooden rack in the carport.
Where the trash cans were kept.
What did y'all do with garbage in that house, like kitchen garbage?
Took them to those 3 trash cans that were sitting on top of that rack.
And then what would you do with the trash cans?
They would get loaded up in the truck and dumped off in a larger dumpster to be taken away.
What dumpster would y'all use for that?
Azalea mobile home.
Now, what vehicle would you use to take those garbage cans to Azalea?
Thomas's white Silverado.
Is that something that you would do, or who would do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would anybody?
I
else,
would.
Would anybody else do that?
Not normally, no.
Okay. Let me ask you this: did you guys ever drive around with garbage in the back of the Dodge Journey?
No.
Like just a trash bag with leftover food in the back of the Dodge Journey?
No.
Why not?
That would stink up the vehicle. It just sounds nasty.
At the time, October 4th, October 5th, was there any garbage in the back of the Dodge Journey?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you have any recollection of ever having garbage bag in the back of the Dodge Journey?
Mm.
Like full of leftover food.
Oh, no.
The back of the Dodge Journey is upholstered, right? Had carpet.
Yes, sir. That's another reason.
Why would you not want to put a trash bag full of old food on that?
Stain the carpet and seek in, and sounds nasty.
Do you have any recollection of having had any shrimp pasta in the household in the days leading up to Quinton's disappearance?
Possibly.
Anything more you remember about that?
No.
One moment, please. No further questions.
Thank you. I ask council to approach.
Well, they have it on mute. What's she listening to? Damn kids. The old kid, the 25-year-old. Yeah, she's smirking. He finally just once looked over at her and he gave her like a cross eye. I think he should stare at her with a dirty look. I object to her notepad too. I said that earlier. I was like, oh, she's taking notes today. What, to look busy, to look good? Are they listening to something? Did I miss something? My husband was in the background telling me about bills. Like, dude, Danny's on stand. We could talk about it after. Yeah, no emotions at all. I wonder if they got her on medicine or what is it? You know? And I noticed, like, watching her this week, going back before I come live and seeing news clips and stuff, there's a couple times they show her crying, but it's not, there's no tears. And she's squeezing them out. And I've seen her squeeze them out in the police interrogations too. All right, I'm muting.
Okay. So, Mr. Junkin, I'm going to ask you to step down. You can have a seat in the. I'm going to ask you to have a seat. You can leave that right there. So, ladies and gentlemen, we got started a little with the evidence itself a little bit later today, although we were working prior to that. I'm going to let y'all go for the evening, and we're going to start again in the morning. We're going to start at 9 o'clock, so back to that, okay? And I just want to remind you again, don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case with you. Don't read, do research, watch television articles. Don't consume any media reports about the case. I am going to release you this evening. I hope you have a good evening. Please know I understand this is not easy, and you have my thanks. We'll see you in the morning. Okay.
Zeros will be exiting. All clear, Judge.
Okay.
Queue up some audio and video in the morning. So I don't know if there's any particular dongle or anything like that. Who would I speak to about, I guess, plugging into the system?
Casey or Marianne is what I'm thinking. So if we're gonna start at 9 o'clock, you want to be here at about 8:30?
I was gonna try to do about 8:30 so I can go and plug everything up.
Okay. We'll reach out to court administration for someone to be here at 8:30.
Y'all have, I think y'all have my email and cell phone, so just, if there's anything I need to be here earlier, just let me know and I'll be here earlier.
I would imagine that 8:30 is going to be fine. Okay. Anything that anyone wants to put on the record at this time?
Not from the defense judge.
Mr. Youngkin, you will be the witness that begins in the morning, okay? Thank you. Oh. I'm going to let y'all go for the evening, and we're going to start again in the morning, okay? All right, you step out in the hallway.
Might want to advise him not to speak.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Youngkin, please don't speak with anyone about the case. Don't speak with any witnesses. You yourself don't do any research or look further into the case. But the most important thing is the rule of sequestration. Don't speak with any other witnesses about the matter. Thank you. All right. With that, we're in recess until 9 a.m. in the morning. Thank you. You're welcome.
There you go. I'm so proud of Danny today, guys. I'm so proud of his mama. I'm so proud. Everything I said just bit the naysayers in the ass more than you will ever know. I am so proud. They're not allowed to watch. When they can, they're going to see this, and I want them to know how proud I am of what they have been doing in this case. Yes, I will be here first thing.
How could live ammunition have made it onto that set?
First thing in the morning, bright and early. you see how people get judged by their looks? Do you see how social media plays a role in ruining cases? I'm so happy the judge said that in front of everybody. Quinton's going to get justice, and you know what? It's going to be because of Danny. I hope you eat your own vomit, Cher. What did Brat say? What are the other chats saying? I'm so proud of them. I had no idea. Wow, did anybody know he was recording Leilani? And they said they had more. He is standing up for Quinton. He's the only one who has so far. I am so proud of him. She could choke on shit for all I care. Dude. You hear the baby. He's in there growling. Ah, hold on. That's right. He must be feeling better. That was loud. Little. Okay, hold on.
An A-list actor. We could see a show or a movie or a brand.
I need some time to myself. It's just a fit in my hair. Swear my life been a mess. Stepping closer to my death. Why God wanna test me, but He don't wanna bless me. Why God wanna test me, but He don't wanna bless me. Lord, forgive me for my questions. I've been dealing with depression so long. I keep turning to these medicines. I've been in the wrong direction so wrong. I might end up being this. I could use a few suggestions. I could lose a few connections. I might make a few exceptions. Guess I never learned my lessons. Blame it all on my profession. Like I need it for my sessions. Go sell all of my possessions. Don't go crying to the reverend. Blame it all on your obsession. Don't go screaming to the heavens. If them demons you collecting just start to get aggressive, just go mix it in a beverage. If your life is such a mess, bitch, then why you got a death wish? I need some time to myself. It's just a fit in my hair. I swear my life been a mess. Stepping closer to my death. Why God wanna test me, but He don't wanna bless me. Why God wanna test me, but He don't wanna bless me.
I'm all alone, I see some shit, let me desensitize. Funny how the blessings come after you have been traumatized. Sorry for the shit I put you through, I look you in your eyes. Mama, please forgive me for the times I left you teary-eyed. Mixing up them drugs, I don't care about my health. Thought the money was the only thing that symbolized for wealth. I still stack it through the ceiling, incognito, I go stealth. Got peas in the trunk, vacuum sealed, cause they smell. As I'm growing older, I see my blessings been a curse, cause I took advantage of them, then I turned that shit reverse. I'm the one they preaching about when you walk up in the church. I've been known since you died, probably cause it hurt the worst. Hope you live in peace. Pops, you turn me to a monster. Turn the other cheek, I'd rather go out with this chopper. Gone 100 rounds with my demons till I prosper. Devil got a hand in on my cards, I'm playing poker.
I need some time to myself. It's just affected my health. I swear my life been a mess. Stepping closer to my death. Why God wanna test me, but he don't wanna bless me. Why God wanna test me, but he don't wanna bless me.
Yeah, with all of these tests, it's hard to feel blessed. Ain't harder to rest. All of these shots, no need for a vest. No need. The shit I be doing, I ain't gon' suggest. Shit. No wonder I'm lost and feel like a mess. Drugs I be doing, the drink I be sipping became a commitment. The hate that I'm speaking and always be ripping. I'm tired of missing the person I was. Before all the pain, I barely feel sane. I hate how I change. Before all the pain, I barely feel sane. I hate how I change. But this the shit that I asked for. It's the real me, no mask or no bullshit. Cause I'm about this. Ain't lifeless, but got less life when I like this. And I like this when I'm like this. On drugs when I write this, so I fight this. And I might just set fire to the mic while I'm on it tonight. Cause I got to my right and the devil on left. So I give it my all until none of me left. And if it's what you want, then it's up till I rest. And I'm up to my death, cause it's blessing. A curse and this curse can be blessed. See, life is a test, so the legacy left go be me and my best, bitch.
All right, guys. That was good. I'm going to go make cookies with the grandkids. I'm going to get off of here. I want to be up bright and early for tomorrow. Did anybody catch the time? Put it in my comment section after I get off the stream because I didn't. If not, I'll go look later. Not a big deal. But peace and love to you all. I'll see you first thing in the morning. Mwah. Bye.